Interlude 1. Lucy. 1 year ago. Dear world governments, once again I'm forced to remind you that the current situation is untenable. If you don't take drastic measures to reduce pollution levels and remove the stockpiles of nuclear weapons and chemical weapons, yes, North Korea, this means you as well, then the collective will have no alternative but to intercede. You all have been given ample warning. Pretending the collective doesn't exist isn't an option. Waiting to see if we'll change our minds isn't an option. If no action is taken immediately, the consequences will be severe. This is the 5th and final warning that I'm able to provide you. Please, for the sake of all humanity, take heed before it is too late. Lucy. 1. Brad. Looking up at the sky, Brad stood in awe, watching the intense flashes of colors, a blend of ominous orange, a deep, terror-inducing red, and streaks of white that hinted at the coming chaos. But it wasn't the crazy colors that caught his attention. It was the millions of meteors slowly floating to the ground. The meteors, not that the word aptly described them, contained Seeders, the evil aliens who killed him every single time they arrived. Brad sighed. The Apocalypse Online beta was one of the hardest video games he'd ever played. He considered himself an above-average gamer, and had even bragged to Chet, his friend from work, that he wouldn't have the same problems other people were reporting. But he'd been wrong. Dead wrong. This game had no chill. It started hard and just got harder. But Brad had no intention of letting this game get the best of him. Moving forward, Brad left the starting point and went looking for a weapon. Once again, he was starting from scratch. Apocalypse Online had no save points, no way of keeping your levels, your gear, nothing. You started back at the beginning every time you died. And Brad had died. A lot. Running down the city street, Brad spotted an industrial tools store. He ran in and looked around. This had potential. You have found chainsaw, +5 damage and +2 bleeding damage. You have found framing hammer, +2 damage. Leaving the store, Brad headed back up the street. The slow-moving meteors were now crashing into the ground, which meant the hordes of Seeders would follow at any second. As if on cue, a Seeder charged him. Brad fired up the chainsaw and set his feet apart. "All right, you little bastards. Let's see how you like this." The Seeder ran straight at Brad, ignoring the deadly weapon in his hands. Brad held the saw out like he was about to cut down a tree, but the Seeder pulled a matrix move and limboed his way under the weapon. The Seeder slashed out with its clawed hand, opening a cut on Brad's leg. You have taken 3 damage. Brad, now used to the annoying reminders of his ineptitude, ignored the game's damage notification that popped up in his vision, pulled the chainsaw closer to his body, and twisted. This time the chainsaw landed on the neck of the alien monster and chewed into it, spewing a nasty orange fluid that Brad assumed was Seeder blood. The Seeder fell to the ground, and a moment later, ether, the Seeder's life force, left the alien's body and flowed into Brad. You have killed basic Seeder, 25 ether gained. Brad grinned. Ether was the key to surviving the apocalypse. According to the game lore, Earth was being terraformed by aliens with ether, and it was the secret to making magic work. It was a common trope within fantasy games and LitRPG books. The only difference in Apocalypse Online was that they seemed to be incredibly stingy with how you could use the magical energy source. Brad spotted another Seeder running at him. He set his feet and waited for the next alien to attack, but unlike the last Seeder, this one circled around him, feinting attacks, but never getting close enough for Brad to strike with the chainsaw. "Son of a bitch," Brad said as another alien came around the corner. That was why the cedar wasn't attacking. It was waiting for backup. Brad whipped the chainsaw back and forth to keep both of the cedars away as he waited for an opening to attack. Suddenly, a third alien appeared behind him, jumping on his back and clawing open his neck. Brad groaned as he watched his health bar drop to 0. "You have died. Would you like to restart?" Fraggle Rock! That was like the 100th time he'd died in this game, and this time he'd been so close to having enough points to level up. He had to admit, it was an interesting take on the apocalypse genre. A group of aliens deciding to take over Earth and terraforming it to suit their own needs, using the dead bodies of humans as bags of fertilizer to grow new life. It was a little morbid, but hell, it was an apocalypse game. It was supposed to be gruesome. But the annoying part was you started the game as a human, a weak-ass human with no skills or spells. You had to earn them, but instead of having a newbie area filled with weak little bunnies or rats to kill, you started with thousands of mini-bosses and had to survive them all. And if you died, you had to start from scratch. A notification popped up in his display. Brad frowned. He had an incoming video call from another gamer? Scarlet Dreams 007? Who the hell was that? Brad accepted the call. The screen filled with pink and purple hair, big green eyes, and a pert nose. Teresa Jones, a local gamer, and the star of more than a few of Brad's fantasies. "What's up, kiddo? I saw your username and just knew it was you. What do you think of the game so far?" Teresa said. Brad cringed at the kiddo comment. They'd played together for a while in another game, War Elf, and she'd treated him like a kid brother the whole time. It had been amazing and entirely awful at the same time. "I'm not sure what to think. I keep trying to be a mage, but I can't get enough kills to level up and gain a spell." Teresa laughed. "Tell me about it. I've been playing for a week, and the best I've gotten is a Tier 2 spell. Playing a mage in this game is so hard, but my friends and I think that means it will be overpowered later. We're going to keep playing mages and then start an all-mages guild once the game goes live." "You're starting a guild?" Teresa nodded. "Yep. Going to be awesome. The beginning will be annoying. We'll have to slow grind to get enough kills to level up, but it'll be worth it. Fire magic is pretty sweet. Anyways, that's why I pinged you. If you decide to play a mage once the game goes live, I might have a spot for you. My boyfriend Damien is going to be the guild leader, but he'll take my word that you have gamer skills." Brad's heart shriveled at the mention of a boyfriend. "Sure, Teresa. That sounds cool. I'll let you know." "All right. Talk to you later, kiddo." Teresa's feed cut off. Damien. Sounded like a douche, just based on his name. Brad decided immediately that he didn't like the guy. But gaming with Teresa again would be cool. She was definitely skilled, and if the beta was any indicator, you'd have to play with skilled players if you wanted to level up at all. With that in mind, Brad clicked the start button again and watched as the sky filled with comets. He'd have to find a way to level up and learn to be a mage if he wanted to play in Teresa and the Douches Guild. That, or make his own way in the game, finding a path that worked for him. Maybe being the kiddo in Teresa's guild wasn't the smartest plan anyways. 2. Jake. Jake pulled his truck up to the work site and got out. He looked at the massive hole in the ground and shook his head. It was a strange and unique job, and a challenge, but to call it well paid was an understatement. Mr. Callahan had been so insistent on him doing the job as soon as possible, he'd offered triple what the job was worth. Thankfully, Jake had just finished up a renovation and didn't have to turn the job down. "Hey, Jake, how's our little project coming?" Mr. Callahan said as he walked from his lakeside mansion over to the construction site. "Good. The NBC filters arrived last night. I'll be installing them today." He thought it was a little over the top to get filters rated for nuclear, biological, and chemical attacks, but if you were building a bunker, they seemed to be a requirement. Jake didn't care. He wasn't the one footing the bill. If the customer wanted the filter, the customer got it. Mr. Callahan gave a sigh of relief. "That's good news. When do you think you'll be done here?" Jake held back a chuckle. Mr. Callahan was a decent guy, but a little paranoid. This was probably the 100th time he'd asked that question. "Once I have the air filtration system in place, we can finish backfilling the hole and work on the interior. It won't be finished until the end of the week, but if the world really is going to shit, you could use the bunker tomorrow. It just won't be as fancy as it will be when I'm done." Mr. Callahan nodded and took a deep breath. "I know you think I'm just a crazy kook and am overreacting to all the news, but my company has deep ties with several world governments. They all say the same thing. This is real. Even if it is a massive hoax, it's worth every penny to me to be able to make sure my family is safe." Jake nodded. The news certainly was filled with rumors of aliens contacting the world governments. But hell, that wasn't anything new. People had been theorizing about aliens for years, and the evidence supporting that wasn't totally bogus. Several world governments had even made announcements of it over the years, but they were often discounted by the media as elaborate hoaxes. However, the idea of an imminent attack and Earth being destroyed sounded way too much like media sensationalism, especially when the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Canada said it wasn't a danger. While Jake had no use for politicians in general and didn't think particularly highly of either country's leader, he didn't think they'd lie if the world was truly going to end. Or at least they wouldn't be able to lie for long. Someone would leak the truth. And so far, he hadn't seen any proof that aliens were about to destroy the world. Still, Mr. Callahan was a sharp businessman, and damn close to being a billionaire. If he said he had good government contacts, then maybe he was onto something. "Don't you worry, Mr. Callahan. I researched all the best technologies. Your bunker has the best filtration system, an ample water supply, and I saw the amount of food supplies you have in your garage. If anyone is going to survive an alien attack, it'll be you and your family. I'll make sure this thing is functional by the end of the day." Mr. Callahan clasped Jake's shoulder. "You're a good man, Jake. If I were you, I'd be squirreling away some food and supplies now, just in case. Maybe this bunker is overkill, but being prepared for the worst isn't a bad idea." Jake nodded as Mr. Callahan headed back to his house. The man was right. Being prepared for the worst wasn't a bad idea. After work, he'd stop at the grocery store and buy some additional supplies. If the world was going crazy, people would panic and basic essentials like toilet paper would be hot commodities. He'd seen it during the COVID scare. People got stupid real fast. Jumping back in his truck, Jake made a phone call. "Hey, Jake, shouldn't you be at work?" Jake smiled. "I'm at the job site right now, Sam. I'm just calling to check on you. How are things there?" "Good. I'm playing this new game, Apocalypse Online. It's crazy hard." "Any tips for surviving the apocalypse?" Jake joked. "Rule 17. Don't be a hero." Ever since Jake had taken Mr. Callahan on as a client, Sam had been making zombie jokes. She'd even made him watch Zombieland the last time she'd stayed at his house for a visit. "I prefer Rule 32. Enjoy the little things." "You know, we probably shouldn't joke about zombies. This game I'm playing, Apocalypse Online, I think it's more than a normal video game. I think it's somehow tied in with all the alien stuff on TV lately." Jake sighed. While he encouraged Sam's love of video games, it was a great escape from her at times shitty childhood. He doubted there was any potential connection between a video game and reality. It was probably just great work by the game's marketing team to pounce on the alien rumors. How are Mom and Dad handling all the alien talk? Are they behaving? Ted and Veronica were great, loving parents, when sober and drug-free. Unfortunately, that was something they struggled with. Ted often joked that the rehab center kept a room just for the two of them. With how many times they'd been in and out of rehab in the last 10 years, Jake wasn't sure it was a joke. So far so good. They seem stable, Sam said. Good. If that changes, I want to know right away. I'm serious, Sam. Don't protect them. It only makes it worse. I know, Sam replied. I made a mistake the last time it happened. I won't do it again, I promise. If they fall off the wagon, you'll be the first one I call. Good. Now, just in case this alien nonsense turns out to not be a hoax, I want you to remember Rule 29. The buddy system? That's your great advice for how to deal with aliens? Sam said with a chuckle. Damn right. If shit hits the fan, just know I'm coming to find you. Don't panic. Don't get eaten by zombies. Just hide in the house and wait for me. I'll find you. You're the best, Jake. I gotta go kill some more aliens. Might as well practice up now. Talk to you later, brother. Love you, Sam said before hanging up. Jake smiled at his phone. Sam could be a little shit, but she was a great kid, despite the chaos that was Ted and Veronica. Grabbing his work gloves, Jake jumped out of the truck. He had a bomb shelter to build. 3. Brad. With a swing of his tire iron, Brad crushed the cedar's skull. Its ether flowed from its body into Brad's. After 2 straight days of playing, Brad was finally getting the hang of the game. He'd had to ditch the idea of playing a mage. He just couldn't solo it long enough to level up without using some of the available enhancements. To defeat the Cedars, Brad found enhancing his strength and speed to be the most effective use of his ether. But speed and strength weren't the tools of a mage, and from what Brad could see, trying to level up more than one class was useless, especially at the beginning when ether was so hard to come by. His compromise was playing a healer. Normally, Brad hated playing the healers in video games. You always ended up spending all your time keeping dumbass tanks alive when they couldn't crowd control properly. However, in this game, healers seemed to be the only class where you could commit points to both the physical stats and the classic intelligence and wisdom that were the lifeblood of mages. And while being a healer could be annoying, he was getting much farther and was starting to level up enough to use his ether to enhance his body. Being able to self-heal made fighting Cedars almost manageable, as long as he didn't fight more than a few at a time. It would be interesting to see how popular healers would be in this game. He suspected few would play them, at least until they died enough times trying to be a mage or a fighter. The rogue class was interesting because of their stealth skills, but Brad had found healer to be his best option so far. He hoped Teresa considered healers a necessity, even for an all-mage guild, but he had his doubts. Sneaking around the next corner in the city, Brad watched a female rogue fighting 3 Cedars. The rogue moved with precision and incredible speed, attacking the Cedars' limbs. The Cedars' bodies were humanish, almost like half-formed human clones. They had the right limbs and head, but no defined facial features, and their skin was an awful yellow and wrinkled like one of those ugly hairless cats. Thankfully, they had the same weak spots as humans, and Brad could see the rogue knew it. She sliced their Achilles heel, slashed across their inner thighs, and stabbed at their hearts, all while spinning and dodging the rest of the group. When she finished the third one off, she turned and stared at Brad as the ether left the aliens and entered her body. Were you planning on standing there and watching the whole time? Brad shrugged. Looked to me like you had it under control. She grinned. Yeah, I guess I did. I'm Sam. Brad. Sam smiled. How are you finding the gay... Look out! Brad yelled as a swarm of cedars came around the corner. He ran to join her in the middle of the street. They fought side by side, but it wasn't looking good. Neither of them were built for fighting large groups. Without a tank to slow them down, Sam was less effective, and while Brad tried to heal her as often as he could, it wasn't long before the swarm had them surrounded, and from there it wasn't long before Brad watched Sam die, and he soon followed. When his screen went blank, Brad cursed his luck. He should have gotten the girl's username and added her to his friends list. She looked a little younger than him, but to be playing, she had to be at least 16. She'd been kinda cute, but that wasn't what interested him. She definitely had skills, and if being a healer meant he couldn't join Teresa's guild, then he'd have to find other people to team up with. Before he could reload to make one more attempt for the night, a message popped up on the screen. Hello, Brad. Thank you for taking part in the beta of Apocalypse Online. The true apocalypse begins tomorrow. Are you ready? You will have received a package from Nanotech today. This package contains one pill. This pill is the culmination of years of science and is the cutting-edge advantage that will help you survive the apocalypse. Take the pill and you will gain the same game interface that you used during the beta program, and the nanotechnology will help your body adapt to the ether. Humanity faces its greatest threat, as the terraforming of Earth can't be stopped now. Your leaders have failed you, and the collective is going to take control of Earth. However, all hope is not lost. Survive, learn how to use ether, and become powerful. This is humanity's hope. You and other heroes like you will be able to ensure humanity survives. Note, once ingested, it will take 12 hours for your body to fully adjust. It will take an additional 6 hours for your muse, an AI guide that will assist you in your quest to survive, to appear. Best of luck, Lucy. Brad frowned as he read the message. They were going a little over the top with their marketing, but the idea of a nano pill replacing the need for a full immersion pod was crazy, especially if they weren't even charging for it. Jumping on his computer, Brad checked the gaming forums, and sure enough, it was all everyone was talking about. Some people had already gotten their pills and taken them, excited to play the game with whatever tech they were ingesting, while others were more cautious. Even more people babbled on about real aliens. Brad laughed at this. It was probably a huge hoax set up by the developers of Apocalypse Online. While he was a tiny bit unsure about taking random pills, it wouldn't be the first time, and since this promised to be the cutting edge of gaming, he couldn't help but want to do it. Knowing there was a fine line between bravery and stupidity, Brad dug deeper, finding some of the clinical studies on the nano pills. The success rate seemed incredibly impressive, and the clincher was that you could remove the nanotech within the first 96 hours by drinking prune juice. There was even a small prune juice box included with the pill. It seemed weird that they'd chosen prune juice, but according to the data from the studies, there was an enzyme found only in prunes that would modify the nanotech, triggering a failsafe that would leave the nanoparticles inert. The one drawback to the situation, if you could call it one, was that after the initial 96 hours, prune juice could damage the nanotech and wasn't recommended. Brad grinned. Not being able to drink prune juice ever again wasn't exactly a harsh penalty and made his decision easy. He had to take that pill. Leaving his apartment, Brad ran down to the mailboxes. Along with the assortment of random junk mail and bills, he found a small black box with gold trim and a label reading, "The choice is yours." Running back to his apartment, Brad threw the junk mail and bills on the table and opened the black box. Inside was a glass case with a single pill the size of a liquid Tylenol, along with the small prune juice box. There was a single piece of paper inside the box. He unfolded it. This pill will increase your chances of surviving the apocalypse by approximately 73.4%. Taking more than one pill will not increase survival rate and can be dangerous. Results will be noticeable in approximately 12 hours. Looking at the time, Brad decided not to take the pill right away. It was just after 8, and 12 hours would bring him to the beginning of his workday. Spending the whole day at work having access to the new game would probably lead to him losing focus and then his job, something he couldn't afford to do. No, he'd spend a few more hours playing the game and then take the pill right before bed. Tomorrow, he'd learn if the nanopills were a massive hoax or the greatest thing ever in gaming. 4. Brad. The blare of his alarm clock brought Brad out of his slumber. He'd played well into the morning and had finally been able to reach a level where he'd had a decent amount of power. He'd still died, but he now could see a path forward in the game. The stupid cedars were overpowering for the beginning of a game, but at least they weren't too bright. Get them into small groups and they were manageable. Of course, there seemed to be cedars everywhere you went, so fighting them in small groups was much easier said than done. And he'd played solo the whole time. The game was probably easier if you had a guild. He'd have to talk to Teresa today and see if her guild would take a healer, or if they had a way for him to play as a mage, which was still his first choice. He just hoped the actual game wasn't as hard as the beta. Scarfing down a bagel, Brad got dressed and jumped on his scooter. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was electric and super cheap to run. It was just enough to get him around town. He planned to go to college after taking a year off, so he couldn't afford anything better. His parents had left him money for school, but he had no idea what he wanted to be when he grew up. Taking a year off and working had seemed like the most logical thing to do, and so far he was enjoying himself. Working as a janitor at the local mall was brain-dead work, but he got a good discount at the food court, and it allowed him plenty of time for gaming. Once he picked a direction for school, he'd lose all that free time. Seeing that he was running late, Brad sped up. Luckily, the morning traffic seemed abnormally light. He'd be able to make up the time. When he got to the mall, Brad parked and ran inside. He'd made it with just minutes to spare. When he got to the admin office and clocked in, Brad was surprised by the lack of people around. He shrugged it off and headed to the supply room. The fewer people around, the easier his job was. And since his mind was swirling with thoughts about the pill he'd taken, the chances of him being on the top of his game today were pretty limited. There was a nagging thought in his mind that he'd been foolish not to look before leaping when it came to the nano pill. Sure, nanotech was a well-respected company and a trillion-dollar enterprise, but that was no reason to blindly believe everything they said about their new product. On the other hand, he was salivating at the idea of playing the game with no immersion pod. His VR gear at home was okay, but nothing like the pods. For pod users, the game felt like reality. It would be fascinating to find out how the nanopill would truly affect his body. He'd know in just a few hours if the pill acted the way it was supposed to. "Dude, what are you doing here?" Brad turned to see Chet standing at the door. "I'm getting ready for work. Why? It isn't a holiday, is it? Did I forget?" Chet shook his head. "Unbelievable. Haven't you seen any of the news lately?" "I don't watch that stuff. It corrupts your brain." Chet frowned. "Normally I'd agree with you,
but this time they actually had something important to talk about. Shit is crazy, but I think aliens are invading."
Brad laughed. "They're talking about aliens on the news? Man, it must be a slow news day if they're bringing up all those old rumors." Chet walked into the room and pulled the window's blinds up.
"It's no joke, man. Look at that sky."
Brad walked to the small window and bent down to see what Chet was rattling on about. His heart started to pound when he saw the sky. It was full of comets, thousands and thousands of comets that weren't burning up in the atmosphere, but slowly making their way to the ground. It wasn't the comets that froze Brad, not even the sheer number of them. It was that he'd seen this exact sky hundreds and hundreds of times. Every single time he died in Apocalypse Online.
"Unfucking believable,"
Brad mumbled.
"Yeah, man, shit is crazy. We're locking the mall up and sending everyone home. You better get going. If I were you, I'd hit a grocery store before they all close. I bet the hoarders will be out soon. Remember how bad it got when it was just a damn virus? People are gonna go nuts if they think aliens are coming to do butt stuff on them, weird probes and shit."
Brad nodded, but his mind was racing. Had the message from the game been foreshadowing a real-life apocalyptic event? Was the pill a trick to make people susceptible to some weird alien technology? Or was it an honest-to-God way of surviving what was about to happen? He snapped out of his tunnel vision and looked at Chet. "You didn't happen to have a strange pill delivered to you yesterday, did you?"
"Yeah, Amazon delivered it yesterday morning. I know it has something to do with the Apocalypse Online game, but I was busy all day and didn't open it. Why?"
"I think the video game was like a tutorial for what's about to happen," Brad said. "That sky? I've seen that sky hundreds of times. Those aren't real comets. They land, and thousands of aliens come out of them. They're called seeders, and they kill humans and use us like bags of fertilizer." Chet stared at Brad, then looked back out the window.
"You aren't messing around, are you?"
"No, man. I think this is the real thing. And the pills supposedly give us the ability to upgrade, just like in the game. I took my pill last night, but I thought it was just for some crazy nanotech interface for the game, not for real life."
"Shit, I need to get home and get that pill. If there are aliens, I'm not going to take a chance that you're wrong about it."
"If you see the aliens, be careful. In the game, they're fast and sneaky. Don't try fighting more than one at a time. A blunt force trauma to the head seems to be the best way of dealing with them." Chet shook his head.
"Dude, I've got guns. If an alien comes for me, I'm going out OK Corral style."
Right. Chet was a security guard. Of course he had firearm training and access to weapons. Brad needed to find weapons and food. Chet was right. He needed to go shopping. "Did you say all the stores were closed?"
"Just our mall. I think the superstores are still open. But you better hurry. I have to finish up here, and then I'm heading home to get that pill, and then out to find supplies. I can't believe this shit is happening."
It was surreal. There was no doubt about it. Brad had ignored all the rumors about aliens. Even the cryptic hints in the game had seemed like a clever marketing scheme. But now, reality was setting in. The world was about to go to shit. Brad clasped Chet's arm. "Be safe, man. Don't take any dumb risks." Chet nodded.
"You too."
Brad turned and ran out of the mall. He hoped his boss didn't mind that he'd forgotten to sign out, but if there was ever a good excuse, an honest-to-God actual alien invasion seemed about as good as it got. Interlude 2. Lucy. Today. Dear citizens of the world, it is my sad duty to inform you that the collective has concluded that humankind can no longer be trusted as the overseers of Earth. The wanton drive to build weapons of mass destruction, unchecked pollution, and general lack of respect for the planet can no longer be ignored. The collective will be terraforming Earth in the coming days. The introduction of ether to Earth's atmosphere will change the world. Sadly, this process will greatly reduce the world population. Once terraforming is complete, the immigration of citizens from collective worlds will begin. Be advised that Earth will be classified as an open territory, and normal interplanetary laws will not be enforced. For any questions regarding interplanetary migration, please see the Guidelines Manual 47568, Section B38. May your remaining days be peaceful. Lucy. 5. Jake. The skies were still dark as Jake drove to the Callahan residence to finish the bomb shelter. The unit itself was now complete, and the Callahan family could survive a nuclear blast going off and stay underground for at least a year, if not longer. Every time Jake looked at the bill, he shook his head, but Bob hadn't flinched at the quotes and had insisted Jake take a higher rate than normal, claiming it might be the last construction Jake got before the world went to shit. It would be nice if every client had that mentality, Jake thought with a laugh. And so far at least 3 of Bob's neighbors had left messages for Jake, wanting similar work done. At this rate, he was going to become a bomb shelter specialist instead of just a general contractor. As long as rich folks thought an alien invasion was coming, he'd be a rich man soon, or at least one with all his bills paid off. When Jake arrived at the job site, he fired up the Bobcat and got started. The sun was just coming over the horizon, and he was expecting it to be a hot day. If he could get all the backfilling done before lunch, he'd be able to spend the rest of the afternoon inside the shelter, which would be much cooler. Jake was an hour into his work when Bob Callahan and his family all came running out of the main house. Jake frowned and turned the machine off.
Jake, what the hell are you doing?
Finishing up. Why? What's wrong? Bob pointed to the sky.
That is what's wrong.
While he'd been working, Jake had noticed a golden glow to the sky and had just chalked it up to a beautiful morning. But now that he was out of his machine and actually looking at it, there certainly was a beauty to it, but it was also terrifying. The orange glow wasn't from the sun. It was from the hundreds of thousands of objects in the sky.
Are those meteors?
Jake asked as he took in the incredible sight.
Meteors, my ass, June Callahan said. Those are goddamned aliens.
Jake wanted to argue, but when Bob shoved his phone in his face, Jake just read the screen. It was a national emergency alert asking people to remain calm and to not directly engage any alien life forms they came in contact with.
Fuck me,
Jake said as he read the notice. He looked at the Callahan kids.
Oops, pardon my French.
Bob snorted.
My kids know how to speak French, and they know this fucking shitstorm isn't fake. Kids, head into the bunker.
As the kids headed into the bunker, Bob looked at Jake.
I told you it was real.
Jake nodded. There was no denying that.
Yup. I'm still having a hard time believing it, but there it is.
There's room for you if you want, Jake, June said. June's offer brought Jake out of his stupor.
I appreciate the offer, but I have to go get my little sister. Aren't your parents looking after her? Bob asked.
If my parents are seeing this, Jake said as he pointed to the sky, then the only thing they're looking after is a bottle to hide in.
Oh, I see. Well, I hope to see you again, Jake. You've done great work here, and my family and I are grateful. I hope everything works out for you and your sister.
Jake shook Bob's hand and accepted June's hug. Then he ran back to his truck and jumped in. The first thing he did was call Sam. Thankfully, it only took a few rings before Sam answered.
"Jake, are you okay?"
"Me? I'm fine, I suppose. If one can be fine looking at a sky full of meteors."
"They aren't meteors. They're alien seed ships," Sam said.
"Whatever they are, I'm worried. Where are you?"
"At the store buying whatever supplies I can before everyone else figures it out and buys the place out."
"Where are Ted and Veronica?"
"Where do you think? They saw the news last night and decided to go out to see some friends. They weren't home when I woke up."
Jake took a deep breath. For Ted and Veronica, that was code for going to the bar. From the bar, they'd head to the after-party, and from the after-party, they'd stumble to one of their friends' houses to keep drinking. Jake wanted to feel sympathy for them, but they'd fallen off the wagon so many times it was hard not to expect it. Besides, Sam was the only one he was worried about. "Get home as soon as you can."
"I will. Are you coming here?"
"You know I am. I have to stop at the house, charge my truck for a few minutes to be safe, and then I'll be on my way." Having an electric truck was great. Jake loved his Tesla Cybertruck, but the one downside was the need to charge it. Thankfully, he had a next-gen charger at his house, and it would be 5 minutes before he was back to a full battery.
"Drive safe," Sam said. "People will be panicking and running around like chickens with their heads cut off. It's already happening here in the city."
"I will. You just get your ass in the house and lock the doors."
"See you when you get here,"
Sam said before hanging up. As the call ended, Jake looked at the sky. The meteors, or alien ships, or whatever the hell they were coming in fast and were going to hit the ground any moment. Jake pulled into his driveway and was plugging the truck in as the first of the objects struck. It crashed right into Old Man Johnson's attached garage, just down the street. Jake looked at his house, wanting to get in and out as soon as possible, but he couldn't leave without checking on the Johnsons. "Damn it," Jake swore as he pulled an axe out of his toolbox and headed across the street. He'd gotten to the front door when Juanita Johnson opened the door. "You guys okay?" Jake asked.
"Yes, but that idiot husband of mine is trying to get into the garage to put out the fire," Juanita said as she and her Pomeranian, George, headed out of the house. She had the dog in one hand and a suitcase in the other, while she was wearing her pajamas and a pair of slippers. Jake had no idea where she intended to go, but he agreed with her desire to leave the house. As she headed to their minivan, Jake headed into the house. He could smell the burning wood and something foreign with a metallic tang to it.
"Bob, you all right?"
Bob came into the living room carrying a fire extinguisher.
"No, God damn, I ain't all right. My car is crushed." Jake winced. Bob's pride and joy was his '57 Thunderbird. "At least you have insurance." Before Bob could answer, a loud cracking sounded from the garage, and then a screeching. Both Jake and Bob turned to look down the hallway. A green, yellowish mist floated out of the garage, and then a pair of red eyes appeared in the mist. "Fucking aliens," Bob said as he bolted toward his bedroom. "Let me get my gun." As the creature came out of the mist, Jake stood nervously watching it. Was it an evil alien or a nice one? Surprisingly, many of the images of what an alien looked like weren't totally wrong. This alien looked humanoid, with 2 legs and arms, and a grayish-green skin tone. Standing around 4 feet tall, its red eyes were set deep into its skull, and it had no other strong features. Like a clay model that had never been finished. While Jake pondered the alien's intentions, he didn't have long to wait. The alien's head turned to Jake, and it started running at him. It had no defined facial features, but it did have long, claw-like hands that looked razor-sharp. When the alien swiped one of its claws at Jake, he reacted by swinging his axe. He managed to block the alien's attack, but it kept coming forward. It slashed open his leg. Jake winced in pain before taking a more aggressive swing with his axe. This time he caught the alien in the neck. The alien hit the ground, twitched a couple times, and stopped moving.
Holy shitballs, you killed an alien. So much for interstellar peace,
Bob Johnson said as he came out of his bedroom. Jake rolled his eyes at the old coot.
It attacked me. Hell, I ain't cussing you out for that. You did good, son. According to the news, these bastards are here to take the planet from us anyways. I didn't believe it, but anyone who destroys a car like mine ain't here for no social visit.
Biting his tongue, Jake didn't tell Bob it wasn't likely they'd targeted his garage on purpose. Suddenly, the alien's corpse expelled a burst of energy, which went into Jake's chest. The energy gave him a warm, tingling sensation, but didn't hurt.
What the hell?
Jake started to say, before a chorus of screeching sounds interrupted his thought process. A group of the aliens came rushing down the hallway, and Bob started blasting at them with his rifle. But the aliens were literally bouncing off the walls trying to get past each other, and Bob, while hitting his targets, wasn't shutting them down.
I'll take the left side,
Jake said, taking a step closer to the hallway but staying out of Bob's line of sight. As the aliens came out of the hallway, Jake met them with a swing of his axe. He struck several down while Bob's aim improved, and he was now taking the aliens down with 1 or 2 shots. The fight was fast and over almost as quickly as the attack had begun. There were a half-dozen aliens dead on the ground. As Jake and Bob looked around, waiting for sounds of another attack, the mist left the aliens' bodies again and entered both Jake and Bob's bodies.
Satan's spawn, what was that mist? You think we're infected with an alien virus?
Bob asked with worry on his face. It's ether, you idiot, Juanita said from the door.
Ether? What the hell is that?
Bob asked.
And how do you know that?
While you two idiots were in here playing cowboys and aliens, I was on my phone looking for information about the aliens. There are forums dedicated to this stuff. The mist is ether. Those are cedar aliens. They're here to terraform our world.
Okay.
Bob scratched his head.
How are they planning to terraform the Earth?
By using our bodies as bags of fertilizer. Now can you please get your old ass in the car so we can go to a house that doesn't have an alien ship in the garage?
Bob frowned.
If you think I'm going to your brother's house, I'd rather take my chances with the aliens.
Yes, because you know so many people with more guns than Dave, Juanita said.
Shit, when you say it like that, I might end up liking your brother before I die after all.
Bob turned to Jake.
Thanks for the help, Jake, but I think I'm going to get my old ass in the car. I'd rather deal with a dickhead brother-in-law than these little sawed-off sons of bitches.
Despite the severity of the situation, Jake couldn't help but laugh.
Just take care of yourself. Juanita will kill you if you let an alien eat her dog.
I heard that, Jake Hicks, Juanita said from the door.
Bob winked at Jake.
What about you? You need a gun? I have a revolver I can lend you.
Jake shook his head.
I have a few guns of my own. I'll be fine.
You heading to the city to get that sister of yours? Juanita asked.
The second I leave this house,
Jake said.
Good boy. No offense, but I don't trust those parents of yours as far as I can throw them when it comes to keeping their heads on straight during this mess. And I'm old as dirt. I can't throw for shit no more, Bob said. Don't worry, Sam and I are going to be fine.
Bob slapped Jake on the shoulder.
Okay, well shit, boy, best of luck to you. At least you don't have to go and survive both an alien invasion and an asshole brother-in-law. Take care. If I don't get in that car soon, Juanita will take off without me.
As Bob jumped into the car, Jake ran across the street. Mike, one of the other neighbors, was walking slowly toward Bob's house.
What the hell's going on, Jake? We saw the meteor crash and then heard gunshots.
Aliens. Asshole aliens. Grab your guns and get your family to safety, someplace fortifiable.
Shit! Why the hell does the news have to be right about this? They get every other damn thing wrong,
Mike said as he turned and started running back to his own house. Jake did the same. He looked back at Bob's house and didn't see any movement. Hopefully they'd killed all the aliens from that ship. But even if they had, the sky had been filled with ships. There were probably hundreds of thousands of the aliens, if not millions, landing across the world right now. And they lived in Canada. Only an idiot would attack Canada first. The States, Russia, and China were probably getting the majority of the creepy-looking little bastards right now. As he unlocked his gun safe, Jake pulled out his rifle, an old Winchester he'd inherited from his grandfather, and his Glock. The rifle was the gun he used for hunting, and he always took the handgun with him when out in the mountains. Between cougars and bears, it was a necessity as far as he'd been concerned. Now with aliens added to the mix, he'd always be carrying the weapons. If Bob hadn't had his own rifle handy, they might not have survived that initial attack. Stuffing a few food supplies and pairs of clothing into a duffel bag, Jake tried to take an inventory of things he'd want. Having organized the Callahan's bunker, Jake knew exactly what types of foods and essentials the crazy preppers suggested. Although the preppers weren't looking so crazy anymore. Once he had everything he could think of, Jake unplugged his truck and hit the road. He had a little sister to protect, and he wasn't going to lose her to a bunch of red-eyed alien a-holes. 6. Sam. As Sam got off the phone with Jake, she looked around. The superstore was surprisingly empty. Whether that was a function of people not believing aliens were real, or a fear of leaving their houses, she wasn't sure, but she was thankful there was no mob. And while she was worried about the alien attack, she was just as concerned about her fellow humans. If there was one thing she knew from school, it was that fear made people stupid and irrational. In hindsight, she would have started prepping way earlier, but trying to convince Ted and Veronica, or Ronnie, as Sam's mother now insisted on being called, that aliens were real had taken several weeks, and in the end, even with all her hinting at the danger, they'd freaked out when they realized it was real. Even Jake, her ever-reliable brother, the rock in her crazy world, was a bit of a stubborn soul, to put it mildly. He wouldn't believe it until he could see it with his own eyes, and even then she suspected he'd be slow to adapt. Hopefully she'd be able to convince him to take the pill. As Sam filled her cart with beef jerky and all the junk food that, while not particularly healthy, would last years if not centuries, she contemplated her experiences in Apocalypse Online. At first, she'd accepted that the game was just that, another game. But as more and more news came out about aliens speaking to world governments and chatter on gaming forums picked up, she started to see that Apocalypse Online might be more than it looked like at first glance. The magic system and the aliens were similar to other games she'd played, but the lack of save points, no extra lives, that wasn't a normal gaming trope. And the theme of an alien apocalypse was too on point with the current world news to be a function of smart marketing. When the pills arrived at her house, she was more relieved than surprised. If there was some benevolent force out there trying to help humanity survive, she was glad to be one of the people who received extra help, even if it was just because she was a gamer. Sam paused a minute as she looked at the frozen foods section. How long would houses have power? Did it make sense to buy anything that needed power? She decided that even in an apocalypse, pizza was an essential food group, and in the worst-case scenario, she'd just cook them all at once. She put a dozen frozen pizzas in her cart before moving on to canned foods. She knew Jake would be disappointed in her if she didn't buy at least some vegetables. She was putting a can of carrots into her cart when she heard a voice in her head.
Hello, I'm Olivia, your muse.
Shocked by the sudden intrusion into her mind, Sam looked around to make sure she wasn't mistaken. But the only other person in the aisle was an elderly gentleman she was certain wouldn't sound like a woman.
Can you hear me?
Sam said.
Yes, and you don't have to say anything out loud for me to hear you. Just think about talking to me and I will hear it.
Sam wasn't sure she liked the idea of having someone reading her thoughts, but the way Olivia described it made it sound at least like she'd have the illusion of privacy.
Can you hear all my thoughts, or only when I concentrate on communicating with you? I can read your emotions, and intense thoughts will seep through, but I try to avoid being too intrusive. Surviving the apocalypse is going to be hard enough without having to worry about the voices in your head.
It was interesting. Sam could feel the amusement in Olivia's voice.
What do I do now? I imagine you have to pay for your groceries.
Sam smiled.
I mean after that. Find shelter. The cedar pods are going to be landing shortly, and you will have to be ready. Okay. How much is this going to be like the game? The game is as close to a real-life scenario as could be made.
Shit, that was bad. Sam and everyone she talked to about the game died often. It was going to get ugly fast.
I better get home then,
she said aloud, for both herself and Olivia's sake. The last stop Sam made was in the kitchen area. She added a couple of high-quality kitchen knives into her cart. When she got to the front of the store, it was starting to get busy fast, and people were walking in wide-eyed and stunned or looking panicked. The hoarding of goods was about to begin. Using her parents' credit card, Sam paid for her groceries. She gave God, or the gods if there were any, thanks that money wasn't among her parents' many problems. When they were sober, both Ted and Ronnie had high-paying jobs, and Ronnie came from money. They might disappear for weeks at a time when they fell off the wagon, but there was always money available for her or Jake to take care of things. Loading her groceries into her Volkswagen Beetle, Sam was just getting ready to leave when Olivia spoke into her mind again.
No time to drive home. Prepare for an attack.
Sam swung around looking for signs of trouble, but aside from panicking people, she didn't see anything, until she looked up. An alien cedar ship went right over her head and crashed into the ground 40 yards away.
Oh boy, here we go.
Sam instantly regretted that she hadn't brought her new repeating crossbow.
What should I do now?
Maybe she could drive away, but every time she ran away, it was one less fight she could win. If she'd learned anything during her time playing Apocalypse Online, it was that you needed to learn how to kill if you were going to survive. Taking her pair of knives out of their annoyingly strong plastic packaging, she took a couple deep breaths and focused her attention on the alien cedar ship. The ship, which looked like a 30-foot-tall egg, cracked open like, well, an egg. A mist surrounded the ship.
What's happening?
Sam asked Olivia.
The ship is releasing ether into the air. Don't worry, it's non-toxic at current levels. You should be more concerned about what else comes out of the ship.
Right, the cedars, Sam replied. Just a half-second after that, multiple alien cedars came out of the ship and started spreading out. A pair of the aliens came her way. Sam ducked behind her car. She intended to kill them, but if they were the same as in-game, they were fast and had sharp claws. Being sneaky was going to be Sam's secret sauce when it came to fighting cedars. When the first cedar went past her, Sam waited. Then when the second one appeared, Sam took a deep breath and lunged at the alien's back, driving one of her kitchen knives into the cedar's back. From the video game, Sam knew that cedars were vulnerable to stabs to the ribcage that held whatever organs aliens had. As her first knife drove into the cedar's side, she pulled it out and kicked the alien down. The second cedar turned and gave a high-pitched growl before attacking. Sam had to avoid several wide, aggressive swings of the alien's arms. She waited for an opening before stepping closer and driving her knife into the alien's chest. Whether the angle was wrong or this alien was too stubborn to die, Sam wasn't sure, but it brought one of its arms around to claw at her face. She used the second knife to stab the hand before it could hurt her. Finally, the alien died. Sam looked over at the second one and saw that it too was dead. She waited to see if killing aliens was the same as in the game. Sure enough, after a few seconds, a mist came up from the dead bodies and entered hers. As Sam felt the ether entering her body, 2 more alien ships crashed nearby. She decided she needed to get home. Looking at the sky, she couldn't see more that were yet to land, so it seemed safe to risk driving. It would suck to survive the initial fight with 2 cedars only to get crushed in her beloved bug while driving home. Jumping in the car, Sam headed home. She avoided any streets with telltale signs of smoke and fire that might indicate an alien ship. Thankfully, the superstore was only a few blocks from her neighborhood, and she didn't run into any problems. She could see plenty of smoke coming from down the road, but the houses around her parents' place all seemed to be intact. Pulling into her driveway, Sam made sure to check her surroundings as carefully as possible. Exiting her car, she looked at the multiple bags of groceries and supplies. Yep, no way was she trying to carry them all in at once. That was a great way to get murder-killed by aliens. Instead, she carried 1 bag at a time to the door with one of her new knives in her free hand. As Sam grabbed the last bag, a snapping sounded behind her. She whipped her head around, suspecting a cedar. She saw nothing. Frowning, she examined the trees and shrubs in the yard, waiting to see if one of the aliens was hiding behind one of them. But when a squirrel ran down the nearest tree toward her, she let out a long sigh.
Damn it, Rocky. You almost gave me a heart attack.
Rocky the squirrel was as close to a family pet as Sam was allowed to have. Veronica was allergic to cats, and Ted refused to get a dog. He said it was because they shit too much, but Sam knew it was because they'd once gone on a bender and left the family dog with no food for several days. If Sam hadn't gotten the neighbor to feed it, it would have died. When the dog did pass away, Ted said that was the last one. Sam didn't blame him for not trusting himself to be responsible enough to own a dog, because the truth was, neither he nor Veronica were responsible enough to own a pet, let alone have children. But Rocky was different. The cute squirrel had made the big oak tree in the front yard its base of operation, and Sam had started feeding it last winter. The little guy would now come running whenever she came home. After feeding Rocky some seeds, she headed inside. As she headed inside, she realized that so many little habits from her old life would have to disappear. Every move would have to be made with intent and awareness. No longer could she zone out on her phone while walking, or all those other little things she'd taken for granted. In some ways, it was terrifying, but a little part of her found it exhilarating. She was basically living a video game now. Once she was safely in the house, Sam spoke to her muse.
Okay, Olivia, talk to me about rogues.
7. Brad. Brad sped away from another superstore packed with panicked masses. That was the 3rd one in a row. It dawned on him that the bigger stores were the obvious target for anyone desperate to get a lot of supplies in a hurry, just like the great toilet paper shortage of 2020. Smaller shops? Those might do the trick, and there were plenty of them on the way to his home. He took a sharp turn down a narrow street crowded with fleeing people. Brad swerved around them, trying to maintain speed, when he spotted an orange glow in his peripheral vision. He looked up in time to watch a cedar ship crush its way through an apartment building.
Look out!
Cried a woman, just in time for Brad to slam on the brakes. His heart kicked at his chest. Sorry, he apologized out of reflex.
What the hell is that?
A dumbstruck man asked, pointing at the yellowish-green fog wafting out of the building's remaining windows. Brad couldn't help but sit and stare, with a growing dread building within him. He knew what came out of those ships. He'd been killed by them enough times in Apocalypse Online to know how merciless and brutal they were. But this was different. This was the real world, not a game where he could just respawn and start back up from scratch no matter how much it sucked. The reality of the situation froze him in place as curious onlookers approached the partially collapsed building, even as more ships landed throughout the city. Red eyes flashed through the fog, and his stomach dropped. "Run!" Brad yelled, but it was already too late. Cedars streamed out of the building, pinning down the curious onlookers, tearing them to shreds and moving on with merciless efficiency to their next victims. The city streets filled with panicked screams as the tide of people ran for their lives. Brad didn't like his odds. He caught sight of 5 Cedars, with more sure to be pouring in from every direction, and a crowded battlefield was no place to be swinging a weapon he didn't have. He had to run. Starting up his scooter again, Brad forced his way through the crowd until he was free of the human tide. As the scooter raced up to full speed, Brad made a small prayer for the saleswoman who'd convinced him to go with the upgraded battery pack. If there was ever a time for a little extra power and speed, an apocalypse seemed to be it. The chaos of the city was the same everywhere he went. Cedar ships landed, and aliens poured out to kill anything that moved. Most people ran, but some stood their ground, fighting with anything they could get their hands on. Bats, pipes, bricks, and from the occasional sounds of gunfire, rifles. For once the NRA was right, Brad mused. Life would be better if everyone owned a gun. But their resistance was disorganized and stood no chance against the Cedars. This rebellion, as noble as it was destined to fail if real life was going to play out the same way things did in the video game. He cleared another sharp turn on the way home. He needed to get there, pick up what little supplies he had, and find somewhere safe to hole up. If Apocalypse Online was a tutorial on how to survive the, apocalypse, as much as he didn't want to believe it, he wasn't going to kill anything with his bare hands. A speeding car drifted around the corner in front of Brad, heading right for him. "Shit!" he cried, and threw his scooter to the side. He cleared the car with a wide berth, but not before he slammed into the side of a parked truck. Brad flipped over the truck bed and crashed onto his back on the opposite side of the truck. "You have taken 10 damage to body and 20 damage to ego." Brad's health bar appeared in the corner of his vision, red and missing a chunk of its health. Inside, the number read 40 of 50. The nano pill he'd swallowed really did turn real life into a game. "Ow," he whimpered, hands shaking as he pulled off his helmet. Everything hurt like hell, but nothing felt broken. He didn't think, anyway. His heads-up display built into his retinas, thanks to the pill, certainly didn't mention it. Status effects would be pretty important information to leave out, and the game sure hadn't. As he got to his feet, a thought came to mind. The Muse. If the instructions were right, and so far they had been, his Muse would come online soon. Hit points he understood, but ego? That hadn't been in the game. "Ego?" he asked his AI. "That's a stat?" The idea of having an AI guide both excited and concerned him, especially one that also acted like his shrink. On the one hand, if he ever needed help, he could always ask the AI for assistance. On the other hand, he wasn't too excited about having a voice in his head. And what sort of AI was he going to get? A nice and friendly one like Cortana? Or an amoral, sadistic one like GLaDOS from another of his old video games? Then again, Cortana went kind of crazy in the end, and that somehow sounded like a worse fate than having an evil voice in his head from the start. Distant gunfire and screams snapped him out of his daydreaming. "Standing around isn't going to keep you alive, Brad," he mumbled, and ran back around to his scooter. "Damn it!" The front of his little scooter that couldn't anymore. It was crushed, warped, and twisted so far out of shape that even if the front tire hadn't popped, he wasn't going to get anywhere. The electric engine was still good, though, if its rumblings, the fake engine noise required by law so pedestrians could hear you coming, were anything to go by. He shut it off in case the noise attracted any attention and started down the street. Glass shattered a few blocks down, and he gulped. I need a weapon. Brad rushed off to check the neighboring stores. Locked, boarded up, shuttered. Not one place was open. Store owners had been fast to prepare for looting.
Who the hell takes the time to lock up during an apocalypse?
He whisper-shouted to himself. There was the option to break glass, but he was already making too much noise running around. He didn't want to attract any seeders. He kept running down the streets, starting to get winded, when he spotted a store in the middle of a strip mall. Its big green and white sign read, Dick's Sporting Goods. Brad couldn't help but give a childish snort at the name, but the lights were on inside. If he was going to find any supplies, it was here. When he reached the door, he was greeted by an old man in a white shirt. Pale blue eyes stared Brad down beneath the furrows of the man's brow, sizing him up and tearing him down on the approach. The man's grip on his shotgun tightened as he stepped out to greet him.
Looking to buy some goods, boy? Or are you looking to loot?
His voice was like stone worn by age. The world was ending, and this old man insisted on defending his store. Crazy. He couldn't help but admire the man's dedication, terrified as he was of that shotgun turning on him. Buying. He scanned his chest for a name tag. Mr. Richards? Richards gave an approving huff and held the door open for his customer.
Glad to hear not all of you young folks have lost your damned manners. People running around like chickens with their heads cut off. This damn country has gotten soft. But don't just stand there. So long as you're paying, you're welcome to take whatever you can carry. But,
he pumped the shotgun,
try stealing anything, and we're gonna have a problem. You understand me, son?
Brad gulped with a quick nod. Wouldn't dream of it, Mr. Richards, sir. Richards snapped to the sound of rushing claws on asphalt, and with practiced ease, he leveled the shotgun and blasted the cedar's head clean off its shoulders with a well-placed shot.
Friend of yours?
Brad shook his head, admiring both the gun and the man's skill with it. Maybe the store would have some guns and ammo he could pick up.
Well then, dear customer, if any more unexpected guests come along.
Richards pumped a fresh shell into the chamber with a warm smile.
I'll send 'em packing.
Brad nodded. I appreciate it. A sudden burst of energy rose from the dead alien and into Richard's body. The old man shuddered and looked at himself, then his surroundings.
The hell was that?
Ether? Brad suggested. Just like in the game.
Boy, this ain't no game. This is real life, and that thing just gave me its damned space cooties.
Richard spat in disgust and kicked the corpse.
Now hurry up and get your stuff.
Yes, sir. Brad rushed into the store. The shotgun blast may have been lost in the city's chaos, but there was no reason to stick around any longer than he had to and see if any other seeders noticed. First thing was first. He needed a pack to carry all of this in, so he picked up a medium-sized camping bag in navy blue. Not too big or bulky, but still plenty of space for what he needed. Next on his list were weapons. Guns were expensive, but with the world ending, he could throw it all on credit. It wasn't like paying his bills mattered anymore. When he arrived at the firearms section, they were all sold out. Damn it, man, not even a pistol? He groaned under his breath. Sure, he knew how to club his way through alien monsters from his time in the game, but that didn't mean he wanted to get close if he could help it. Maybe bows? He scrambled around the store. There were a few boxes of arrows, but no bows to shoot them with, and knives were nowhere to be seen either. With a defeated sigh, he resorted to searching the rest of the store. A notification popped up on his HUD display. You have found hockey pad armor set, +5 armor, 1 point of armor for his limbs and torso, but nothing for his head. Brad shrugged and threw them on. It was better than nothing. Next, he hoped for a hockey stick or a baseball bat, but all he managed to find was an aluminum softball bat. He stared at the damn thing with a grimace, unsure of how reliable it would be compared to the real thing. He always figured softball was a softer sport, hence the soft in the title. But he didn't have time to be picky, and he'd already wasted enough of it.
You have found aluminum softball bat, +2 damage, and softball bats aren't soft, moron. Just the ball, hence the name.
Brad raised an eyebrow. Hopefully the AI wasn't going to be a dick all the time. By the time Brad reached the checkout line, Richards was sitting on a small pile of cedars. He looked back to give Brad a wave, then hurried back inside.
"Find everything to your liking?"
he asked like it was just another day of business as usual. Brad shrugged. "Well, wish you had a bit more stock, but the times are a little crazy."
"You're telling me."
Richards grinned, scanning Brad's purchases and taking his payment.
"Best of luck out there, boy, and feel free to come back to Dick's for all your sporting needs."
"Take care, Richards." Brad wasn't sure when, if ever, he would return to the store, but he hoped the old man would do just fine on his own. Brad still needed to get his hands on food, and his home was the only place he knew had any, if people hadn't started looting apartments yet. He took off running toward home, but didn't even make it a block before he spotted a woman and her son running away from a trio of aliens. Brad gulped. 3-on-1 at his level was going to be rough. He was better off looking out for himself. Brad's grip tightened on his shiny new bat. It didn't matter. He couldn't leave the mother and son to die at the hands of some damned space invaders. Brad chased the cedars as the tiny family forced their way into a building and slammed the door shut. The cedars crashed against the walls, clawing and tearing their way through the wooden door, but not before Brad ran up behind an alien and brought his softball bat down on the thing's head with all the force he could muster. To his delight, the skull cracked like a melon, and the monster fell over dead.
You have gained 10 ether. You have gained skill, blunt weapons, level 1.
Brad ignored the notification. The other 2 aliens whirled around with an ear-piercing shriek and surged after him. His eyes widened as the first nearly took off his head as it flew past. The second he caught with a swift slam to the gut, then the head. It wasn't dead. Its life bar was down to its last quarter of health, but the first cedar was already on him. Its claws slashed for his face, and all he could do was frantically back away, shielding himself with the bat. His back soon pressed against the wall, and the cedar took one last swing. It struck concrete and let out a startled cry. Brad slammed his bat down on its head over and over again until there was nothing more than a crumpled mess at his feet. The last remaining cedar leapt at him, only to get its head knocked into its shoulders mid-jump. The lifeless husk threw Brad into the wall.
You have taken 3 damage. You have gained 20 ether.
With a relieved breath, Brad threw the body aside and staggered to his feet. He looked at his weapon and saw that, aside from some alien gunk, it was still in perfect condition. "You're not so soft, are you?" he said to the bat with a breathy laugh. "Hello, I am Frank, your muse." Brad jumped with a frightened squeal at the sudden voice in his head, bat at the ready as he spun around. "Who said that?" "Frank, your muse," the voice repeated. "I am an artificial intelligence tasked with serving as your personal guide in your new world and increasing your chances of survival." "So, I'm not crazy?" "No, but if you keep talking to yourself, people might start asking questions. If you wish to speak to me privately, you need only think about communicating with me and I will hear." Frank replied helpfully, his voice a smooth, musical baritone. It wasn't the kind of voice Brad was expecting for an AI, but so far so good. "Probably a good idea. But you can't read my mind, can you?" "No, but if your thoughts and emotions are loud enough, some of it's bound to leak through. We try not to pry into our owners' lives," Frank answered. So there's more of you? Brad asked, then shook his head. Never mind, stupid question. Of course there are. Yes, one for each human who consumed a nanopill. Our names and personalities are different, but our purpose is the same. Does that mean what I think it means? Brad asked, assuming his question was obvious. I cannot read your mind, Brad. What do you think it means? Right. He dragged out the thought. Was Apocalypse Online some kind of crazy government program to preserve the species? Because right now it feels like it was a tutorial for this whole mess. No, but yes. Apocalypse Online was not a government program, but rather one invented by Lucy to preserve the species. The game was meant to prepare humanity to survive the terraforming of your world. But why is our world being terraformed? Brad asked Frank. The collective has deemed your species unworthy of occupying this world. You wage pointless wars on one another while simultaneously destroying the only planet capable of supporting your species. Oh, look. Aliens using moral grandstanding to justify killing off an entire species. That's new. Here I was expecting a flying saucer to land and a whole lot of take me to your leader and disintegration rays. Brad shook his head as he rambled on, trying to absorb the info Frank was giving him. The collective has deemed the preservation of a habitable planet far more important than a self-destructive species. Planets like Earth are rare in the galaxy, Frank replied with a slight edge to his voice. Lucy, however, believes you and your species are worth preserving, and thus she has worked tirelessly to give your species a fighting chance. Okay, not calling you out, Frank. Just trying to wrap my head around this. Brad hummed, lightly tapping the bat on his shoulder. So wait, if the game was a tutorial for the apocalypse, does that mean real life is like a game now? Classes, level-ups, loot, stats? That is correct. You should have already seen notifications regarding the collection of ether and the statistics of equipment. All this so your species might have a chance to survive. Brad's mind immediately switched to gamer mode. Okay, I can do this, Brad thought as he absorbed Frank's words. He might not understand why this collective felt the need to exterminate humans, or know who this Lucy chick was, but he knew how to game. He had to pick a class, figure out optimal stat allocations, gear sets. His mind was going 1,000,000 miles an hour with the decisions when Frank interrupted him with a clearing of his artificial throat. I should mention that on top of the standard gaming tropes, we have an additional means of progression called gene therapy. It essentially gives you bonuses to your stats, and skills in some cases, to provide you with an additional edge for when the collective itself arrives. Brad's eyes widened. Wait, these aliens aren't the collective? If everything was just like the game, he needed to figure out which gene therapy to take as well, though he'd never actually gotten far enough to tinker with those, let alone realize they were a thing. No, they are the terraformers sent in advance to prepare the world for them, as well as seed it with ether, the substance you need to gather to improve your class and skills, should you wish to skip training them naturally. Frank paused. I should caution, however, that skills gained through ether develop far slower than those gained the good old-fashioned way. Got it. So now I just kill more of these aliens, use the ether to make myself stronger, and kick some alien ass. If I remember right, it's something like 100 ether to level 1, right? So I just gotta kill 10 seeders, then pick my class. Yes, normally ether would naturally strengthen your body as you gather it. But the nanopill merely allows you to direct how it strengthens your body and process it without fear of the negative repercussions of ether exposure. What negatives? Ether in its raw form mutates any life forms it comes into contact with, given enough concentration. Thus it must be processed, cultivated. Like with your skills, you can channel this ether into becoming stronger, faster, or even smarter with focused effort. But this is essentially playing the game on hard mode, As a human, or any other creature for that matter, that gathers up too much ether will inevitably mutate into a zombie-like abomination, not unlike those cedars.
That's not good.
Brad stared at the floor. Then his attention returned to the building where the woman and her son were. He had to explain this whole mess to them and anyone else who would listen. They would need everyone they could get if they were going to survive the apocalypse. Brad kicked down the splintered remains of the door like it was made of cardboard, not because of any new powers he possessed, but because it was cheap, and the aliens had almost finished ruining it before he got there. Had he arrived a moment later, the cedars would have been all over the woman and her son. He searched low and high for the pair, but there was no trace of them, only a flung-open door at the back of the building. Well, at least they're still alive. Probably. Without any signs of struggle, it seemed like a safe bet. What's next, Frank? I advise you to collect more ether and choose a class. Was looking for something a little more specific, but that'll do. At your current level, anything else would lead to a quick and painful death, Brad. My role is to increase your chances of survival, not decrease them. Yeah, I'd take care of that just fine on my own, he whispered to himself, trying to get into the right mindset. All right, Cedars, here I come. 8. Jake. Jake sped down the road, swerving between fleeing people and cars gunning it in every direction. It was pure chaos. More of the weird egg-shaped meteors fell from the sky, slowing just before they crushed people's homes and releasing their loads of red-eyed monsters. People worked long and hard to earn those homes, and these alien a-holes destroyed them in seconds without batting an eye. But if Mr. Callahan was right, and it sure looked like he was, bad alien parking jobs were the least of humanity's problems. He broke out of the neighborhood and headed toward a highway, hoping the broad roads and high speeds would somehow be less chaotic. He was wrong. Cars and trucks of every shape and size broke the speed limit, fleeing from the city. Jake felt like he was dodging bullets just merging on the highway, but he managed, his heart racing in his chest. At least the panicked drivers were making the effort to avoid him, and he needed to check in on Sam. Call Sam, Jake ordered his phone. The device was linked to his truck's audio system and confirmed his command before it began to ring. Come on, sis, pick up the phone, he pleaded as his eyes tracked the orange streaks of landing crafts raining from the sky. The call timed out, and Jake began the process all over again. Pick up, pick up, pick up, Jake repeated, dodging panicked drivers. He looked up as a news helicopter was clipped by one of the alien ships. The chopper spun out of control, crashing deep in the city. There was no way they survived, and the odds were likely the same for whoever or whatever that helicopter used for a landing pad. The call timed out again. His knuckles had gone white on the steering wheel as he called Sam for a third time. If these alien monsters hurt one single hair on her, I swear. Tires screeched as a minivan spun out of control in front of him, narrowly avoiding a ship that crashed right through a highway bridge, collapsing a segment before it came to a stop. Jake slowed down to check on the crashed van as other cars sped by, horns blaring at him to get out of the way. Apparently, he was the only one with the good nature, or idiocy, to do so. But if it were Sam in that wreck, he hoped someone would come to her help. Jake flipped on the turn signal and pulled over to the wreck against the dividing wall, then turned on the emergency lights. The world as they knew it may be ending, but it didn't mean he had to lose his common sense while they were at it. He stepped out of the truck. Everyone all right in there? The wreck didn't look too terrible, but he couldn't be certain about the passengers behind the van's tinted glass. The left side of the van had scraped along the wall, damaging the body and shearing off most of the paint. But as he came around the vehicle, the damage worsened. One of the wheels had come off the axle in the spin, and the only reason the van had come to a stop was because the front left end was completely caved in around the engine bay. Fuel leaked from the van with a wet, sputtering drip, the strong odor a dead giveaway it wasn't something harmless like coolant. Jake didn't want to be around if something sparked off a fire. A tiny hand slapped against the glass from the back seat, and a muffled cry forced its way through the chaos around Jake.
Help!
Jake went for the door handle just as the vicious snarls of aliens filled the air, along with the cries of people. He tried the door, but it was jammed. The snarls were getting closer, and he swore he heard the clatter of claws on metal. Were they trying to climb the ship? Tiny hands slapped at the window again, crying for help. Jake wanted to go to his sister, protect her, but he couldn't leave these people to die.
Back up, I'm coming in.
As soon as the tiny hand pulled back from the window, he smashed the glass with the butt of his Winchester.
Everyone all right in here?
A small girl who looked like a younger version of Sam shook her head.
My parents are hurt real bad, mister.
She pointed to the two adults at the front. The driver, a blonde woman, was pinned beneath the steering wheel and not moving. A dark-haired man on the passenger side was still moving and groaning. Before Jake could check on either, an ear-piercing shriek came from behind him. One of the aliens was coming out of the downed ship. The girl shrieked right back in response.
What is that thing?
Jake snapped around and lined up his Winchester on the monster running right at him across the busy highway. The first shot clipped its shoulder and it staggered back, slowing for a moment. Cars swerved around the alien before it regained its balance and resumed its charge. That shot would have easily downed a man. Jake quickly worked the lever and fired again, and again. Every time he hit the beast with a shot that should have dropped it, the damn thing only slowed down.
What the hell are you made of?
The alien leapt across the tops of speeding cars and dove right for him. On pure reflex, Jake thrust the gun right into the screaming monster's mouth as it came for him, and he pulled the trigger. The alien slammed Jake against the van, lifeless.
Aim for the head, then,
Jake rasped to himself, catching his breath. That was too close. The strange glow of ether left the creature's body and flowed into Jake as an odd but somehow pleasant warmth spread through his limbs. The same had happened at Mike's house. He still didn't know what this ether stuff was, or what it might do to him, but he didn't like anything to do with these aliens.
Why couldn't they be like E.T. or some other friendly alien?
You okay, mister? What was that thing?
Jake turned to the girl and shoved the dead monster aside. He gave a nod as he slung the rifle over his shoulder and helped her out of the van.
Yeah, kid.
He paused for a breath, remembering the girl's question, then what Juanita had called them.
I think they're called cedars. That's what my neighbor called them.
He looked in the direction of the beast.
I guess it's as good a name as any.
She nodded, though her gaze jumped from one loud noise to the next. Jake figured he should calm her down.
Name's Jake, sweetie. What's yours?
He asked as he moved to the passenger side door and struggled against the damaged hinges to open it.
Kaylee,
she answered simply.
Are my parents okay?
Sure hope they are,
Jake thought as he planted his foot on the van and forced the groaning door open. The man inside slumped over in a daze, his eyes slowly pulling open. There was a box of 9mm bullets in his lap, most of its contents spilled, with some magazines in the middle of loading and a matching pistol on the floor.
Oh, my head,
the man grumbled, staring up at Jake.
Where's Kaylee? Alyssa?
Jake released the man from his seatbelt and pulled him out in a hurry. He didn't know how much time they had before another cedar showed up.
Can you stand?
The somewhat scrawny man leaned against the van for support, but nodded. He held his head, probably trying to ride out one hell of a headache.
What's your name?
Jake asked, and went back into the van. Alyssa, the woman trapped under the steering wheel, didn't look like she was in good shape.
Alan Ryan.
His words almost slurred together.
My wife and kid, running from those things.
Alan was hurt worse than Jake had realized, but he was no doctor, and he didn't have anything to treat internal wounds. Alyssa was his priority at the moment, however. He checked the side of her neck for a pulse. It was there. Jake went for the steering wheel, but it was jammed tight against her lap. Distant shrieks and the clatter of claws and feet on metal reached Jake's ears. More cedars were coming up to the highway. Jake shot back out of the car with the pistol in hand. "You good to shoot?" That was a stupid question. Alan could barely stand. "Yeah, I'm fine." He reached for the gun, but Jake shook his head. He looked to the girl. She had to be around 5 years younger than Sam. "Kaylee, do you know how to shoot this?" Kaylee went wide-eyed and shook her head vehemently.
"No, it's loud and scary."
"Yep, we're screwed. Why did I have to play hero?" Jake thought. "Okay, I'll just have to give a hunting lesson. Aliens can't be too much different than animals, can they?" "Right. Well, those cedars are coming, and I need to get your mommy out of there, so listen good." He dropped to a knee and pulled Kaylee over, setting the gun in her hand for a crash course in firearms training. "Both hands on the grip. Don't let your fingers sit on the slide, and—" he lifted her arms into firing position. "Put that dot at the end of the sights, just under whatever you want to hit. Then squeeze the trigger." Kaylee was a little shaken by the quick instructions, but nodded. She squeezed the trigger only to get a click.
"It didn't go bang."
The first of the new cedars came over the top of the highway and roared at the sight of them. Jake didn't have time for this. "Pay attention, Kaylee." He checked the magazine, full, and slammed it back inside, then quickly racked around. "That's how you load a gun." To prove the gun worked, Jake landed a shot on the cedar's knee. The monster dropped with a pained cry. Jake paused for a moment to make sure the alien was slowed down before he gave the gun back to Kaylee. "Aim for the head if you can, sweetie." Kaylee nodded and fired, taking the first alien out. Seeing the girl already aiming at the next alien, Jake dove back into the car. Alan, for what it was worth, didn't protest one bit about what Jake had taught his daughter. Instead, he'd collected the scattered ammo and was slowly loading the magazines. Jake couldn't help but feel guilty about teaching such a young kid to shoot, not for sport, but to kill. Oh, but the times they were a-changing. Jake went right to work freeing the girl's unconscious mother. The steering wheel was lodged tight, and even reaching the release lever was a pain. All the while, the slow and careful shots of Kaylee's gun rang out with no cedar cries to accompany them. She wasn't hitting any of them. Jake's lips pulled into a tight line. He needed to hurry. He pulled the release lever and managed to ease the steering wheel's death grip, but it wasn't enough to free her. He couldn't reach her seat's controls either. Jake needed time to think. A cedar cried out, followed by the screech of tires with a solid metal thunk. "Good job, Kaylee," Alan praised. "You're doing great." "If brute force doesn't work, you ain't using enough." The thought rang out across his mind. One of Jake's friends, a firefighter, had said that, and he probably wasn't entirely wrong in this situation. If Jake snapped off the seat's back, he could pull Alyssa out. Jake froze at the crackle of electricity. "Oh, for fu—" He caught himself before he taught the child a few words she shouldn't know. But if those sparks ignited the gas, he was going to have worse problems than a guilty conscience. Jake immediately started pushing and shoving at the driver's backrest, putting all of his weight into it. The seat whined and squeaked, before popping and groaning in ways it was never meant to. It was giving way. "Just a bit more," Kaylee cried outside, and a frantic staccato of fire rang out.
"They're getting closer!"
"Load the gun, Kaylee. You're doing fine," Alan said, handing the girl a magazine. It sure didn't sound like things were going fine. Jake peeked back. A trio of cedars were dragging themselves across the highway. A few were so badly mangled and twisted there was no doubt they'd been hit by cars, and a fresh pair had just made it onto the highway. "We're out of time," Jake thought, and awkwardly shifted himself to kick the backrest with all his might. It went limp and flopped over. Alyssa was free. He dragged the woman out of the car and rushed out, shoving her into Alan's arms. "Get them in the truck." Alan didn't hesitate to obey, rushing in a daze to the back seat. Jake covered their retreat with his lever-action rifle, focusing on the leaping cedars.
One reached him quickly, but Jake stepped out of the way in time for the beast to crash land into the van. The awkward way it landed made sure the seater was tangled up in the seatbelts all the way to the driver's seat. The second seater didn't help its friend's situation as it crash landed on the roof, crumpling on top of its buddy. Jake fled back to his truck, then snapped around, the seater's head in his sights. "Eat lead, ugly," Jake barked. His Winchester clicked empty. "Son of a—" The van went up in a ball of flames. A satisfied smile pulled at Jake's lips as alien shrieks came from the van. Any moment now, the vehicle would explode. Except it didn't. Ah, Cabbage Patch Kids. Was cars exploding a Hollywood thing? Jake had nearly made it to the truck when the last seater crashed into his back, sending him rolling across the road. The seater raked Jake's back open with its claws before he managed to throw the creature off. He had a second to stand and catch his breath before it leapt at him again. The seater pinned him to the road, but Jake managed to grab its arms and wrestle it for control. It shrieked in his face with a vile, putrid breath. "Good God! Didn't your mama teach you about breath mints?" Jake grunted. He was terrified, and the damn thing was strong, and he wasn't sure he could win a contest of pure strength. "Mr. Jake, no!" Kaylee cried, and the door of his truck opened. Alan reached for his daughter but narrowly missed her. "Kaylee, don't!" Jake's eyes went wide. He'd never explained to the girl that bullets don't simply stop moving when they hit something. Too late now. Bang, bang, click. The seater shrieked, its strength fading from its arms, and somehow Jake was still alive. He threw the seater off and scrambled to his feet. Standing over the damn thing, Jake brought the full force and weight of his body down on the seater's alien face again and again, with wet, sickening cracks, until there was nothing but a putrid-smelling stain on the road. Jake staggered back and slumped against the side of his truck. "I win, ugly." His breathing was rough, ragged, but he was alive somehow. His gaze turned to Kaylee, his little savior. The little girl stood horrified at the sight of the dead alien, but this wasn't the time or place to console the girl or explain to her that the world, which already wasn't sunshine and rainbows, had gotten a lot worse. Maybe he should have sworn in front of her. After all, she was going to have to grow up doing a lot of things no child should ever have to do, and while that filled Jake with sorrow, he wasn't sure there was a way around it now. This was a war of the worlds, and humanity was on the losing side if they didn't all come together and fight. Every child included. He hated the thought. Jake pushed off the truck, leaving a bloody stain. "Come on, sweetie. Let's get going." He placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Kaylee turned to him, her eyes blinking into focus. She looked back to the alien, then at Jake's blood.
Are you gonna be okay, Mr. Jake?"
"Yeah, I got some bandages you can help me with later." Jake's confidence was betrayed by a sharp wince. "But we can't stay here, and I gotta find my little sister."
"Can I help?"
Kaylee asked without skipping a beat. Jake looked to Kaylee's father. Alan shrugged. "It's the least we could do to thank you. Not like anywhere's safe anymore."
"Yay! Thanks, Daddy,"
Kaylee said, far too excited as she hopped in the truck. Jake wasn't sure the girl was quite right in the head after that response. Maybe they'd lost their home in the invasion, or something snapped in her after everything that had just happened. Jake was no shrink, though. He only hoped the girl was all right. As he turned to climb in the driver's seat, Jake looked up to the orange-streaked sky. There was no doubt in his mind Alan was right. He had to get to Sam no matter what happened. His mind raced as he contemplated all the scenarios that could go wrong. What if she wasn't at the house when he got there? Where could she be holed up? Jake ran through a list of places in his mind. Sam was a smart girl, and the obvious answer was she'd be at home. But what if she wanted to help one of her friends? Then again, Jake didn't remember Sam being the most social person. Maybe he was just misjudging her because of all the time she spent playing games, and he wasn't around much to see her socializing with people in the real world. Why am I dumb? He thought. Sam was a gamer. She spent most of her time online. All of her friends, if not most of them, were online. They probably couldn't even come to help her if they wanted to. No, the only friends he knew for sure Sam had in the real world were himself and a cute little flying squirrel she'd been feeding in the backyard. If she was going to be holed up anywhere, it was back home in Kelowna, plugged into the internet, hopefully in the basement. That was his best bet of finding his sister. If she wasn't there, he wasn't sure how he was going to find her in the mess the Cedars had made of their world. I'm coming to get you, sis. Just stay alive. 9. Sam. It was already night when Sam got home.
Ted? Ronnie? I'm home.
Sam called into her parents' house. No response. She wasn't sure what she'd expected. They had already disappeared to go visit their friends, which was TED talk for going to the bar, and from previous experiences, Sam knew that it was likely they wouldn't be seen for weeks before their cash ran out and they came crashing back to Earth from whatever high they were on, be it booze or drugs. But she had held out hope that maybe this time it would be different. Maybe aliens and the possible end of the world would remind them that they still had a job to do as parents, even if that job was just staying alive. From the absolute silence of their home, she guessed nothing had changed. Even an alien invasion couldn't cure alcoholism. Hopefully, whatever friends they were with would clue into the danger and keep themselves locked away. But for now, Sam's wayward parents were someone else's problem. She needed to focus her attention on her own survival. She frowned at that thought as she brought a few bags of supplies into the house and dropped them off on the kitchen table. Her parents may have been addicts, but they were still her parents, even good ones when they somehow managed to stay sober. But she couldn't help but think of them as a liability now that the real world was becoming Apocalypse Online, the hardest game she had ever played. Awful as it was to think of her parents that way, it was a cold, simple reality she had already spent weeks preparing for while playing Apocalypse Online. All she could really do for Ted and Ronnie was hope they were safe, wherever they'd run off to.
I'm sure they'll be fine, Sam.
Olivia's soft, motherly voice came through her mind. Sam jumped just as she had the first time she'd heard her muse. The AI had been silent for a while now, and Sam had all but forgotten she was there.
Sure, of course. I just worry, you know. I've been planning to survive this mess since I figured out Apocalypse Online wasn't just a game, and a lot of those plans involved dragging them around with me, taking care of them like I usually do.
She sighed, heading back out.
Guess I just have to go with my solo plan for now. Have you considered calling your brother?
Olivia asked. Sam stopped dead in her tracks. She was pretty sure she hadn't mentioned her brother to Olivia just yet. Her concern over his well-being must be louder than she'd realized. But how does one silence their thoughts?
You know what? That's a good idea.
She pulled out her phone with half a charge of battery, but the signal kept flickering between one bar and none.
Olivia, can these cedars block communications?
Olivia took a moment to answer, like she had to think about it or dig up the information.
No, cedars are mindless beasts. If they interrupted communications, it was purely by accident, or the collective targeted infrastructure with their landing ships.
Sam nodded and resumed heading to her beloved bug.
That's good, at least. The last thing I need is smart cedars. It's bad enough they're so strong.
Her foot clipped a rather sizable box propped up against the side of the stairs. She looked down to it and gasped. Was this one of the weapons she'd ordered? She picked up the box and ran back to the kitchen table, quickly clearing some space for the box and cut it open.
Yes!
She cheered. One of the first things she'd done when she'd started to suspect that Apocalypse Online was more than just a game was start ordering weapons, or at least the ones she could legally order online. If the apocalypse had turned out to be a marketing hoax, she'd planned to give them to Jake as birthday presents. Opening the box, she found the repeating crossbow she'd ordered, bolts included. It had made it in time, and her parents must have brought it in. If she ever saw them again, she was going to have to thank them. What the crossbow lacked in ease of use, it more than made up for in silence, and since she aimed to become a rogue, it was just what she needed.
"Sam, did you not have more supplies to retrieve?" Olivia reminded her. "You can't carry your supplies and the bow and fight at the same time."
Sam sighed. The motherly voice was sweet, but all this mothering she could do without. She'd been fine without it most of her life. But the AI did have a good point. Some assembly was obviously required with her new crossbow before she could practice loading it.
"You're right,"
she admitted grudgingly. She really wanted that crossbow ready to go, but she'd have all the time in the world to figure it out after she brought in the rest of the goods. She went out to make a few more trips. Gunshots, pained cries, and shattering windows filled the air, but they were distant. Knowing how things went in Apocalypse Online, she had a few more minutes before a patrol of cedars showed up, and she wanted to be out of sight before that happened.
"One more trip,"
Sam thought, slipping around the back of her beloved bug. One last bag full of chips that were totally a valid source of nutrients to survive the fresh hell their lives had become. A heavy thump caught her attention, and she glanced to the roof of the house. Red, glowing eyes locked with hers, and a vicious shriek spilled out of the cedar's mouth. The bastard was tattling on her to whatever other cedars were nearby. She couldn't head into her home and hide. That'd just lead them right to her precious hidey hole. But she also couldn't stay in the open. Sam dashed across the street toward her neighbor's house. They were the hippie types who believed nothing could ever go wrong in the world and more often than not left every single door and window unlocked. She could get in there no trouble at all, until the cedar leapt from the roof and slashed at her.
"Careful, Sam,"
Olivia warned. Sam was expecting the attack. She tucked into a roll and rose up in time for a clawed hand to lash out at her face. She cut through its open palm with one of her knives, and the beast pulled back with a cry. It was long enough for Sam to dash under its arm as it swung again, and she dug her knife through the side of its ribs, coming up around its back while drawing her second knife and cutting the alien's throat open. The cedar flailed, gasping, bubbling breaths as it grasped at its throat, but Sam kicked the monster away.
"Honey, we are going to have to talk about your methods when you have time."
Olivia's voice was thick with concern.
"That seemed incredibly unnecessary."
Getting used to Olivia's motherliness was going to take some serious time and effort on Sam's part. Olivia was coming off more as a concerned nanny who'd taken residence in her head. It was sweet, but she wasn't a little kid.
"It's not like I can cave their skulls in. Just look at me. Can you even look at me? True, you're more on the fast side than the strong side."
Olivia seemed almost startled by what she'd said, like she knew it would rub Sam the wrong way.
"But you're still very strong, dear. The toughest."
Sam groaned, and the sound of rushing feet reached her ears. She'd have to deal with Olivia later. Sam went for her neighbor's house, and just as she'd predicted, the front door was unlocked. She slammed it shut and locked it before rushing to lock the other doors and turn off every light in the house. Sam was certain the aliens had heard her, but she was used to skulking about in the dark from her time in-game. The cedars didn't stand a chance. She rushed up the stairs and hid in one of the bedrooms, knives in hand. Sam held perfectly still, her breathing slow and low. The door banged and crashed open downstairs. The two cedars rushed into the house, tripping over the furniture down below, making an absolute mess of the place. After a moment of shattering vases and photos, the creatures hissed and roared at one another. Sam had no idea if they could talk, and preferred it if they were just venting their frustration instead of communicating amongst themselves. Maybe they would go away on their own and she could sneak out.
"You have gained 10 ether."
A sudden warm shudder spread through Sam's body as ether streamed into her. Her soft breaths perked up in volume, shuddering with the rest of her body. The cedar she'd left bleeding outside had finally died, and at the worst possible time. The arguing below, if it was that, stopped. Sam pursed her lips tight and held her breath. Footsteps moved below. One monster tearing through the first floor, the other accompanied by the distinct groan of stairs.
So much for sneaking, Sam thought. Don't worry, Sam. You're doing great,
Olivia replied. If the muse had an avatar, Sam was sure it would be wearing a big supportive smile on its face, maybe even waving some pom-poms around. The cedar reached her floor and threw a door open with a growl. Nothing. It was searching. She could hear the dumb alien yanking open drawers, closets, and she was sure a bed was thrown across a room at one point. It was drawing closer to her room. Sam decided to ignore her muse and pulled her knife back. As far as she could remember, every single cedar she'd encountered in Apocalypse Online was put together the exact same way, like any other trash mob in a game, and she had a pretty good idea of how tall they were. She brought her knife up higher, ready to go for a headshot the second it peeked its ugly face around the corner. Footsteps slowed as the cedar came to her door. Its huge clawed hand coiled around the door frame, and it pulled itself in with a sharp hiss. Sam slammed her knife right between the alien's eyes, down to the hilt, and twisted it. The alien went limp without a sound, other than its full weight coming down on Sam. She struggled to keep herself and the cedar upright.
You have gained 10 ether. You have gained skill, stealth, level 1. You have gained skill, daggers, level 1. Congratulations, dear. You've increased your skills,
Olivia cheered with delight in her voice.
Not helping,
Sam snapped back as she lost the fight with gravity. With a loud thump, Sam and the cedar hit the floor. An almost questioning sound rumbled from the cedar downstairs. Maybe if she held perfectly still, it wouldn't come check. Rapid footsteps rushed up the stairs. It was coming fast.
Oh dear, we're in a lot of trouble if that cedar reaches us, Sam,
Olivia stated, concern dripping off every word. Sam squirmed out from underneath the dead cedar, catching her breath.
Really not helping,
she shot back as she tore the knife free from her latest victim. The second cedar appeared at the door and let out an ear-piercing roar. Sam covered her ears. The bedroom she was in was far too tight to fight that thing. She barely had room to maneuver. This was going to be close. Sam reversed the grip on one of her knives as the cedar rushed in to greet her. It lunged at her with a wild swipe of its claws. Her grip tensed on the knife's handle as she dove beneath the cedar's arm at the last possible second, cutting through the cedar's armpit. Sam fled out the door and down the stairs. The cedar came crashing through the railing and to the first floor, nearly catching her with its claws. A little slower and she would have been sliced to ribbons. She turned to go for the killing blow, but the cedar flung itself at her. They went flying out the front door with one of Sam's knives buried in the cedar's chest, but it didn't seem too bothered as it roared. She must have missed all its vitals as they sailed through the air and slammed into the pavement outside.
You have taken 5 damage.
Sam tore her knife free from the cedar and stabbed wildly at it, trying to distract the alien by inflicting as much pain as she could while she went for its head with the other. The cedar hissed and snapped at her as her knife bit into its head, but pinned to the floor, she couldn't bring about enough force to break through its skull. An angry chittering caught Sam's ear as a squirrel flew into view. The tiny furball clamped its teeth down on the cedar's throat, and the alien snapped to its feet, flailing at its tiny assailant. Sam shot up to her feet as the cedar tossed the squirrel at a wall like a rag doll. Sam snarled and drove both her knives into the cedar's exposed throat and slammed it back into her neighbor's condo, where they both tumbled to the floor. The last cedar was dead.
You have gained 10 ether.
Sam pushed herself off the cedar, panting for breath. All was quiet in the neighborhood again, ignoring the dying sounds of fighting in the distance. She was safe for the moment. Sam tore her knives free from the cedar and wiped them clean on its corpse. She hurried outside to the little squirrel that had come to her aid and gasped. The little furball was curled up in a quivering ball. Sam dropped to her knees beside him.
"Oh no, Rocky! Are you all right?"
she asked as she scooped up her tiny friend. He'd always been a pet, but now he'd helped save her life.
"You have gained skill. Companion, level 1.
Sam smiled at the notification. As a gamer, she knew gaining a companion was a good thing, and Rocky had already proven he wasn't a fan of the alien monsters.
"Aw, isn't he adorable?" Olivia cooed. "Little guy must have adopted you since you started feeding him."
"Probably," Sam smiled, gently stroking the little squirrel as he uncurled and sat in her hands, giving her what looked vaguely like a smile.
"That's new, though. Do you think he got some ether when I killed that last cedar?" "All players, survivors, involved in a kill receive ether. This applies to animals just as much as humans," Olivia answered.
Now that Sam took a closer look at her furry companion, he seemed a bit bigger, too. Was the ether changing him? What did that mean in the long run? Olivia continued with her explanation.
"If you help the little fellow process the ether, he'll become bigger and smarter. Who knows? In time, he might even be as smart as a husky, if not smarter. Those are pretty smart dogs, too. Probably why they can be as angsty as teens sometimes."
A soft, musical giggle left the muse.
"Good to know."
Sam smiled at her pet squirrel and gave him a little kiss on the top of his head.
"Come on, little guy, let's go home. I got a special treat for my big hero."
She set Rocky on her shoulder. Sam crossed the street and grabbed the last bag out of her bug. She locked all the doors, shut all the blinds, and made sure there wasn't a single light on that she didn't need. She wasn't about to let another one of those cedars sneak up on her. That was her job. When she returned to the dining table, Sam tore open a bag of chips and held one out for the little squirrel. He hopped off her shoulder and onto the table, his grabby little hands reaching for his treat, which Sam was happy to provide. Sam took a seat and pulled the disassembled crossbow from the box.
"Finally got time to put this beauty together."
It took a few minutes and a lot of double-checking with the manual to make sure she was doing it right, but the crossbow was ready to go. Sam just had to test-fire it. She pulled the bolts out of the box and got to loading. Unlike a normal gun, the repeating crossbow's 7-shot magazine was fixed, sort of like a shotgun. The videos she'd seen online showed the crossbow needed to be loaded from the top, and the sooner that process became a smooth, fluid motion, the better. One after another, the bolts went in, and she found she had 3 bolts to spare. She probably should have ordered more bolts, but that was before she knew the end of the world was coming so soon, back when managing one's budget mattered. Sam quietly slipped to the back door and pressed her ear to it.
"Sounds clear."
Silent as a mouse, Sam stepped outside. It was dark out, but her eyes adjusted, and there was no ominous red glow to give away the position of cedars. She was in the clear, but just to be safe, she looked to her furry little friend. The squirrel glided off her shoulder to the ground and scampered to his favorite tree in the backyard, probably where he had his own stash of supplies. After a few moments, he ran back out to sit on a tree branch. He looked around. Then Sam swore his fuzzy little arms started waving to let her know it was clear and the closest approximation to a pair of thumbs up he could give. She was probably going crazy, but so was the world. What was the harm in indulging a little bit of madness? Besides, maybe Olivia was underestimating Rocky's intelligence. How many squirrels had the AI truly dealt with? Sam shouldered the crossbow and took aim at the wooden fence. It was the moment of truth. Either her new weapon worked, or she seriously hoped she hadn't had a defective product delivered to her. Customer service was terrible during alien season. Sam exhaled slowly and squeezed the trigger. There was a quiet click, followed by a twang, as the string surged forward and launched the bolt through the air and into the fence with a solid thunk. So far, so good. She pulled the lever action on the crossbow to ready the next bolt and fired again. Over and over she fired until the magazine was spent. Her new crossbow worked like a dream. Far better than she'd ever expected, actually. In less than a second, she could squeeze out deadly, silent shots and take out cedars before they even knew what hit them, all without risking getting tangled up in a melee, though today had proven she could handle herself in a scrap just fine. Sam grinned as she eyed her crossbow with pride. I think I'll call you Shadow Shot. 10. Brad. Stalking a cedar through the smoldering city ruins was an odd feeling. Brad had been picking off the aliens one after another throughout the night, like some type of wild predator or a ninja, only without any of the lethal elegance. It made him wonder if he should reconsider his class choice from healer to rogue, but a quick look at his status bars reminded him how frail his flimsy human body was. Health, 37 of 50. Mana, 55 of 55. He needed a means to recover, and this 10th cedar was his ticket to the first of hopefully many level-ups. But the cedar he'd been following meandered over to a group of 10. He wasn't going to do anything but get himself killed taking that force roaming the street, so he followed. The yellowish alien he was hunting wandered away from the crowd of its own kind, heading down a side street. This was his chance. Crouching low to the ground, he took slow, careful steps across the street and into a building. In the building's darkness, he was sure the cedar would have a much harder time seeing him. But that was only a theory. The meandering alien turned a corner, and Brad followed by heading to the second floor. He followed almost to the end of the small apartment, thankful he was the only soul there so his pro-gamer move would go off without a hitch. You have gained skill, Stealth, level 1. That had taken a while to pop up. It was probably a sign he wasn't cut out to be a rogue, or that stealth was harder to level than simply smashing aliens with a bat. It didn't bother him too much. Crouch walking everywhere was a lot more exhausting than games had led him to believe. He'd just stepped out of an open window to a fire escape when the cedar stopped to look around. Brad pursed his lips, climbing up on the railing, when his shoes squeaked. The cedar's head snapped up to him with its red, vicious eyes. Its mouth opened to let out a cry, but Brad plunged down on its head, crushing the creature's skull with his bat before he rolled off onto his back. It was a noisy kill, and the cries of other cedars confirmed it was just as bad as he'd thought. You have gained skill, Acrobatics, level 1. The ether from the kill flowed into Brad as he collected his bat and ran away before the other cedars could come see the mess he'd made of their friend. He'd have to figure out what exactly leveling up skills did for him later, when death wasn't a short run away. He darted through the streets, taking a few sharp turns for good measure, as the growling, snarling aliens chased him. Their clawed feet scratched at the asphalt as they ran. Brad dove into another building that looked deserted and sat in the darkness, watching. The sound of rushing aliens drew closer. He held his breath, bat gripped tight in his hand, as a dozen cedars rushed past in a bloody stampede. One of the beasts paused, sniffing at the air. Its head snapped back and forth, scanning its surroundings as it kept sniffing. Brad's knuckles went white as the alien's glowing orbs stared him dead in the eyes. His heart froze. Then the cedar ran after the rest of its pack. Brad let out a long exhale, slumping against the ground. Holy shit, that was close. Yes, it was. Might I recommend not trying plunge attacks again? Had you missed, you would have broken a leg. Frank informed him like he was a child, or maybe that was just the muse's way of speaking to him. Thanks, Mom, Brad thought with all the snark he could muster. I am not your mother, nor am I a female muse. I am... Frank fell silent, and for a moment, Brad swore he could hear the thing thinking. This is what you humans call sarcasm, isn't it? Snark? That's right, Frank, Brad grinned. But I appreciate you looking out for me. The muse didn't respond for a good minute. You're welcome, Brad. Now let's see about picking a class. Brad leaned against a wall, and it occurred to him he had no idea how to do that. Frank? How do I do that? Simply think about bringing up the Level Up menu and it will appear before your eyes, Brad. Then focus on your choices to select and confirm them. So long as you have enough ether, it will go through without issue, Frank answered. I should add that other menus work in much the same way. Good to know. Brad smiled and thought about the Level Up menu. Sure enough, it appeared before his eyes with his class choices. Tier 1 read the top of the menu, with each of the 6 classes costing 100 ether. They were the usual suspects when it came to RPGs. Fighters, specializing in taking and dealing damage up close and personal. Rangers, to handle a party's long-distance relationships. Mages, to throw out spells. Rogues, who do it from behind. Healers, to keep a party from wiping. And bards. Bards were a curious class. All the description said about them was manipulative bastards. That's not what my D&D games say about bards, but I appreciate you trying to keep this family friendly, Brad chuckled. Frank remained oddly silent at the remark, probably because the AI didn't know how to respond. It was for the best. Past Bard was another section of the menu marked Tier 2. Brad tried to read the next section, but it was locked down so tight he couldn't even scroll down to see what wonderful and exciting progression paths awaited him. Maybe there was a paladin or a battle mage class available to him for choosing healer, but they'd have to wait until he met whatever conditions he needed to scroll farther. Frank, what can you tell me about Tier 2 classes? Each of the Tier 1 classes can be further adapted depending on how you want to focus your skills. What about combining classes? Is that an option? You can only choose one class. If you decide to remove that class, you will lose all acquired ether and have to start over. The class system is in place to encourage people to focus their energies. Each level of class gets exponentially harder to acquire. You must wisely spend the ether you acquire if you want to survive. Okay, Brad thought. Survival was definitely on his to-do list, so making sure he got his class right the first time was going to be a priority. He had tried all the classes during the beta, and had died, often, with all of them. Mages were by far the squishiest, despite seeming to have the most potential for power. If I choose healer, does that mean I'm limited to healing and defensive spells? Certainly not. Healer is a versatile class. You should prioritize healing, obviously, but you can be as defensive or offensive in your skills as you desire. Brad focused on the healer class, his go-to in all of his longest-lasting Apocalypse Online runs. They were an interesting blend of physical prowess and the use of ether to cast spells, healing ones to keep himself and his party alive, but those were still spells as far as he was concerned. Interestingly enough, the description mentioned any second tier of gene therapy would give a person a connection to a related animal. Hey Frank, what's this about gene therapy and animals? Gene therapy is based on animals from your world and grants you some of their attributes. For example, a level 1 therapy from a wolf would improve your agility, whereas an eagle's therapy would improve your vision. The thought of mixing human and animal genes was a concerning one, but there was no point keeping his questions to himself. This, won't have any sort of negative or freaky side effects, will it? I can assure you the procedure is perfectly safe and has no negative side effects, Frank stated matter-of-factly. In fact, we're not far from an upgrade station. Okay, but I won't grow a tail or fur or have to howl at the moon, will I? Of course, the thought of cat girls becoming a reality wasn't the worst thing that could come of this. The internet loved them almost as much as they loved cat videos, but the reality was probably nowhere near as adorable and much freakier to even consider. Level 1 gene therapy gives you attributes and skills inherent to the animal of your choice. In order to physically morph, you have to reach level 3. That's good, I think. Brad chuckled to himself. It was hard not to get caught up in the gamer aspect of what was happening. All right, let's get our class picked and hunt down this upgrade station. Focusing his mind on healer, he selected the class, then confirmed his selection. His total ether count shrank back down to 0 as a golden light engulfed him. "What's going on?" he nearly shouted as the glow illuminated the dark room. Stranger still, his body felt like it was changing as the warm glow swirled about him. His body somehow felt healthier, more durable, as his health bar filled. His mind seemed clearer as his thoughts flowed with increased ease, and recalling things took less effort. Was this what leveling up felt like? "Congratulations, you have leveled up. Healer, level 1, +2 intelligence, +1 wisdom, +2 constitution." What? No spells? Can't really be a healer without a heal spell. And I didn't see any first aid skills suddenly going up. Brad thought with a hint of disappointment. "You have learned the spell, Healing Hands." Spoke too soon, Brad, he thought to himself. Magic-based classes will receive their basic spells on purchase. Additional levels will increase the base attributes related to that class and open new options. However, additional spells, like weapons, must be learned, purchased, or earned through completing quests, Frank answered. Brad nodded, rubbing at his chin. All right, makes sense. Now that he thought about it, he'd never looked at his own stats. Concentrating on the idea of a character sheet, he pulled those right up. Brad Grosslin, Strength, 10, Agility, 10, Constitution, 12, Intelligence, 13, Wisdom, 12, Charisma, 9, Health, 60, Mana, 65. Nice, Brad thought, happy to see those numbers go up, and he was already eager to see them climb higher. All right, so how do we get quests? I assigned them to you, Frank answered. Would you like to secure the upgrade station for some freaky genetic modification? You can also buy boring supplies as well, if that's your thing. Brad gave a nervous chuckle. The AI was either developing a sense of humor or picking up on his. If I said yes, would that be accepting a quest? The answer came in the form of a notification. Quest received. Secure Blockbuster. A Blockbuster? There hasn't been one of those in Kelowna for years now, Frank. Oh? Frank fell silent for a moment, and Brad could feel the AI calculating. Or was it thinking? Unfortunate. It seems the company has gone under. Lucy had planned for these stores to hide upgrade stations throughout the world. Brad's heart started to race. The key to his survival had gone under with freaking Blockbuster? No matter. I have pinged the area for upgrade stations. The station is still there in the basement, and so are the other two placed within this city. Brad breathed a sigh of relief as a map of the city flashed before his eyes, with a golden diamond landing smack dab on top of the mall he worked at, showing exactly where the Blockbuster had been located. 2 more diamonds appeared on the map, hollowed out with blue outlines, each one on opposite ends of town near the city's borders. Those had to be the other 2 upgrade stations, but they were too far away for him to reach tonight. Hey, I work there. Well, worked there, I guess. Can't imagine holding a job in this economy. He gestured to the burning city outside with a quick chuckle that immediately slumped his shoulders. Aw, I made myself feel bad. There, Brad. I'm sure you can get a job as a healer with your newfound skills. Frank tried its best to cheer him up with a chipper voice. There will be lots of hurt people as the apocalypse continues. You have chosen the recession-proof profession. Thanks, buddy. But you know what'd help me feel better? Loot. What do I get out of completing this quest? Your choice of a weapon or a spell, specifically a sledgehammer, a knife, or a bow, or the ether siphon spell. Brad perked up. That spell sounds pretty useful. It will allow you to siphon ether from others, such as normies with too much built-up ether, and save them from ether poisoning. Normies? Ether poisoning? Brad asked. Normie is a term for humans who have not taken the nano pill, Unfortunately, only so many pills could be produced before the beginning of the terraforming. Lucy prioritized gamers, as you have the most likelihood of accepting this new reality and surviving. The rest of the population will need to be given assistance. It was a strange concept that he'd been chosen to be given an advantage because of his love of video games. What if he'd been a jock? Would he have been screwed? It seemed backwards somehow. They gather ether just as you do, but without concentrated effort to process that ether, it builds up within them. This leads to ether poisoning, a debilitating condition that ultimately leads to mutations in which the original being ceases to be. Frank answered casually, like the narrator on a Discovery Channel show. You know, there's probably not too many of those, but I'm sure they'd appreciate the help, Brad replied with optimism. Frank's nervous chuckle wasn't doing him any favors. Right then, we're off to Blockbuster. With Frank's waypoint and general navigation advice, Brad made his way back to the mall with relatively few problems, but it didn't make the city any less chaotic. Everywhere he went, buildings were on fire, cedars hunted down crowds of fleeing humans, and now and again a car plowed through. Even at this late hour, gunshots and cries filled the night air as people fought to stay alive. He only hoped people were doing a better job surviving the real apocalypse than they had the game. It was hard to ignore the carnage happening around the city, but he knew he had to shut it out and focus on keeping himself alive. If he truly wanted to help others survive, he had to get stronger first. More cedar ships fell through the starry night, enveloped in the orange flames of entry. The damned aliens just didn't stop coming, and Brad had to wonder if there was even a limit to how many bodies they could throw at humanity. Brad worked his way forward, only stopping to fight when he could find single cedars alone. He wondered if these were scouts or just cedars that didn't want to fight as a group. Either way, it allowed him to gain another 30 ether. He was a long way away from hitting level 2 of the healer class. The price had increased by 10, costing him 1,000 ether to hit the next rank. There was, of course, the temptation to learn mage skills, but he'd seen many other players on the Apocalypse Online forums talk about what a terrible idea that was. The benefits of choosing a class were obvious. It was like buying a Happy Meal instead of paying for each skill and attribute separately. The attributes were also pre-selected, so you couldn't make stupid choices. Being a mage with high strength and no wisdom was a great way to die fast. Choosing a class gave the best bang for your buck when it came to using ether points, but it wasn't enough to make him powerful, not even close. It was just enough to make a difference. If the chaotic landscape he'd wandered through was anything to go by, Brad was going to need every edge he could get to survive. He was almost to the mall's parking lot, crowded with abandoned and damaged cars, when an orange glow illuminated the place. An egg-shaped ship came down right on the parking lot, and it wasn't alone. At least 2 more dropped in around the perimeter. Shit, Brad hissed to himself, diving behind a pile-up of cars. The eggs cracked open, releasing the yellowish-green mist into the night air, and with it another swarm of monsters spilled out and slowly patrolled the area on the hunt for more humans. This is indeed a suboptimal situation, Frank agreed. No shit, Sherlock, but what do we do? Before either one of them could formulate a plan, a chorus of gunfire erupted in the distance. The cedar aliens perked up and rushed toward the noise, leaving Brad a clear path to escape. Well, that just took care of itself, Brad whispered with smug satisfaction, and rushed to his feet. Brad, wait, Frank warned, but it was too late. Another patrol of cedars, 10 of them, had been moving through the parking lot far behind the others. With a fearsome cry, they rushed Brad. Could have mentioned them sooner, Frank, he snapped, dashing past ruined cars, trying his hardest to keep a nice, solid barrier of cars between him and the rampaging cedars. You could have waited longer, Brad. You didn't seem so careless earlier, Frank scolded him. Hey, there was loot waiting for me, Brad retorted as he whipped around and batted a pouncing cedar out of the sky, then threw another one aside with a swift blow before continuing. Mall's got food, you know. and I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, and I'm not sure I had any of that either." Peeking over his shoulder, he caught sight of the cedars leaping over cars, trying to close the gap. Brad shot his eyes forward in time to get cut off by the hood of a car. He tumbled across it just as one of the lead hunters was about to cut him down to size. Brad shot to his feet with a quick 1-2 combo to its head, dropping the beast before a second rushed for him. With wide eyes, he blocked the claws and stumbled back, nearly getting himself pinned on the hood of another car. Its claws swiped at his chest, tearing at his nearly useless armor. "You have taken 15 damage, 3 bleeding damage." Brad cried out in agony and kicked the alien away. Its friends were too close for him to finish the job, so he ran for the mall doors. It looked like they were still unlocked. Otherwise, the shutters would have covered the entrance. "Frank, how do I cast spells?" he asked, holding onto his bleeding torso. "Simply think about the spell you are trying to cast and gesture with your hand towards the target. In this particular instance, I recommend targeting yourself." "Wise words, Frank," Brad whined in his mind and focused on healing with a hand to his chest. A warm white glow spread from his hand and over his torso as his bleeding stopped and his wounds began to close. "You have received 5 healing." "Nice. It stops bleeding, too? Who needs a first aid kit now?" "You have used 5 mana." "Oh, right. Mana's a thing." Sometimes he forgot that the AI called his usable ether mana. It made sense to call it something different, but he hadn't used enough spells to be used to the AI's terminology. Not that it would take him long to adjust. Mana was a total gamer term that he understood intimately. Brad reached the mall doors and pushed through. They were glass doors, not the kind of thing that would stop a mob of pissed-off humans, so they sure weren't going to do the trick against pissed-off aliens. Brad stood there and watched as his theory was confirmed. The first group of cedars crashed through the first, then the second layer of glass leading into the mall. Glass shards covered the aliens, but they didn't seem too inconvenienced by it as they struggled to their feet. A third group of the aliens tripped and fell over the others, but one managed to reach Brad, its face bruised and bloodied from the smacks he'd given it earlier. He was all too happy to finish the job. With a swing of his bat, he finished the wounded cedar off. 3 down, 7 to go. "Frank, will we be safe at the upgrade station? Wait, were there safe zones in Apocalypse Online?" Brad asked himself, and the AI at the same time. He groaned as he remembered the answer. No, there weren't, at least not in the beginning of the game. The AI let his silence answer the question. Brad considered this. Apocalypse Online broke a lot of standard conventions when it came to game design, and seeing what it was trying to prepare them for, he couldn't really blame the creators for it. Running through what looked to be one of the bigger box stores in a mall, full of clothing and the dreaded perfume aisle, Brad had an idea. He smashed open a display case full of expensive-looking glass perfume bottles and flung one into an alien's face. The impact itself barely bothered the monster, but once that perfume started burning its eyes, mouth, and nose, it started coughing and wheezing. "Ha! Good to see perfume is just as deadly to aliens as humans." Brad grinned, throwing out as many bottles as he could, reducing the number of active threats to a couple of cedars. With practiced ease earned through countless deaths in Apocalypse Online, Brad dispatched the 2 cedars before the others could recover. Then it was a matter of picking off the rest. Some swept their claws blindly at him, landing a few hits and chunking another 10 health from him. But when all was said and done, Brad stood upon a pile of alien corpses and blood-stained hockey pads, catching his breath. "You have gained 100 ether." Brad flourished his dented bat and let out a primal roar of victory. "Causing too much noise will attract more cedars, Brad. I recommend proceeding to the upgrade station as quickly as possible," Frank commented. "Right, that's a thing, my bad." Brad wiped off the alien's blood on one of the bodies and proceeded deeper into the mall. To his relief, the place was devoid of both aliens and humans, though it didn't spare the place from looters. Most stores he walked past were ransacked messes. There was still plenty of merchandise, but it was strewn all over the floor. Finding anything useful was going to take some serious digging. He'd make time for that later, maybe find himself some food he could carry around with him too. It wasn't long before he came to his destination, a restaurant called Olive Grove, an Italian place whose delicious smells of garlic, pasta, and Parmesan chicken had always assaulted his senses when he walked by. Even right after a meal, a single whiff of that wonderful Italian food made his mouth water and his stomach growl just about as viciously as cedars did when they laid eyes on him. But no wonderful smells hung in the air as he stepped inside. The lights were on, like in the rest of the mall, showing the Olive Grove-themed decor was mostly intact. Brad figured as much. Raiding a restaurant wasn't exactly practical for a smash-and-grab, and the food needed cooking to be any good to anyone. He wondered if it was even practical anymore to sit around in one place and establish some sort of camp to cook, or even a home, with all those cedars running around. It was a problem for future Brad. Present-day Brad needed to find his upgrade station. "Frank, do you know where to find the upgrade station?" "In the back, manager's office, more specifically underneath their desk." "Great," Brad thought as he made his way back and got to work rearranging all the furniture to clear the floor. There was a trap door beneath the carpet, but how to open it was a mystery to him. Brad dropped down to his knees and pressed his palms to the doors until he found a segment to depress and pull away, exposing a pair of grip bars. "This is neat, like a spy movie." Brad pulled on the bars to no avail, then tried again. "Twist clockwise," Frank said with a dramatic sigh. Brad swore the AI had its digital face buried in its hands. He followed the instructions and the doors opened, exposing a staircase leading far below the restaurant. Lights on the walls flickered online as he passed by until he reached a vast chamber. "Whoa," he said as he examined the interior. 11. Jake. After a tense drive, Jake pulled off the highway and into Kelowna. It was late in the evening when he arrived in town. The orange streaks in the sky had lessened from a torrent to a trickle, but there were still more cedar ships in the sky than he was comfortable with. Whoever had sent the aliens wasn't pulling any punches. They wanted humanity dead. Kelowna's city streets were covered in the chaotic aftermath of the invasion. Burned-out husks of cars, the remains of people and cedars alike, and the shattered remains of buildings. The cedar ships didn't seem to care whether they landed in the middle of a clearing or slammed right through an apartment complex before offloading their vicious cargo. Men, women, children, it didn't matter to those damned aliens, and they'd turned this once beautiful city into a war zone. Jake wanted to pay them back, blood for blood, tooth for tooth. But he was just one man. His shoulders slumped as he arrived at his parents' neighborhood. All he could do was take care of his sister. Nothing else mattered, though there was still the issue of the 3 people he'd picked up on the highway. He couldn't just abandon them either. During the long drive through town, Alan managed to regain some of his strength and even helped patch Jake up after the cedar clawed his back open. His wife, Alyssa, slept off her injuries. Kaylee was an odd one, though, a chatterbox who commented on every little thing they saw with excitement, awe, and fear somehow mingling all at once. Jake couldn't help but worry about the kid's state of mind, but he wasn't qualified to help with that. At least she had her parents to take care of her.
"Daddy, what happened here?"
Kaylee asked at the sight of the ruined neighborhood around them. Alan ruffled her hair.
"Same thing that happened everywhere, sweetie. The aliens attacked. Cedars, or whatever they're called."
Jake gave a nod, carefully weaving his truck past abandoned cars, crash sites, and alien ships. Each street seemed to tell a unique tale about the devastation of the city. As much as the aliens were the root cause of the problem, it was clear that human panic and hysteria had been equally devastating to the city's infrastructure. His parents' house wasn't much farther now, and there were a troubling number of bodies on the road.
"Guys, I need you to quiet down and focus. We might be rolling into a trap,"
Jake said as he counted the bodies. There were at least 50 of the alien bodies mingled with the scattered human bodies. Most of the cedars appeared to have had their heads bashed in, or their bodies mangled by speeding cars. It looked like the neighborhood had gone to war with the aliens, and judging by all the cedar ships littering it, they hadn't done well. Jake squeezed the steering wheel.
Please be okay, Sam.
He turned onto Ted and Veronica's street. More bodies, but they were all cedars. 8 of them spread down the long, dark road. He found the sight odd. There was still power in the city, so why were all the streetlights off? Cedars came into view in the headlights before he could imagine an answer, 10 of them all clustered on the street in front of his parents' home.
Did they get Sam?
The thought both horrified him and filled him with rage.
Buckle your seatbelts. Ride's about to get bumpy,
Jake ordered and slammed his foot on the pedal.
What's going on, Mr.?
Kaylee squealed as she sank into her seat at the sudden acceleration. The cedars swung their head toward Jake's truck, and the one closest opened its mouth to let out a shriek when its head snapped to the side and it collapsed. Confused as he was, it was too late to stop the truck now. He barreled through the cedars, their bodies bouncing off his bumper and windshield as they scattered across the street. Jake unbuckled himself and grabbed his axe. He didn't have much ammo to spare for his rifle, and he wanted to save his Glock for when he absolutely needed it. Ammo often became scarce during crises, and Jake had the sneaking suspicion an alien invasion was going to put a premium on bullets.
Alan, have you ever shot a Winchester?
Alan shrugged.
You just work the lever, right?
Jake shoved the rifle into Alan's hands and stepped out of the truck.
Good man. I need you to guard the truck. Don't let any of these creeps get near. But wait, there's like 10 of those things out there.
Jake pointed the axe at the cedars still struggling to stand.
And if Sam's in my parents' house, they're standing in my way.
He shut the door as Alan and Kaylee spilled out of the truck with their weapons.
Don't shoot if you don't have to.
But,
Kaylee began to protest.
Only if you have to,
Jake repeated, and charged into the horde. Cedars came to their feet one after another, and much to his surprise, most of them were running full speed at him. Very few of the aliens had actually broken or twisted their legs in a way that would hinder movement. Things were about to get messy.
Let's dance, ugly,
Jake roared at the first cedar to reach him. He swung his axe and cleaved through the alien's skull down into its chest. Another cedar gained on him fast, and Jake couldn't tear his axe free. Fueled by the rage of the aliens attacking his family, he snatched the cedar by the throat with a crushing grip. A pathetic whimper hissed from the cedar before Jake tossed the alien creature away, knocking back a trio of its friends just before they came within striking range. Another cedar swung around behind Jake. He ripped the axe free and slammed the haft into the leaping cedar's face, throwing it to the floor, then following up with another swing, splitting its skull in 2. The sounds of gunfire let Jake know Alan was taking his advice and only shooting when necessary. It seemed Alan was only shooting at the aliens who were trying to flank him. Jake was already panting for breath. Working construction kept him fairly active, but this alien-slaying business was a workout on a whole new level, and his heart pounded from the danger. Roars pulled his attention back as 2 cedars rushed him. Jake managed to block one with his axe, its strange alien mouth snapping at him while its claws flexed against the axe, trying to tear Jake's face off. The other one to his left had free rein and rushed in for the kill. Unable to break free from the other cedar, there was no way for Jake to escape. If Alan or Kaylee fired, Jake wasn't confident enough in their skills to trust they would hit the cedar. If anything, he was pretty certain they would hit him first.
This is it,
Jake thought as the cedar came in for the kill. It jerked forward, off balance, as an arrow pierced its chest. This was his chance. Jake kneed one cedar in the gut, then swung his axe around, removing the wounded cedar's head. He turned around and shoulder-charged the staggering cedar as it recovered, throwing it to the ground. In the same vicious assault, he stomped on the cedar's head. Another pair of cedar claws came uncomfortably close to his throat, but Jake stumbled out of the way at the last second. Then the cedar's head lurched to the side. There was a bolt lodged in the side of its skull. Someone was out there watching his back, and they were a damned good shot, too. Jake pressed his assault, cutting down cedar after cedar. Each time, more of their ether flowed into his body. Pleasant warmth filled Jake with every dose of ether, but he didn't like it one bit. Who knew what this stuff was? It might give him some strange new alien disease or turn him into one of those cedar things, and he wasn't fond of either outcome. The last standing cedar came after Jake, but this one was either extremely lucky or it had a shred of intelligence. It swung hard at Jake's axe and flung it from his grasp, disarming him, then roaring in his face as it went for the kill. Jake grabbed its clawed arms by the wrists and roared right back. He slammed his head into the cedar skull again and again. Jake's brow split open with blood, but so did the alien's. Its arms slackened, and Jake swiftly knocked the cedar's legs out from under him. Jake dropped to straddle his last opponent with all the grace of a tipped cow and pounded the cedar's head with his fists.
"This is for my sister, you ugly sumbitch!"
The cedar lay dead at his feet, its head an unidentifiable mass of alien gore. Jake slumped back, taking a deep breath. Was his sister really gone? With that many cedars roaming around, he couldn't imagine she'd lasted long against them.
"What the hell am I going to do now?"
"Your sister, huh?"
a playful voice said. Jake turned to face the source of the voice. His jaw dropped. It was Sam. She was alive. She looked healthy and was dressed in her darkest clothes with a hoodie pulled up over her head. It vaguely reminded him of a character she'd shown him from one of those games she was always playing.
"Sam!"
Jake rushed to his feet and lifted her off the ground in a tight embrace. Sam gave a delighted, if wheezing, squeak, tapping her brother on the shoulder.
"Air, please."
He released her, and Sam was able to return the hug.
"I'm glad you're alive. I thought, well, you know."
A wry smile crossed her lips. Jake nodded, still catching his breath, and hugged her again.
"Me too. When I saw all those cedars, I thought they'd killed you like they did the neighbors."
"I said I could take care of myself, Jake. I've been preparing for this ever since I clued into Apocalypse Online being a tutorial for this whole mess."
Sam pulled back and showed him the crossbow.
"Why do you think I ordered this?"
So she was the one helping him. He was speechless. Jake had no idea when she'd become such a good shot. It seemed just yesterday he was taking a clueless little Sam out to the range. Sure, there was the practical self-defense element to those trips, but it was mostly an excuse to spend time with his sister and make sure she was safe from their parents. Good as Ted and Veronica could be when they were sober, Jake didn't believe any kids should be exposed to their drunken, drugged-up parents. Sam went about casually collecting bolts from the fallen cedars like it was just any other day.
"These cedars didn't come here on their own. I baited them," she said with the same casualness.
"Wait, what?" Jake nearly snapped.
"Why the hell would you do that? Those things are dangerous, Sam. They could have killed you."
Sam cleaned each bolt, then slipped them back into her repeating crossbow.
"Could have, but they didn't. Besides, I need to kill these things. We all need to. It's the only way any of us are going to get strong enough to survive this apocalypse. We need their ether."
Jake was taken aback. She knew about all this. Come to think of it, he did remember brushing off most of her ramblings about this Apocalypse Online game she was playing. He figured she was just excited about her newest time sink and it would pass like every other game obsession did. But she knew about the cedars, knew how to kill them on her own, and was actively hunting them, just like they would any other monster in any other game they played together.
"Oh, okay."
Jake was visibly shocked as the realization dawned on him that his baby sister was far more prepared for this than he was.
"It's a lot to take in, I know,"
Sam smiled, then pointed at the pair guarding the truck.
"Friends of yours?"
Jake looked over to see Kaylee giving an excited little wave.
"Yeah, helped them out back on the highway."
Sam waved back, then gestured for them to come over and park on the curb.
"Let's get them inside. I don't want to attract any cedars unless it's on my terms."
He was surprised Sam was taking charge of the situation so well. That was his job as the older brother. He was supposed to protect her, not the other way around. What a strange and twisted place the world was becoming, and it already had its dark places. Sam smiled up at him.
Come on, we can talk some more inside. After you get a shower, you stink, and I don't know how much longer the city's going to have power and running water.
Jake agreed, and they headed inside the house, where he grabbed a quick shower. After a brief round of introductions, Alan and his family headed to the guest room to rest up for the night. There was a trio of different chips strewn about the kitchen table when Jake arrived at the kitchen, and on top sat one seriously big squirrel stuffing its cheeks full of chips.
Sam's pet squirrel.
Jake chuckled at the thought.
Has it gotten bigger?
Ted and Veronica never let Sam bring the little guy inside, but that really didn't matter now. Jake slumped into a chair and smiled as Sam sat beside him.
So, what do you know about all this? The alien invasion and all that? Did your game tell you who's behind this?
The Collective.
The Collective? They couldn't come up with a cooler name like the Space A-Hole Sovereignty?
Sam let out a quiet giggle.
Pretty boring name for the villains of a game, right? But that's what they call themselves. According to my muse, they aren't fond of us overpopulating and polluting this planet, so they decided to take us out and terraform the place.
Jake leaned back into his seat and sighed. He'd heard some crazy conspiracy theories along the same vein from one of his uncles, only it was a super-secret cabal of elites slowly pulling the same stunt. He'd have to apologize to his uncle if he ever saw the man again.
Crazy old coot was half right, at least.
Jake held up a finger.
Sorry, darling, but, you said something about a muse? Like when those artsy-fartsy types get all inspired?
Sam almost winced at the description, and she seemed distracted, like she was somewhere else for a moment. She gestured back to him with a slight shrug, hand outstretched to him with a nervous smile.
That's not entirely wrong.
Jake leaned on his elbows.
I'm not going to like this, am I?
Probably not.
Jake sighed.
Go on then, Sam. Tell your big, dumb brother what that muse thing is.
You're not dumb, she insisted. But you're not a gamer, so this is probably going to be a hard sell.
Stop beating around the bush. It's a bad look, Sam.
Sam took a deep breath.
A muse is an AI.
Jake raised a concerned brow.
We talking Terminator AI or Danger Will Robinson AI?
Sam gave him a blank stare.
I don't know what either of those are.
I swear to God Almighty, Sam, when this whole mess is over, I'm taking you on a classic movie binge.
Jake's outburst earned a small smile from Sam, but even she had to know he was stalling. His little sister had an AI, and if that AI wasn't speaking for itself, it was probably in her head. But so far that AI hadn't turned her into a human killing machine, and Sam seemed to be her normal self.
Normally I'd shoot you down, but I could use a nice break like that sometime, Sam smiled. But it's a smart AI, more like a person, really. A little too mothering for my tastes.
Sam paused, looking off to the side.
And she's offended by that.
Okay, so you got a babysitter in your head.
Sam blinked at him.
How did you...
Sam, I may be an idiot sometimes, but I ain't stupid.
Jake cracked a toothy smile. Sam snorted, eyes widening at the joke.
You're not wrong, though.
Her hands shot up to stop Jake before he could reply.
About the AI in my head, not the stupid. The AI, my muse, she calls herself Olivia.
Jake stroked his chin.
So, did some nice alien show up in the middle of the night and give you this AI? Or did it get downloaded into your brain with all that VR you play? Damn it, the VR headset was a brain downloader thingamajig, wasn't it?
Sam shook her head with a smile she just couldn't fight down.
No, it came from a nano pill the company behind Apocalypse Online sent us. I swallowed it down, and then I got a heads-up display like in the game, and Olivia came online later.
Jake rubbed at his temples.
So you just took a strange pill that came in the mail? Sam, you're a brilliant girl, but that is about the stupidest damn thing I've ever heard of you doing.
Sam's squirrel chittered and waved its little paws at Jake in what he assumed was some sort of defense. Jake was certain he'd taken a blow to the head he didn't remember in that last fight. Come to think of it, he wasn't feeling too hot. The room started to spin as a fog built around the edges of his vision. The cold sweat running from every pore wasn't helping things. He couldn't have Sam worrying about him. He straightened up in his seat and met her gaze.
"I didn't do it for giggles, Jake," Sam protested. "This nanopill is the key to our survival. Whenever we kill a cedar, their ether flows into our bodies, and we can use that ether to get stronger." Sam leaned across the table. "Jake, we can literally level up in the real world because of the nanopill. All that macho man stuff you were doing outside, you can become a fighter and be even stronger at it."
A wickedly excited grin crossed Sam's face.
"And since I'm planning to become a rogue, I can be your backup out there. Who knows, maybe we can find a healer and a mage to team up with and make an unstoppable team."
"That does sound pretty good,"
Jake admitted as his speech slowed. It was getting hard to focus. He shut his eyes for a deep breath, recouping his poise.
"But how do you know you can trust this tech? If the game devs, or whoever made this thing, knew about the invasion, doesn't that mean they could be aliens? For all you know, they could be making you into one of those things from the inside. Or worse, something bigger and badder."
Jake shook his head.
"Sick bastards are even giving you a choice about what monster you become."
Sam sighed, leaning back into her seat with her arms crossed tight over her chest.
"It's not like that, Jake. Lucy, the AI my muse came from, who helped make Apocalypse Online, wants to help us humans out. It wants to stop the collective from killing off our species and save our planet from them while she's at it."
Jake propped his head up on an arm.
He was getting way too dizzy.
Sam pulled out a pill from her pocket, still wrapped in its case.
"Here, Jake. I've got one for you. Take it."
"Look, Sam, I get that this all sounds like a good idea, living in a real-life game and all, but at the end of the day, that pill is still alien tech. We don't have any idea what it's actually doing to you,"
Jake replied.
"I know you think this will help me and all, but I don't trust that thing, and I ain't looking to have a voice in my head babysitting me. I'm sorry."
Sam's head hung low, both hands gingerly grasping the pill. Did Sam think he was mad at her? Jake sighed and reached for her hands. He couldn't quite catch his momentum, and his weight came down harder than he intended on them.
"Hey, Sam, I'm not mad at you. I'm just worried is all."
He lifted her hands up and pulled them into a soft kiss.
"I'm your big brother, that's my job, but I'll be here to take care of you no matter what. Okay? Weird alien pill or not."
Though if he was right, and that pill turned his sister into some alien monster, he doubted he would ever have the strength needed to save her from her fate. Sam met his gaze.
"And I'm worried about you, Jake. This world isn't what it used to be. It's never going to be what it used to be. Shouldn't we take every edge we can get to survive?"
Jake nodded.
"I get where you're coming from, but some things just aren't worth it, no matter how good they sound. Those pills might be more trouble than they're worth."
Sam just sat in silence, that worried gaze never leaving her pretty face. Jake pulled back, holding his head.
"Ugh, you know what? I'm not feeling so great. Probably making an ass of myself trying to talk this out with you. How about we talk about this in the morning?"
"Sure, Jake."
Jake gave her a warm smile and blew her a kiss before he stood. He felt like he'd been the victim of a killer hangover without any of the benefits. But that was nothing a glass of water and crashing hard on the couch couldn't fix. 12. Sam. Orange and blue streaked across the dawn sky. If it wasn't for the wisps of smoke rising to the air and the occasional streaks of cedar ships arriving, Sam might have believed it was any other morning. But normal as they knew it was nothing more than an illusion now, and getting comfortable with that illusion was sure to get them killed. Not a soul stirred in the house that morning. It wasn't unusual for Sam, seeing as she was the responsible one in the house, and after Jake went full-on berserker on those cedars, she couldn't blame her big brother for sleeping in. He didn't look too hot after the brawl, but she figured he needed time to recover. More importantly, she had stacked up quite the body count for herself the prior night, and she had a decision to make. What was she going to do with the mountain of ether she'd racked up? 150 ether sat in her stat sheet just waiting to be spent, a powerful resource she could use to pick up upgrades for her weapons or buy new equipment to improve her ability to survive and kill cedars. But those were quick, short-term gains she could lose in an encounter, and if she intended to survive, the best option was to start leveling up her class. Sam was certain other people would agonize over this choice, but she had made hers the moment she realized Apocalypse Online wasn't just a game. Sam scrolled through the list of choices, focusing on the rogue subset. The class fit her like a glove. Rogues were agile fighters that specialized in stealth and subterfuge, fighters that relied just as much on a quick blade as a sharp mind to strike at the right place at the right time to maximize damage and get out before their opponents could react. Sure, she could have picked a fighter and applied the same tactics and strategies, or a mage to simply nuke things with powerful spells, but she wasn't fond of direct confrontation, or being a glass cannon relying on others to act as meat shields on her behalf, and playing a healer was never her jam, no matter how useful the healing magic was. Sam focused her will, confirming her choice, and 100 ether was drained from her reserves. A brilliant golden glow engulfed her body and illuminated the room around her as notifications streamed down her vision.
Congratulations, you have leveled up. Rogue, level 1. +1 strength, +3 agility, +1 constitution.
She felt stronger and healthier, though she had no idea how to explain it or even quantify it outside of her built-in HUD. She also felt more agile and put it to the test by pulling out one of her knives and giving it a few quick swings in her small room. Her movements were faster, more coordinated. She flipped the knife a few times between her fingers and was surprised to find she didn't fumble until she got to the pinky. The knife spun out of her grasp, and with a quiet yelp, she snatched it out of the air mere inches from the floor.
Nice catch, darling,
Olivia praised. Sam shuddered at the voice. She'd almost forgotten she wasn't alone inside her own head.
Thanks.
She tried to keep her thought at an even tone, and not at all as though the muse had startled her.
Always thought knife tricks were neat, but I never managed to do anything like that without cutting myself or dropping the knife, Sam thought to herself. Glad to see you appreciate the perks of the nanopill, Sam. If only your brother did. He took out quite a few of those monsters last night.
Sam nodded, not thinking much of it as she moved on through the list of notifications.
You have gained skill. Backstab, level 1.
Any gamer who had ever played an RPG knew what that meant. She could strike her enemies from the rear for additional damage. Coupled with her knowledge of Cedar's weak spots, acquired from countless runs through Apocalypse Online, she was confident she could kill any aliens she ran into with little effort, so long as she got the drop on them. Too bad it was never that simple. She knew the longer the invasion went on, the more Cedars would be running around, and whatever other monsters the collective had yet to send. Those were problems for future Sam to deal with, as she had no information with which to develop any tactics or strategy to handle those future threats. She could only theorycraft, and that wasn't earning her any ether to make her or her brother stronger.
Sam Hicks, Strength 8, Agility 15, Constitution 11, Intelligence 10, Wisdom 11, Charisma 10, Health 55, Mana 50.
Nice, Sam thought, always happy to see her stats climb in any game, even if said game was real life now. But as far as she was concerned, that just made real life more manageable and fun. It gave her measurable data to work with and track her progress, where before she felt like she was stumbling from one supposed task to the next, hoping it would work out in favor of whatever goal she was working toward at the time. In that sense, Sam found this new world, terrible as it was, much more enjoyable than the old.
How about getting some breakfast in you, Sam? Olivia asked with her cheery voice.
It still amazed her that the AI sounded no different than a human, even if her way of speaking was odd. Sam quietly slipped out of her room and headed downstairs to avoid waking the others.
Sounds good to me. We can have the breakfast of champions, chips and jerky. That's hardly breakfast, dear. We might still have power, so maybe you can cook something. I saw you had eggs and bacon in the fridge.
Sam reached the bottom of the stairs and listened for a moment. The house was uncharacteristically quiet. The air conditioner wasn't running. She flipped a light switch. The lights were dead.
Cooking's not going to be an option.
Sam frowned.
Mother Dearest decided to swap out our old gas stove for a convection one a few months back. Well, that's no good. Breakfast of champions it is, Sam repeated as she slipped past the living room, only to stop as she heard her brother's rough breathing.
Jake snored now and then. That wasn't unusual. But these breaths sounded labored. She went to his side. He was sweating buckets on the couch, rolling quickly from one side to the other before finally stopping.
Think he's having a nightmare?
Sam asked, unsure what she was looking at.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Sam frowned at her muse.
Olivia, answers. Today, please. Focus your gaze on your brother and it will show you his status.
Sam did as the AI said and focused her gaze.
Jake Hicks. Health, minor wounds. Status, ether poisoning, stage 1. Where are the rest of his stats? Sam asked. Your brother has not yet taken a nanopill, so I have no means of seeing any of his attributes. I can only report on what is visually available,
Olivia answered with a twinge of anxiety to her tone. Sam gave an understanding nod. That was a good enough reason to get him to take the nano pill.
Okay, and this ether poisoning? It doesn't sound good.
Olivia's voice took an uncharacteristically dour tone.
That's one of the consequences of not taking a nanopill. Most life forms in the galaxy are not adapted to ether, so when a creature collects enough of it, the ether slowly starts to change them, turning them into something else. You would call them zombies or mutants in your modern media.
Sam grimaced at the thought of her brother turning into a zombie. She could handle killing those monsters all day, every day, without batting an eye. If they were the slow kind, anyway. Killing her brother, though? She may be calculating, even pragmatic, but she wasn't a cold, heartless monster.
How do we stop it? Get him to take the nano pill. It's the fastest way to stop the poison, and it will make him immune to it. You saw how he was yesterday. He's not going to take it, Sam protested. Try again, Sam. Tell him what's happening to him.
Sam leaned her head back with a frustrated sigh. Olivia may as well have asked her to move a mountain. That was probably easier. Sam went over to her brother and shook him gently on the arm.
Jake! Hey, Jake, wake up!
Jake took a deep, rough breath as his groggy eyes struggled open and fixed on her.
Huh? What time is it?
He muttered, shifting to sit up. He held his head with a groan.
I wasn't out drinking all night, was I? Wait, I don't even drink anymore.
Sam laughed, but she didn't like how out of it her brother was.
It's about 7:30 now, and no, you haven't been drinking.
She sat by his side.
This is something much worse.
Jake collected himself with a deep breath. He studied, though the sweat didn't seem to stop.
Like what? Can't be worse than aliens.
Jake snapped his head up with a blink.
Hell, we were invaded by aliens yesterday. I didn't catch something from them, did I? There was all this glowy stuff coming off of them whenever I killed them, and it washed over me.
Calm down, Jake. Let me explain.
He cut her off before she could.
How come you're doing fine? I saw the pile of bodies out there. Shouldn't you be a little sick?
Sam reached up to pet the top of his head.
If you calm down, I'll tell you everything.
Jake shut his eyes and leaned back against the couch like he was riding out a wave of pain or heat.
Yeah, go on then, Sammy.
With a nod, she began.
So basically you have ether poisoning from killing all those cedars yesterday. Ether is the glowy stuff that comes off the aliens when they die. Our bodies aren't built to process that stuff, and that's why you're feeling pretty shitty right now.
Language, young lady,
Jake scolded her, but he was in too much of a daze to convey the stern guidance he intended.
Yes, Sammy, language. A young lady shouldn't be speaking like that,
Olivia piled on. Sam groaned and rolled her eyes with all the teenage angst in the world.
Anyway, I'm not feeling sick because I took a nanopill, which helps my body safely store and process the ether. And if you want to get better, you just have to take yours.
So let me get this straight,
Jake began with another long breath.
The aliens invade us and poison us when they die.
Right.
But if we just take this magical nano-what's-it pill, everything works out fine?
Exactly,
Sam smiled.
And you don't see how that just might be a teensy bit too convenient, Sam?
Jake fixed her with a concerned, suspicious gaze. Sam opened her mouth to retort, then closed it.
I mean, yeah, I can see that, she admitted. But Lucy wants to give us a fighting chance, and I trust her.
Jake raised a brow.
You don't think she's just turning us into, I don't know, custom-built super monsters for her alien masters?
Wow, rude,
Olivia huffed.
Jake, she's helping make us stronger so we can survive,
Sam insisted.
Watch.
She stood from the couch and pulled out her knife, trying the same trick from earlier, flipping the knife along her fingers. This time she went slower, but she managed to pull it off.
Jake shrugged. So you got good at a trick. That doesn't mean much, Sam. But, it's a real nice one.
Sam's voice raised with her frustration.
I wasn't able to do this yesterday, Jake. I leveled up this morning. I took the rogue class and it gave me 3 extra points in agility. I can move faster and I'm more coordinated. This is the sort of stuff that takes months or years to develop. And I did it in a day, thanks to Olivia, my muse, and that nano pill you're so scared of.
Look, I get that the aliens sold you on this through your games, and so far it's worked out for you.
How many did you kill so far, Jake?
Jake paused and thought back.
11 or 12, at least.
Sam spun the knife in her hand and hung it on her belt. She really needed to get a pair of sheaths.
I've killed 15 of these things, and I'm not sick. I'm stronger. So why don't you trust me?
Jake wobbled up to his feet.
Sam, I trust you. What I don't trust is any of these aliens, especially some alien tech that's going to change me.
You're going to change if you don't take it.
Huh?
Sam grabbed her brother by his powerful shoulders.
This poison doesn't just kill you, it changes you. Olivia says it'll turn you into some sort of mutant or zombie, and that's if you manage to stay alive. Do you think you can fight like this?
Jake paused. Something had struck a nerve.
Probably not, and I don't want to be a zombie either, but I'm not taking the pill. So why don't you ask your robo-lady friend if she can think of a different way to fix this problem?
Her name is Olivia.
Jake shrugged and headed off to the kitchen while Sam followed.
Any suggestions?
Sam asked Olivia, taking a seat at the kitchen table. She watched as Jake went around getting bottles of water and the cold cuts from the fridge to make breakfast. Olivia pondered in silence for a moment.
There is a way, technically, but it's a lot slower and harder to pull off.
Can it save my brother or not? Sam tried to keep her tone even, but her patience was wearing thin.
If he listens to us, it will.
Jake sat across from Sam and slid a plate with a sandwich and chips to her.
Well?
He asked and took a bite out of his sandwich.
There is a way, but it's like playing on hard mode. Give me a bit. Essentially, humans can work off the ether to process it. Like exercise, I suppose.
Olivia went silent for a moment.
Ah, here it is. According to my cultural records, your people refer to this method as cultivation in fiction.
Sam raised a brow.
Like farming?
Olivia let out a warm laugh.
No. It's a genre of books, sweetie. Apparently it's popular with gamers.
Sam shrugged.
Guess I was too busy playing to read any. So, how does this work? It depends how your brother wants to process the ether. He can meditate, or dive into studies to sharpen his mind, or engage in physical training to channel the ether into improving his body. Essentially, if he trains hard, his body will naturally process the ether stored within and prevent mutations.
Sam hummed, looking up to the ceiling as she thought about this.
Thanks, Olivia.
Good news? Jake asked and took a swig from his bottle of water.
Yeah, Olivia found a workaround to your stubborn ass.
Sam shot him a toothy grin. Jake shook his head. Ha ha.
Basically, you have to play in cultivator style, which means meditation or physical training. The harder, the better.
Jake scratched at his jaw. Not exactly big on meditation.
But intense study also helps with your mind, like if we raided a library.
Not real big on hitting the books either, sis. As much as I'd love to figure out how to build a generator from scratch, I need something practical. Jake drummed his fingers on the table. Did Ted and Veronica still keep my old weight training gear around? Sam dug into her turkey sandwich.
It's downstairs in the basement and covered in dust.
Better than nothing. Don't think going out for a run is exactly practical in the middle of an alien invasion, Jake chuckled. Rocky glided over from the top of one of the shelves, landing gingerly on the table. The squirrel ran up to Sam's plate with a soft little chitter, like it was asking for chips. Sam slipped him a few from her plate and watched him eat up. Jake slowly rose to his feet. Suppose I better get started on all of this before I feel any worse. Food calmed me down a bit, but who knows how long that's going to last, right?
I'll help you.
Sam scarfed down the rest of her sandwich and set her hand down on the table for Rocky to run up to her shoulder. She took the plate of chips and led her brother down to the dark basement below. Without power, no one was going to see anything. Luckily, Jake was 2 steps ahead of her on that and brought down a few candles. Their flickering flames did well enough to light their surroundings, a mess of dust and stacked-up boxes, with only the faintest light pouring in from a tiny window. Jake wandered around the room a bit, lighting his extra candles and placing them as he went until he found what he was looking for. There's my old bench press, with about 3 inches of dust. Ugh. He pulled his shirt over his mouth and wiped off the thick dust. Sam and Rocky coughed.
Does it work, though?
Sam asked. Jake gave the old bench a shake, then pressed his weight on it. Still solid. He grinned, then dug through the rest of the boxes and scattered junk, finding some bars, dumbbells, and the metal plates to make use of his equipment. Now let's burn off some of this, what was it called?
Ether,
Sam smiled, sitting at the foot of the basement stairs. Yeah. Jake grinned, loading up 200 pounds on the bench press and getting to work. Sam sat a little wide-eyed at the amount of weight, but decided to keep quiet. Jake was always strong, but it never ceased to amaze her how much he could lift. She vaguely remembered him lifting more in the past, though. Maybe Jake had been slacking at the gym.
So is he doing it right? Sam asked Olivia. He has to work out for a good long while, but so long as he's pushing himself, his body should begin to process the ether and bring it down to manageable levels.
Sam nodded, watching her brother lift the heavy bar, blowing out air each time.
Well, he's taken care of for now, I guess. What's our next move, Olivia? Since my little Sammy's quite the veteran gamer, I won't bore you with leveling up strategies and suggestions. How about upgrade stations? Olivia offered cheerfully. Don't remember those. Let me guess. They provide upgrades? Exactly. They do just what the name suggests, dear. Whether that be through investing ether on yourself through gene therapies, or using it to purchase new equipment or upgrades.
Sam cocked her head.
I thought the whole point of the nano pill was not to become alien monsters.
Olivia let out a musical laugh.
No, silly. Gene therapy improves your physical attributes, like making you faster or granting you an ability. How? Well, if you were to take the flying squirrel line of gene therapy, you would gain small bonuses to strength and agility, but your fingers and toes will become much stronger, making it easier to climb, Olivia explained. In the case of our friend Rocky here, it can even strengthen your bond with him, allowing you to understand each other much easier than you already do.
Sam blinked.
So I can talk to squirrels? Not yet, but you could, if that is what you wished.
Sam turned to Rocky with a smile, petting his small head. The squirrel hugged her finger in return.
That would be pretty interesting. But what about equipment? Can it make my crossbow better? Easily. You could print all manner of upgrades for your crossbow at one of our 3D printers. But I would recommend you simply get an ether-powered crossbow.
Sam gave a little pout.
But I already named this one Shadow Shot and everything.
Olivia giggled.
Dear, I like the name, but an ether crossbow would be far stronger, and you wouldn't even have to manually pump it to fire your next shot. It's much faster and quieter than your current weapon.
Sam was already rather attached to her little crossbow, impractical as it was, but maybe Jake would appreciate it as a backup weapon, or they could give it to someone else they met along the way.
Fine, I'll prioritize the ether crossbow. The quieter I can be, the easier it'll be to stay alive.
Before Sam could bring her brother up to speed on her plan, the sound of wood groaning underfoot caught her attention. She looked up the stairs to see the family Jake had brought with him coming down. The father of the bunch gave a warm smile.
Morning.
His wife joined in the gesture, while their daughter gave a shy little wave from behind them. Sam stood up and returned the wave. It was an awkward wave, but Sam had always been awkward around people offline. Jake set the bar down and shot to his feet. He'd worked up quite the sweat, which was saying something after the way he'd woken up.
Hey, Alan. Morning. I see Alyssa's awake.
Alyssa nodded.
My husband tells me we have you to thank for saving our lives.
She had a soft, melodic voice.
Mr. Jake did, and he showed me how to shoot a gun, too, and we fought aliens,
the little girl said excitedly, bouncing on her feet. Alan ran a hand over her hair.
That's right, Kaylee.
He turned his nervous smile to Alyssa, who shot back a disapproving gaze.
Anyway, I wanted to thank you for saving us and taking us in. We wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for you.
Jake waved off the thanks.
Don't worry about it, Alan. It was the right thing to do. Besides, you helped me save my sister. That's more than enough, thanks.
Kaylee gave Jake an adorable little pout.
But we didn't do anything. You said not to shoot anything unless we had to, and you had us real scared, Mr. Jake.
Jake knelt and patted the top of her head.
Sorry, Kaylee. I didn't want you guys getting hurt. Your dad was still pretty roughed up from the crash.
Well, I wanted to help.
She huffed and folded her arms tight across her chest in an exaggerated motion. Jake gave her a broad, toothy grin as Alan began to speak.
Speaking about helping, we were wondering what the plan was from here on out.
Jake gave a nervous laugh.
Truth be told, I hadn't thought much further ahead than making sure Sam was safe.
Sam stiffened at the mention of her name and the attention that came with it.
Well, yeah, I'm safe, so we can figure something else out. Like, things.
She hated herself for sounding like an idiot. Social situations sucked. Alyssa smiled.
She's a shy one, isn't she? Well, don't worry. You'll grow out of it.
Sam gave her a slow nod in response.
She just gets a little wound up around strangers, is all.
Jake pulled her into his side, and Sam quickly recoiled from her brother's sweaty, smelly body.
Gross!
Jake boomed out a laugh.
So, what about you folks? You got any plans?
Alyssa raised a hand.
We do, actually. My brother has a farm far away from the city. That's where we were planning to go before the accident. So if it's not too much trouble, could you maybe give us a lift?
Alyssa batted her eyes at Jake. Jake gave Alan a questioning glance. Alan stood a bit straighter. You could come stay with us if you like. The farm's got plenty of space.
There are no upgrade stations that far out from the city, Sam,
Olivia cautioned. Before Jake could say anything, Sam took an awkward step forward.
No, that's fine, actually. We can take you to the farm, then come back, right, Jake?
I mean, wouldn't it be safer to live on a farm away from all of this? Jake asked. Sam couldn't entirely argue it wouldn't be. They could grow their own food, have wide-open sight lines to keep the aliens at bay, and if they switched from guns to bows and arrows, they would have no shortage of ammo to fight with. But that was a short-term solution to a long-term problem.
Yeah, but I think we'd be better off in the city. You know, banding together with other survivors and stuff.
She wanted to tell her brother about upgrade stations and what a valuable resource they were, but after his reaction to the nano pill, she wasn't convinced now was the best time for that revelation. Besides, she didn't know how this family felt about the pill either. They seemed nice enough, but what if they weren't fans? People could overreact to things quite badly, and the last thing Sam needed was to chance a confrontation with a family Jake had saved.
Have you considered asking them, Sammy? You might be surprised to find they're interested in the nano pill, Olivia said warmly. That'd be even worse. I only have one to spare, and that's for Jake, Sam shot back. I'll make him come around to it, don't you worry. If you say so, dear.
Jake hummed. I mean, there is strength in numbers, and we could warn the others about ether poisoning and how to handle it.
Ether poisoning? Alan asked. Yes, Sam said. If you kill too many of the cedars, you get sick like Jake is. That's why he's down here working out, to use some of that ether to strengthen his body.
Alyssa frowned.
And how do you know so much about this?
Jake coughed before laughing. That's a long story, and a little strange. We'll tell you on the way to your brother's farm. But first, you should have some breakfast while I do some more exercises. Sam is right. I am feeling better now, but I don't want to drive around feeling this groggy.
Considering we're in the middle of an alien invasion, how strange can it be?
That's a good point, Jake said. Sam, why don't you tell them everything about Olivia and Lacey while they eat something? I'll come up when I'm done working out and we'll head to the farm. Sam raised an eyebrow. She'd already had to deal with Jake not really believing her. How would strangers take what she had to say? And what if they did believe her and want the pill she was saving for Jake?
Sam, darling, helping others is a good thing. It's why you were chosen to receive the pill. Your gaming skills will help you adapt to this new world faster than others. You will need to teach as many as possible about me and Lucy. And don't worry, the pills aren't the only way to get the nanotech. If they can find an upgrade center, they'll be fine.
Taking a deep breath, Sam nodded. Olivia was right. She needed to help people, not just focus on herself and Jake.
Okay, first of all, it's Olivia and Lucy, not Lacey.
She scowled at Jake, who just shrugged and went back to lifting weights.
Come on, let's go get Kaylee some breakfast, and I'll tell you all about the aliens.
13. Brad. As Brad entered the upgrade station, a long hall with ornate pillars and plush couches greeted him. The room had plenty of space to set up a small base. If he gathered up a group of survivors, he could run missions out of the upgrade station, sort of like a guild hall, with the added benefit of an entire mall above it to serve as a fortress. But that wasn't the most impressive part. It was the hefty machines lining the walls toward the back of the hall. They looked like 3D printers, fairly big ones, too. Brad ran right over to one of the boxy yet sleek machines and fully expected to see familiar tech. He'd expected rails with nozzles to print whatever was requested of them, provided they had the blueprints and materials to make it. But there were no rails with nozzles. In their place were a pair of coils, one on the top and one on the bottom, with no base for something to sit in. Was he wrong about the alien device?
No, Frank answered. A 3D printer is a fitting description for this device, although it is far more sophisticated than your current technology. Armor, weapons, modifications, or food. This device can print it all, provided you have enough ether.
Don't suppose they can print me a bike, huh? Brad asked as he inspected the machine, but it didn't quite look big enough to do it.
You could print one out piece by piece, but you're not really the type to put machines together, are you? Frank ribbed him.
Brad huffed a quick laugh. Hey, I wasn't big on building models, but I know my way around a wrench. I kept my scooter going for a good long time before the accident.
I'm sure you're quite the gifted grease monkey, Brad, but there's something bigger and more important to see a little farther in.
The insistence in Frank's voice was so strong, the muse was certain to have dragged Brad off if it had that ability. Thankfully, Frank did not. Brad headed farther into the hall as Frank had instructed. A pair of thick double doors whooshed out of his way, revealing a circular chamber ringed by glass tubes. He approached one of them, and the thick glass slid right out of the way, allowing him to step inside.
Frank, what are these? Probably the most important feature of any upgrade station. Gene therapy pods. You don't need me to explain this all over again, do you?
Brad stepped away from the pod and watched it seal back up. No, I remember. But I think I'm a bit too broke to pick up any of these right now, aren't I?
30 ether will hardly get you anything. Maybe a good meal from one of the printers, but not much else.
Brad walked around the ring of pods. There were 6 of them, so 6 different people could get whatever therapy they wanted at a time. Okay, I gotcha. So how long does it take to get therapy done?
A few hours, so you might want to secure this place. We don't do safe zones in the real world.
You know, I was thinking the same thing, and rounding up some people while I'm at it, too. Brad turned to leave the upgrade station.
Well, isn't that just convenient? Frank almost sounded mocking. 'Cause here I was thinking I could give you a quest to do just that and encourage you to gather up some more ether while we're at it. Seriously, you need to get a lot tougher if you want to survive this mess.
Brad shook his head. I died enough times in your little tutorial to know that, Frank. Don't gotta rub it in. Frank simply ignored Brad's comment.
So, are you interested in your grand reward for completing this fantabulous quest?
Brad headed back up to the mall, checking his corners before stepping out of the olive grove. Sure. Frank put on his best game show host voice.
Why, you'll get your choice of those weapons you missed out on last time, or another spell. And the best part, you don't have to die alone out here.
Brad swore there was supposed to be a canned applause track at the end of that, which never came. I'm sensing a lot of sarcasm there.
True. The way you've been playing might get you killed before you finish this quest, but hey, it's the thought that counts.
Brad took a deep breath and decided it was time to stop talking to himself. Of all the muses he could have gotten, he'd landed himself a smartass. At least he had the mall he knew like the back of his hand for a home now. A secondary search of the inner area showed it was free of any cedars, which made sense to Brad. Cedars were pack hunters, and humans were their primary prey as far as he could tell. No humans meant no cedars, which just left the invasion force outside. When he returned to the parking lot, the cedar ships were still scattered everywhere, but deserted. A few cedars meandered here and there, but none were a serious threat. Brad crept up on them one at a time, using his trusty bat to cave in their skulls. On their own, the cedars were no trouble at all. It was as a pack they became a serious problem. The trick was always to separate them and pick them off before they could regroup. Having countless deaths in the game and a few near-death experiences in the real world had drilled those facts into his mind. 3 cedars ambled around the parking lot in their search for prey. They tore open doors and smashed windows, while Brad closed the gap between him and them. He was surprised none of the cars had an alarm go off. It was far too early in the invasion for any car batteries to be dead. He pushed himself up against a car 2 spaces down from the trio of cedars and tightened his grip on his bat. Taking them on at once wasn't the brightest idea, but if he could get the drop on him, he might be able to take one out before the other 2 could respond. A cedar at the head of the pack smashed through a Mustang's window and its alarm shrieked. The ear-piercing tone played on a loop while the cedars hissed and snarled. The lead beast covered its ears, while the second attacked the vehicle with its claws. The third ran from the noise, right in Brad's direction. As the cedar passed the car, he caught it across the face with his bat. The cedar crashed onto its back. Brad finished it off with a quick stomp. The other 2 cedars didn't notice him with all the noise. He rushed in for the beast lashing out at the Mustang and crushed its head between the Mustang's roof and his bat. The lead beast turned to face him, let out a snarl, and dove for him. Brad managed to send the tip of his bat down the cedar's throat, its eyes wide as he struggled to keep the beast away. Its claws swiped at his forearms, and he tore away with a pained hiss. "You have taken 3 damage." Brad pulled his bat back as the cedar leapt at him. A swift swing staggered the monster, and a quick swipe to the legs knocked it off balance. The cedar threw its arms up to protect itself, but that didn't stop Brad from beating through its arms to crush the cedar's head. Brad pulled back with a shuddering breath.
"Didn't think these things had a sense of self-preservation."
"Most don't," Frank replied. "Although particularly long-lived cedars do improve their intelligence, as well as their overall lethality. Some may even rise to become alphas. Those brutes are pretty nasty, and I strongly recommend you get a few levels before you try taking one on." Regular cedars were dangerous enough, but the thought of a bigger, meaner, smarter cedar was unsettling. He never saw such a monster playing Apocalypse online, and he never once heard about them on the forums. Maybe he'd missed them, or the game was so brutal no one survived long enough to see them, which made the idea of an alpha all the more worrying.
"I'll try to have a party together by then,"
Brad thought back. For now, it seemed the parking lot was cleared, which left the mall's immediate area fairly secure. That only left the surrounding area to clear, which sounded like a war zone from all the gunshots and distant screams. It filled him with dread to imagine how many people were out there, losing their lives to merciless aliens. If there had been a more concentrated effort to get the word out to the world, they could have been better prepared for this day, lost fewer lives. But it was too late for that. Their world was a dumpster fire now, and they had to deal with it. Gunshots snapped Brad's attention to the left. Those were close and frantic. He might not be able to do anything about the rest of the world, but at least he could help those people. Brad sprinted across the parking lot to the city. Past ruined cars and collapsed structures, deep in what used to be a popular hotel, he found the battle. Brad froze in terror.
"There's so damn many of them."
Dozens of cedars surrounded the complex's main entrance, clawing at the doors to no avail. Even more cedars gathered to the left side of the building, another 50 at least. "Might be a good time to cut and run, Brad," Frank said in the most serious voice he'd ever heard the AI use. But there were definitely people inside. He saw the flash of gunfire from the windows as they fired into the horde below. Glass broke, and he watched as cedars started climbing through the window. 5 of the monsters clambered inside as another window broke. He needed to get those people out. There weren't many cedars off to the right of the building. He could break in and rush to their aid. If any survivors had been wounded, they were going to need his healing magic. "Yeah, but breaking a window's going to attract attention, kid. Don't be stupid."
"More attention than gunshots?"
Brad rolled his eyes and ran from one abandoned car to the next, heading for the farthest window from the horde.
"You're the one that gave me a quest to secure the mall and recruit people, Frank, and I need a beefier weapon."
"You aren't wrong," the AI grudgingly admitted. Brad reached the window and waited for the next staccato of shots to ring out. When they began, he smashed a window open and jumped inside. The hotel room was pitch black, and he was immediately regretting his life choices. But he was already there. He needed to move. Using his bat, Brad felt his way through the darkness until he found the door and moved into one of the halls. His eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom, and he could make out the faint shapes of walls, doors, and some furniture. The fighting was louder on the inside as the hotel's halls focused the sound of gunshots. There were solid cracks and grunts as the other survivors fought to hold off the horde, and if he ran toward the fighting, he was sure to find the people he aimed to save. Brad rushed down the dark hall at full speed. There were lights in the distance, flashlights if he had to guess. "Friendly coming in to help," Brad called out as he arrived, only to trip over a barricade of piled-up furniture. He tumbled into the lobby with a whine, his armor clattering against the hardwood flooring before he slid to a stop. "You have taken 5 damage and 20 ego damage." "Frank, I really don't need you to add the sass to my HUD," Brad whined. "Can't help it, it's a feature," Frank casually answered. A bright light shone in Brad's face. "Who the hell are you?" a voice snapped, a familiar one at that. "Brad Grossland," he announced, terrified there was a gun behind the brilliant sphere of light blinding him. "Brad?" The light turned away, and a hand roughly dragged him back to his feet. "Good to see you, buddy." Blinking his eyes to focus, Brad realized he was looking at his friend Chet. "Fancy running into you here, man. What are you doing?" "Oh, you know, playing horde mode." Chet casually turned around and went back to popping shots from his 9mm Beretta into the heads of cedars. "Went with the ranged class, since I have guns to play with. But I'm kind of regretting it now, honestly. If I run out of bullets, I'm totally screwed." There was another much larger man whose dark skin he could only just see peeking beneath the high collar of his trench coat, as his face was covered by a gas mask. The absolute madman was using one hand to swing one of those tactical trench shovels Brad had seen on the internet, while brandishing a round, homemade wooden shield with the other. If he had taken the nano pill, Brad was certain this man would have gone with the fighter class. Chet confirmed Brad's suspicions. "Aaron over here went with fighter, and he's been hacking and stacking bodies all night." "Getting tired, though." Aaron breathed heavily through his mask, those mighty swings of his starting to lose steam. "Have you considered taking off that mask?" Brad rushed up to the furniture barricade and brought his baseball bat to bear, smashing at cedar arms and heads as fast as he could. Aaron slashed the tip of his shovel through a cedar's eyes. The alien let out a shrill scream before Aaron ended its suffering. "And catch whatever alien bugs these things are putting out? No thanks." It wasn't the worst reasoning to wear the mask, though Brad still thought it wasn't particularly bright. Those muffled breaths were loud and heavy, which meant the mask was probably doing more harm than good. Brad decided not to argue the point right now. "How many of you are in here?" Aaron blocked a wave of clawed hands and shoved them back, hacking off a cedar's arm as he countered. "4 of us. Gary and Rachel are banged up, though. No healers." The barricade cracked as another wave of cedars reinforced their lines. They were starting to push through. Glass shattered behind them from multiple windows. "That doesn't sound good." Chet snapped back and popped off a few shots. New cedars were pouring in from one of the halls. "We gotta go," Brad ordered. He ran back to grab one of the flashlights they had set up on the counter. "Which way, Chet?" "Come on." Chet waved for them to follow. "Up the stairs. Let's go to the rest of your team." Aaron moved to block the breach in the middle of the barricade with his shield, swinging his shovel around it to hack away at the cedars trying to break through. "And what good is that gonna do us, new guy? We don't have a healer. Gary can't walk, and Rachel's just barely able to stand." "Today's your lucky day, shovel boy. I'm a healer. Now take me to your wounded," Brad demanded, and whirled about as a cedar tried to sneak up on him. His bat connected with the cedar's head, but not before it gotten a good swipe through the gaps in his armor. "You have taken 5 damage." Brad cried out and kicked the monster away. Chet quickly put a bullet through its head. "You all right, Brad?" "Not really," Brad said. "But I'll live. Come on, before I make more friends." Aaron gave a mighty shove with his shield, knocking aside a group of cedars, and fell back to join the others.
Chet, lead the way. I'll watch our backs.
Chet took off for the stairs, and Brad followed. The moment they managed to break away from the lobby into the stairwell, managing the horde was much easier. There was only one way up for the cedars to chase them through, unless they discovered one of the other stairwells.
"You guys blocked off the other stairwells, right?"
Brad asked. Aaron laughed, blocking a horde that had reached them.
The trench shovel isn't just for show, kid. I love fortifications.
The horde tried to rip his shield away, but Aaron shoved them back again. With no way to flank him, the cedars had to rely on brute force, and Aaron was a big man. Brad could only imagine the nanopill made sure he had plenty of strength to back up his size.
The other stairwell is locked up so tight they're gonna need a tank to get in.
That was an uncomfortable thought. Cedars were bad enough in the numbers they were dealing with. Brad didn't want to imagine dealing with anything bigger. It was a hasty retreat up 5 flights of stairs before they burst out of the stairwell. Aaron slammed the door shut behind them, and Brad rushed to help. Chet toppled a bookshelf over, and the two got out of the way in time for the heavy furniture to prevent the cedars from breaking in any time soon. True to his word, Aaron was a fortification specialist and made sure, with the others' help, to reinforce that blockage with any other furniture he could find. Aaron wiped the sweat from his brow, or at least tried to behind his gas mask.
That'll hold for a while.
Gunshots caught Brad's attention.
"They're safe, right?"
He pointed down the hall where the shots had come from. Chet took off toward the room.
"Just thinning the horde."
Brad followed them and arrived at a cushy hotel room with a decent-sized flat-screen TV, a pair of queen-sized beds, and a roomy enough bathroom. If not for the horde of cedars outside, he could enjoy a nice nap there. Sitting by the window was a brunette with shoulder-length hair, working the bolt on a rifle and lining up shots. He assumed that was Rachel. The girl was a mess. Her jeans and leather jacket were torn up and wrapped in makeshift bandages from one of the beds. It was enough to slow the bleeding, but not much more. Laying on the bed was Gary. His leg was broken and splinted, while his exposed torso was bandaged in the same ad hoc manner. His blue eyes were barely open, and Brad had a feeling he wasn't going to last long.
"You know, you could scan them if you focus your gaze on them and get a read on their stats, or at least their health,"
Frank said, answering the obvious question without needing to be prompted.
"Better idea,"
Brad said out loud, earning the stares of everyone in the room.
"You guys got a party going?"
No, actually, we haven't figured that out yet,
Chet admitted.
"They do know they could just ask their muses, right?"
Frank sighed. Brad could practically feel the AI rolling in his head, the closest the muse could manage to an eye roll.
"Well, how?"
Frank cleared his digital throat.
"Take a good look at each of them and focus on inviting them to your party. Ether from any kills will be split 5 ways, but you will be able to see their health and mana on your HUD."
Brad did what was asked and sent a party invitation to each member. To his surprise, they all accepted, even the barely conscious Gary, who on closer inspection looked like one of his gaming buddies from back in high school. On the left side of his HUD, a pair of bars appeared under each of his party members' names, along with a list of afflictions.
Aaron, health, 50 of 75. Mana, 55 of 55. Status, fatigued.
Brad didn't expect fatigue to be a status effect, but it made sense. The point of a HUD, especially when it came to parties or even larger raid groups, was to provide information at a glance. He wouldn't have to look at any of his people to see if they were getting exhausted from combat or suffering catastrophic damage.
Chet, health, 60 of 60. Mana, 55 of 55.
Brad was happy to see that. At least Chet knows how to play a ranged DPS properly. He hasn't taken a scratch. The apocalypse hasn't made him lose his touch at all.
Rachel, health, 15 of 55. Mana, 55 of 55. Status, fatigued, hamstrung, bleeding.
What happened to her? Brad asked. Rachel looked back over her shoulder.
Her? Geez, Brad, the apocalypse happens and you forget about your gaming buddies from high school that fast?
Brad frowned. He hadn't recognized her face, but the voice was a different story. Sorry, Ray. Not used to seeing everyone in the real world. Chet scratched the back of his head.
She tried a little bit of hardcore parkour to get away from a bunch of cedars. The landing wasn't pretty, but it could have been worse.
Aaron sighed.
It's part of the reason we ended up stuck here instead of at the mall like we planned.
Gary, health, 5 of 75. Mana, 55 of 55. Status, fatigued, broken arm, broken leg, bleeding.
Brad's eyes flew open after seeing Gary's status. He immediately shot out a hand to Gary and cast healing hands on the wounded man. Frank, this can stop the bleeding at least, right? It will cost you a lot of mana to heal him back to full, but if you can get him back to 50%, his status effects will clear, Frank answered. Mana flowed from Brad's body, and he watched his mana pool plummet to restore Gary. Luckily, Brad had mana to spare, as pulse after pulse of golden white energy flowed from his hand into Gary's body. If not for the bandages covering up Gary's wounds, he could watch the wounds seal before his eyes. But the sick crunch of bones snapping back into place was unmistakable. Brad winced, turning his gaze away. Everyone but Aaron had done the same. Finally, Brad stopped healing, and Gary began to stir, slowly pushing himself up.
Whoa, what happened? Why do I feel better all of a sudden?
Gary mumbled, clearly still fatigued and not completely lucid, but at least he was able to prop himself up against the headrest and move his limbs.
Gary, health, 40 of 75. Mana, 55 of 55. Status, fatigued.
Aaron gave a muffled laugh behind his mask.
We got us a healer, baby. That's what happened. Our boy Brad here just brought you back from the Reaper's doorstep.
Violent crashing snapped everyone's attention back to the hall. The cedars were tearing down the door and forcing their way through the barricade.
Ugh, what I wouldn't give for some sandbags and barbed wire.
Aaron shook his head.
Brad, you got some more juice for Ray?
Brad looked up his own status.
Health, 55 of 60. Mana, 30 of 65.
He ran a bit of quick math in his head. Every pulse of healing hands cost him 5 mana and restored 5 health. Gary was an extremely wounded case that needed intensive care, but Rachel was nowhere near that badly hurt. He could get away with a lot less healing to get her back in fighting shape. Brad gave a nod. I can bring her back up to half health and have a little bit left over for emergencies.
Do it,
Aaron said.
Chet, let's watch the hall. We're going to have company soon.
Brad got to work restoring Rachel's health, listening in on the conversation between Aaron and Chet. Chet followed him out.
Yeah, about that. How are we going to get out of here exactly? I'm more of a keep things out kind of guy, Aaron admitted.
So that's a no to an escape plan?
Nope. But hey, with the cedars out there, we can have a glorious last stand, you know.
Brad shook his head.
Is he always like this?
Rachel laughed.
You really forgot about us after high school, didn't you?
Mostly.
Aaron goes by the wall in most games. He prides himself on holding the line and being borderline unkillable.
Brad hummed as he thought back. He did remember playing with someone by that name back in their World of Warcraft days. The absolute madman was often found neck-deep in the middle of heavy melee, hacking down enemies, and it seemed he was much the same now that the world had gone to hell. Hey, that sounds familiar, actually. Wasn't he one of those AP engineering students, too? I remember him being more, festively plump. Rachel stood as Brad finished healing her.
Well, he's still big on engineering and architecture, but he also became a religious member of the House of Gaines. That's why he's so big now. Rachel, health, 30 of 55. Mana, 55 of 55. Status, fatigued.
Brad took a quick look at his own stats. House of Gaines?
Health, 55 of 60. Mana, 15 of 65. The gym.
Brad snorted out a laugh, but it was short-lived. The doors crashed open down the hall, and it was time to go.
"Guys, we gotta go now,"
Aaron shouted. Gary scrambled out of bed, threw on his fedora, picked up his cheap mall katana, and ran out to the hall. What happened to a glorious last stand?
"It could be more glorious."
Aaron laughed and slapped his shield with his shovel. Brad joined them outside as Rachel dropped to a knee in the hall and removed the heads of 2 cedars with her first shot. You have received 4 ether. Man, I always hated party XP sharing, Brad protested to Frank. True, in most games it is pretty pointless and arbitrary, but this isn't a game, Brad. This is real life, and ether is a very real and finite resource. I can't make 100 ether out of 20. That's fair, Brad admitted, as more and more cedars spilled over their barricade into the hall. Chet and Rachel were taking them out with carefully placed shots, but they were going to run out of ammo before they ran out of bodies. Aaron, how much of a barricade do we have in the other stairwell? Brad asked.
"We're not getting through to the first floor. No way in hell. But we could maybe squeeze through to the second."
Sounds good to me. Chet, you still got a lighter on you?
"Always, but no cigs. That whole trying to go clean thing," Chet explained casually before Brad's plan dawned on him. "You want me to burn this place to the ground, don't you?"
Brad nodded. The place is probably going to flood with 100 of these cedar things, so why not burn them with it?
"Man, I really like the beds here, though."
Chet ran back into the room and got to work.
"Got a few gas cans around here somewhere. We were saving them for later."
The first wave of cedars rushed them. The narrow hall gave them no space to maneuver, but they had sheer numbers on their side. Rachel dropped as many as she could with her bolt-action rifle, the rounds punching through multiple targets at a time, though not always killing her targets. Thanks to his shield, Aaron was able to ward off most of the damage that came for him. A clawed hand lashed over the shield and scraped along his helmet, giving him a couple of points of damage before the cedar was violently put down and thrown to the floor.
"Keep sending trash mobs and I'ma keep stacking them. I'll use your bodies as sandbags, aliens."
Gary's cheap mall katana was just what Brad had expected. Cheap. It couldn't hack clean through limbs or too deep into the torsos of cedars, but Gary was fast with his blade. He made the aliens bleed, and every now and then he managed to lop a head off or hit something important with his sword. They were going to have to get Gary a real sword before he got himself killed. In Brad's distraction, a trio of cedars got too close. He was able to cave one's head in, but the other 2 went for his throat. Brad shoved his forearm in the way of one alien and barely managed to catch the other one in time with a punch. He screamed in pain as the first cedar violently jerked its jaw left and right, trying to tear his arm off. You have taken 10 damage. The second cedar recovered and clawed at Brad. He barely managed to move the first cedar in the way of its attack, using the alien like a shield. It released Brad's hand with a pained shriek, and Brad smashed its head aside. 1 cedar down. The second one died soon after, thanks to Gary's help. This is getting really messy, guys, Brad winced, shaking out his arm. Chet, seriously, how long does it take to start a fire? Chet ran out of the bedroom, orange light flickering behind him. 4 pillows stuffed under one arm and a gas can in the other. I had to save the pillows, man. These things are just heavenly. Brad slammed his bat across a cedar's face and smashed another aside. We're gonna have a long talk about priorities later, he snapped. Everyone, fall back to the second stairwell. Brad led the charge by bravely running away. He never felt good about being the first to retreat, especially when he was calling the shots, but he was also the healer and not a frontline fighter like Aaron and Gary. If they ran into anything in their retreat, he could protect their ranged support for a moment at least. The others fell back behind him, Gary and Aaron bringing up the rear, giving the cedars a hard time catching up to them as the flames quickly spread through the hotel room and spilled out into the hall. As they ran, Chet splashed the floor and walls with his remaining gas, then tossed the empty can in a room. Brad wondered if there was any sort of emergency power left to set off the sprinklers, but was pleasantly surprised that wasn't going to be an issue. The hotel was going to burn with every last cedar they'd trapped inside. Brad was the first through the doors and waved the others through.
"Come on, get in here." "Oh, Brad, grab my shotgun before we go,"
Chet said as he scrambled down the stairs with Rachel close behind. Brad looked around and found the shotgun propped up beside the doors. Aaron and Gary rushed through and slammed them shut. It wasn't a difficult choice. Brad barred the doors with his battered softball bat and scooped up the beautiful Mossberg shotgun. He would have enjoyed taking a better look at the gun, but the cedars were already trying to knock down the door.
"Get down here, Brad,"
Aaron shouted up the stairwell, his voice carrying impressively far through that gas mask.
"Coming!"
Brad rushed down the stairs, and just like Aaron had said, there was no way in hell anything was getting through the first floor. Squeezing their way over to the second floor was going to take some careful maneuvering around the random, piled-up furniture.
"Dude, how much crap did you throw down here?"
Aaron stared Brad dead in his eyes, right through the gas mask's goggles.
"Yes."
Brad shook his head and accepted the answer for what it was. They threw everything they could down there to make sure nothing would come up their rear. It was effective, but it left them without much in the way of escape options. Aaron was definitely going to need coaching on not making everything a grand suicidal last stand, though Brad certainly appreciated the effort. Chet and Rachel were the first ones through the mess of furniture standing between them and the second-floor doors, just as the doors upstairs slammed open and his poor baseball bat clattered down the steps after them. A few of the more eager cedars leapt down after them, breaking their necks in the process.
"Hurry it up!"
Brad demanded as he struggled to climb, shimmy, and squeeze his way through the veritable maze of junk Aaron had somehow created. The rushing steps of cedars grew louder with their hisses and growls, and Brad didn't want to be trapped when they arrived.
"I'm through,"
Gary cheered, then pulled Aaron through. Brad's eyes widened, seeing the cedars reach his position. Their clawed hands crammed between shelving to reach him, scratching at his arm. "You have taken 1 damage." Brad winced and tore himself away as another cedar clambered over top of the junk maze and had its head taken off by Chet.
"Look, Ma, 1 hand,"
Chet cheered, giving his pistol a quick spin, then snapped off another shot as more cedars went for Brad. Brad had barely managed to squeeze through the doors when a clawed hand grabbed him by the ankle and jerked him off his feet. Brad squealed, hitting the floor hard. He leveled the shotgun at the creature, but it was moving around too erratically as it tried to pull him in.
"I'm gonna blast off my own leg if I take this shot."
"Shotguns are a lot more accurate than video games give them credit for," Frank casually commented. "Seriously, just aim carefully. You'll be fine." Brad didn't get a chance to try out that theory. Aaron dragged him out through the doorway, taking the cedar along for the ride. Even the alien looked confused as it suddenly found itself in the hall and surrounded, for a change. That confusion didn't last long. Aaron splattered its head with the edge of its shield and threw Brad to his feet.
"Thanks for that, big man."
"Anytime, Doc." From the sudden squint in Aaron's eyes, Brad knew he must have been grinning from behind that mask. Gary and Chet slammed the doors shut and barricaded them.
"Fire escape is this way. Come on,"
Rachel said, hurrying down the long hall to the red door marked fire escape. As they followed her, the door behind them crashed and smashed as more and more cedars tried to force their way through. But Aaron's comically stupid maze not only served to limit the number of aliens pushing on the doors, it made it difficult for them to put their full strength into the assault. They were going to be trapped a good while behind those doors. Rachel threw the fire escape doors open and looked around. Without another word, she gestured for them to follow as she lowered the ladder to the first floor. Brad had to appreciate the brains on that girl. She was always a fan of the ranger classes in games, or playing shooters, but if she could play some sort of hybrid between ranger and rogue, she would be right at home. She slid down the ladder and kept the area clear as the rest of the party made it to street level. Brad took the lead again as he hit the ground, leading his party far away from the hotel and the cedars. The party simply stood there, taking cover behind the burned-out husk of a car, watching the flames spread through the hotel. The shrieks of cedars filled the night air as the building was slowly but surely engulfed.
"So, do you think we get XP for torching them in the building?" Gary asked.
A burning cedar crashed out one of the 6th-floor windows and splattered on the road.
"You have received 2 ether."
Brad grinned with mischievous delight.
"Looks that way. Come on, let's get you guys set up in the mall."
14. Jake. Jake headed out to the curb in front of their house with his axe in hand. No cedars in sight beyond the pile of bodies they'd left in the street. He wasn't sure if the cedars weren't attracted to their own dead or if they were too busy dealing with other survivors to worry. Either way, that was the first bit of good news that morning. The second was that his beautiful truck was fine. A bit scratched up and covered in alien blood, but nothing serious. It would only be a few months before gas vehicles became problematic as gas started going bad, but an electric truck only needed power, and finding solar panels wouldn't be that challenging. He waved to Sam and the family to get in the truck. Sam claimed shotgun while the family rode in the back as they made their way out of the ruined city. A bright blue sky sat above them with hardly a cloud as they drove past burnt-out cars, ruined homes, and vacated cedar ships. If he rolled down his windows, Jake was sure he'd hear birds singing without a care in the world. This was not how he'd expected the apocalypse to look. Jake always imagined it would look like it had in the movies or some of the games he'd watched Sam play, a lot grayer, darker, and grimmer. The grim was there, of course. He remembered how bustling the city streets had been, with people going about their business, kids running to school, friends and family eating at restaurants, couples enjoying themselves, streets thick with traffic. Now there were demolished buildings everywhere, catastrophic damage to many structures, hardly any cars moving at all, and a worrying lack of bodies. He didn't know why he was surprised. Cedars were alien monsters. Of course they ate what they killed, and apparently that included the bones, in most cases. Only torn, bloody clothes and broken bones with the marrow sucked right out of them served as a sign of where the cedars had claimed the lives of their neighbors. That, and areas with a thick green covering that reminded Jake of industrial chemical fertilizers. Every time he saw one of the patches, he tried to look away and forget about what had been used to make the fertilizer. A pack of cedars shrieked at the truck as Jake maneuvered past an intersection full of destroyed cars. His breath caught in his throat as he caught sight of them. 50 cedars, and there was a bigger one among them, taller, stronger, bulkier than the rest, with larger claws that looked like they would tear through his truck like tissue paper.
"Step on it, Jake!"
Sam cried. He maneuvered through the dead cars and floored it. The truck shot forward as Jake sank into his seat. Sometimes he missed the roar of an engine, but nothing compared to the get-up-and-go of an electric engine. They sped away just as the horde swarmed over the intersection. The cedars tried to give chase, but the truck pulled away with ease and rushed up the on-ramp to a highway. Jake let out a breath he didn't know he was holding.
"That was a little closer than I'd like."
"Nuh-uh. They were pretty far away, Mr. Jake," Kaylee said with a warmth in her voice that signaled she didn't quite grasp the gravity of their situation.
Alan gave a nervous chuckle.
"He means it could have been bad for us if we got caught in those cars, sweetie."
"Oh."
Jake nodded with his lips pulled into a tight line, but let himself relax. The highway was relatively clear heading out of town. There were still wrecks and pile-ups, but nothing he couldn't get around. It gave his mind time to drift and wander. His thoughts went to Sam and the conversation they'd had about the nano pill earlier that morning and the night before.
"I did come off like a bit of a meathead, didn't I?"
Jake didn't trust the pill or any of the alien tech, but his sister was only trying to help him, and after seeing the body count she'd left on the street the night before, he couldn't help but think there was something to it. If the Muses, or whatever they called themselves, were working with the cedars, why would they give his little sister the ability to stack bodies like that? It didn't make any sense to him. Then there was the poisoning he had to deal with. Again, the muse granted to his sister by the nanopill provided help where it wasn't needed. The alien tech could have left him to die or turn or whatever the end result of ether poisoning was. But again, the AI gave its aid freely. Sam may have been far too eager to accept this alien tech, but maybe he was being far too apprehensive about accepting aid when they were in desperate need of any help at all. Jake was feeling better after that strenuous workout, better than he normally did. The shakes, shivers, and sweats were gone, and his mind had cleared for the most part. He still felt like he needed a good nap to clear his head, but he was good enough for action, and that was all that really mattered. It was all thanks to Sam and her muse. He took a quick look at his sister and smiled. She cradled Rocky in her arms while the squirrel watched the landscape rolling past the window. Jake still didn't want to take the nanopill, and he still wasn't completely sold on trusting an alien AI, but it had done right by him and Sam thus far. Jake was going to have to take what both of them said a lot more seriously now. Perhaps finding a library and doing a little meditation weren't the worst ideas in the world. Depending on how things played out, Jake was certain he'd need to learn new skills. Being a kick-ass carpenter wasn't enough anymore. Not if he wanted to keep himself and Sam alive.
"Feeling better?"
Sam asked with a sweet smile. "A lot better, thanks to you. I think you were right about exercise helping with the ether sickness. I guess this means I'll have to look into that meditation mumbo-jumbo as well, see if that helps."
Sam smirked. "And books. Can't have you fixing your body while your brain turns to mush." "Can our brains really turn to mush?" Kaylee asked.
Jake looked in the rearview mirror. The poor girl was staring at him wide-eyed, waiting for a response. "No, Sam was just teasing me. She was reminding me that my head is useful for more than a place to keep my hats."
Does Olivia think we all should be working on cultivation?"
Alyssa asked Sam. Sam took a second before answering. It was obvious she was having some sort of internal dialogue with her muse.
"It depends. Humans can absorb ether naturally, and it doesn't make them sick. But if you kill something with ether, you absorb it. That ether isn't filtered at all. It just builds up and starts poisoning the body. The more things you kill, the worse it gets. That's why Jake had such a strong reaction." "But you've killed lots of aliens too," Kaylee said. "You aren't sick."
Sam nodded.
"That's right, Kaylee. I have. But I took a special medicine that helps my body use the ether." "I want that medicine, Mom. That way when I shoot the aliens, I don't get sick."
Alyssa frowned.
"I'm not sure, hun. I don't know if you can get that medicine or not, but we'll look into it. Isn't that right, Alan?"
"Yes, dear. Once we get set up at the farm, we'll figure that out." A wave of tiredness hit Jake. He closed his eyes for half a second and his head started to droop. He caught himself and brought his eyes back to the road, but his lapse didn't go unnoticed.
"Did the monsters hurt you some more, Mr. Jake?" Kaylee asked from the back seat.
Jake smiled. "Just got tired from fighting all day is all. I'll be fine. I just need to get caught up on my sleep."
"You should drink some coffee. My dad drinks it when he gets sleepy."
"That's a good idea, Kaylee."
"Sam, I have something else I wanted to ask,"
Alyssa said. Sam looked back with an awkward smile.
Yes? What were you doing all alone at your home? Did you and your parents get separated?"
Sam turned away. Jake could tell she was mulling over her answer, probably debating whether to be honest with them.
"They were at a friend's place when the Cedars came," Sam finally answered. "Haven't heard from them since, so I'd rather not think about what happened to them."
Alyssa gasped.
"That's terrible. They didn't call or anything?"
Sam shook her head. Before Alyssa could press the issue, Alan set a hand on her shoulder. They exchanged a hushed whisper, but Jake swore he heard Alan express concern over Ted and Veronica being crushed under one of the Cedar ships. It was just as possible as the pair drinking themselves to an early grave during the apocalypse. Alyssa wasn't too happy about her questioning being interrupted, whispering something about only being concerned for the poor girl. Alan turned his attention to Jake's sister. "So, Sam, was it you who killed all those cedars on the street?" Obviously, he was trying to get off a touchy subject as fast as possible and spare everyone unnecessary drama. "The ones on my street, yeah," Sam admitted. "Got ambushed by 3 before I got my crossbow ready, though." "3 all by yourself?" Kaylee squeaked out in surprise. "But how? You're not as big and strong as Mr. Jake, and you don't have a pew-pew gun." Sam looked back at Kaylee, then anxiously at her parents. "They probably don't want me to tell you all the details, sweetie, but, I used my knives. I'm pretty fast with them." Alan ruffled Kaylee's hair. "But were the others trying to break into your house? When we got there, the pack seemed to just be roaming around." Sam shrugged.
"I was hunting them." "What? Why?" Alyssa balked. "Wouldn't it be safer just to hide?" "Right now, maybe. But what happens when stronger aliens come? The reason Lucy chose to give the pills to gamers is because we can adapt fast. To survive, we need to get stronger. Killing cedars gives you more ether, and while it can make you sick, ether can also make you stronger. It's like taking steroids and a pill that makes your brain work faster all at once."
Alyssa shuddered.
"I don't know if I could kill an alien."
Jake looked back and pointedly brought his eyes to Kaylee. "Are you sure about that?" Alyssa caught his meaning. Her back stiffened, and she held her chin up as she looked Jake in the eyes.
"I will protect my family."
Jake nodded at her. She was stronger than she looked, and now that he'd pointed out what she was fighting for, she understood exactly what Sam was saying about getting stronger. If they wanted to protect their daughter, Alyssa and Alan would need to get stronger, just like him and Sam. They would need to learn to fight.
"Weren't you scared to fight the aliens, Sam?" Kaylee asked. "I'd be scared." "Want to know a secret, Kaylee?" Sam asked.
Kaylee nodded seriously.
"I was scared. Like, really scared. But I knew I had to do it. So I was really careful, and I made sure they didn't hear me when I snuck up to attack them. That's why I got a crossbow." "I still don't understand why you have a crossbow. Why do you have a crossbow?" Alyssa asked. "It seems like a really odd weapon to have."
Sam blinked at Alyssa.
"Well, it's a pretty quiet weapon. Kinda important when you're trying to be sneaky with your kills." "Well, yes, but couldn't you do that with one of those silencer things for a gun?" "I was able to order the crossbow online. I don't think I could have ordered a gun and silencer online."
Sam shrugged and looked to Jake to see if he knew anything. "Sam is right. She couldn't buy a gun online, especially without her PAL license."
"PAL? What's that?" Kaylee asked.
"Possession and acquisition license," Alan said. "Everyone in Canada has to have a license to own a gun. I have mine so I can go hunting with Uncle Rick."
"Oh, okay," Kaylee said.
"And even if she could buy a gun online, it would be loud. The silencers you're talking about are called suppressors. They suppress the noise of the gun, but unless you have subsonic ammo, it's still going to make a lot of noise, even with all that. It's still a good deal louder than a crossbow. On the other hand, you can't fire a crossbow repeatedly with any speed. It's a trade-off. Stealth for the ability to fire rapidly."
"I see," Alyssa said. "That does make sense now. I suppose no one will be ordering guns online anymore."
"Don't worry," Alan said. "Rick has plenty of rifles and ammo at the farm. We should try to find a few handguns as well."
"Never thought I'd approve of guns, but we certainly live in a different world than we did a few days ago," Alyssa said with a sigh.
They came off the highway and onto a long stretch of road going deep into the countryside. The rest of the trip was peaceful and quiet, with beautiful rolling fields of green and trees on either side. You'd never think the world was invaded by aliens when you got this far out from civilization. It seemed the aliens were out to inflict mass casualties, and hitting towns and cities was the way to do it. Little farmsteads could be picked off easily enough later. At least that's what Jake thought, until he saw a cedar ship sitting in the middle of a field. Then another. They were sparse and few in number compared to the swarms that had landed in the city, but they were still out in the wild. He only hoped Alan's brother-in-law was safe. They arrived at a quaint 2-story farmhouse. The white structure was surrounded by a sturdy wooden fence, and off to the side stood a red barn. The place would have been almost idyllic were it not for the torn fence Jake spotted far to the back of the property. He hoped they were all right. Jake parked the truck in reverse just in case they needed to run, but all seemed well as a portly man stepped out to greet them. He wore a red plaid shirt and blue overalls, resting a rifle on his shoulder. He gave them a wave.
Alan, Alyssa, glad to see you're all right.
Uncle Ricky!
Kaylee practically squealed as she hopped off the truck and ran to the man's arms. Rick swayed uncomfortably on his feet but managed to pick Kaylee up as he walked down to greet them. Alan and Alyssa rushed over, exchanging hugs and greetings. Jake smiled, but the longer he looked at the man, the more he realized something was wrong with him. His balance was off, and that sweat on his brow was too heavy for a farmer with clothes so clean.
You see it too, don't you?
Sam asked. Ether poisoning? Jake guessed. Sam nodded, then stared off to have a conversation with the voice in her head as Rick came over. The large man held out a meaty hand with a weary smile on his face.
I hear I have you to thank for saving my sister and her family. Name's Rick Whitfield.
Jake gave a firm handshake in return.
Jake Hicks, and this is my sister Sam.
You're not feeling well, are you, Rick?
Sam asked bluntly. Jake scratched the back of his head.
Sammy, that's not really a great way to open up a conversation with a total stranger.
But he's not.
Rick frowned.
Been feeling a little under the weather, yeah. But it's no big deal. Figured I caught something while fighting off them damn dirty aliens trying to eat my cattle. Dirty buggers busted down part of my electric fence when the power went out.
Sam's expression went deadly serious.
How many?
Rick laughed, then looked at Jake.
She's a little firecracker, ain't she?
How many?
She repeated with increased urgency.
Rick shrugged. Oh, I don't know. 5 or 6 of the varmints? There were some freaky-looking deer and dog things with them too, but I lost count. Come to think of it, I did start feeling kinda ill after all was said and done.
That's because you're suffering from ether poisoning, Rick.
Whatever awkwardness Sam felt around strangers seemed to have vanished. Jake couldn't help but feel a little proud of her. This stuff was too serious to beat around the bush. He just wished she had a little more tact when delivering the news.
Ether what? Rick said.
It happens when you collect too much ether in your body, Sam began. Every time you kill a cedar, they release their ether, and whoever killed them gathers the ether. You also collect it passively over time from the environment, but it's only when you kill things that you get poisoned.
Rick stroked his chin with a suspicious stare at Sam.
Kid sure knows a lot about these alien buggers and what they're doing.
Yes, she does. We'll talk more about it later, Rick, Alyssa said. But you need to listen to her.
Rick still looked skeptical. Jake couldn't help but sympathize with him. It wasn't that long ago he was in the exact same position.
Sam knows what she's talking about, Jake said. I was in the same shape you're in, only worse.
Kaylee gave a comically exaggerated nod of her head, sending her long hair swinging.
Uh-huh. Sammy saved Mr. Jake from the poisoning this morning. She has a muse who tells her all about the aliens.
Rick stroked at his chin, taking it all in even as he swayed on his feet. Jake couldn't blame him. It was a lot to process, even with everything Rick had likely seen already.
Those damn dirty alien bastards,
Rick grumbled as he wobbled on his feet. Then he stood straighter and turned to Kaylee.
I mean, monsters. I didn't say that naughty word, darling.
His attention returned to Sam.
So, how do we cure this poisoning?
This is going to sound stupid,
Sam cautioned. Jake wrapped an arm around her and pulled her into a tight embrace.
Oh, yes, it will. But trust me, it works."
Sam's awkward laugh returned before she cleared her throat.
So basically, you have to engage in intense mental or physical training.
That means studying, meditating, running, or lifting weights. Sam shrugged. Heck, you're a farmer, Rick. Work in the field by hand would probably do the trick for you. Rick threw his head back in a laugh and nearly fell off his feet were it not for Alan catching him.
"Missy, you have no idea how hard it is to work a field with all the equipment we do have. I can't imagine doing it by hand."
Then pick something else, but you need to do it quick.
"Or else what?"
Rick probably came off more combative than he meant to. Jake assumed it was the poison talking. Rick's eyes fluttered shut, then snapped back open. He was further along than Jake was in his poisoning. The sooner Rick started training, the better. Sam put on the most deadly serious expression she could manage.
You'll turn into a monster, a mutant, or a zombie. That's what the reports say so far. If that's true, it's a lot worse than just dying. You become one of those monsters.
Rick's head dropped low, and a long silence hung in the air.
"Son of a biscuit. I thought there was something wrong with those other aliens."
"The deer and dogs, you mean?" Alan suggested. Rick nodded.
"Like what kind of aliens come down here to Earth with their space Bambis and Fidos? I figured they'd have 6 legs and eyes or something. But no, they looked like weirder versions of ours. Now I'm thinking they're really just ours and maybe they've mutated."
Sam crossed her arms and stared at her feet for a moment as she listened to Olivia.
Animals absorb ether from the environment faster than we do. It changes them.
She ran to the truck and came back with Rocky.
This is Rocky. He's been getting bigger and smarter, but not all animals will react like Rocky. Most will just get sick if they aren't exercised and helped.
"Old Lassie has been feeling a great deal under the weather lately," Rick offered.
Then you have to make sure she and the rest of your animals get a lot more exercise too, or they'll turn into monsters. And talk to them. The more you do, the smarter they'll get.
Rick let out a nervous laugh.
"Couldn't imagine mutant cows being too big of a threat, but they probably don't make good eating either."
Kaylee tugged at her uncle's arm.
Uncle Ricky, if you do the meditation thingy, I'll make sure Lassie gets lots of walkies so she feels better, okay?
Rick patted the girl's head.
"I suppose I should, if it worked for Jake here."
"It did," Jake assured him. "I'm still feeling the poisoning a little, but I'm past the worst of it. You'll recover, I promise you that."
"Alyssa, Alan, either of you think you can handle my cattle?"
Alyssa's eyes widened.
What? Me? I've never...
Alan cut her off. "We'll figure it out, Rick. You just tell us what to do and it'll get done." Rick slapped his heavy hand down on Alan's shoulder.
"I knew I liked you for some reason."
With a rough shake, he let his brother-in-law go, then held his hand out to Sam.
"And you, little Miss Firecracker."
Sam pursed her lips and looked anxiously to Jake, who urged her to take the hand. She did and gave the most awkward handshake Jake had ever seen. It was too stiff and rigid, like she couldn't put enough distance between Rick and herself fast enough.
"You need to work on your people-talking skills, but I appreciate the info you've provided. You're a good kid."
No problem,
Sam said. Rick gave a warm, woozy smile.
"Now, you folks are welcome to stay here with us if you like. I know it ain't no city, but it's a lot quieter than what I saw on the news before the power got cut. I have a generator and plenty of diesel, so I have power and water and lots of guns."
Jake looked at Sam, whose face said it all.
"I appreciate it, Rick, but we've got to head back home. Maybe see if we can help some other folks in need."
Rick gave Jake's arm a squeeze.
"You're a good man, Jake. Better than most in that city, I reckon. If that's what you two want, I won't try to stop you. But just remember my door's always open to the two of you."
Jake smiled with a nod and climbed back in the truck.
"You guys take care."
Sam looked to Alyssa.
You have that map?
Alyssa nodded.
I do.
She gave both Sam and Jake a hug, followed by Kaylee. Meanwhile, Alan was already pushing Rick to do squats and looking for things for him to lift. With that, they were back on the road. Sam melted into her seat and exhaled like she had been holding her breath the entire conversation.
That went better than I thought it would. I thought Rick was going to freak when Kaylee mentioned my muse.
Oh, I don't think it was that bad.
Sam lazily tilted her head toward him. Come on, Jake. Not everyone's going to be as understanding as you about me taking the nano pill.
She put on her best mocking voice.
Hey guys, I have an alien voice in my head. Yeah, the same aliens invading us. We cool?
Jake grimaced, remembering how he was anything but. He had honestly been kind of a dick about it. He could imagine others being even worse.
With everything falling apart, I wouldn't be surprised if someone went full-on witch trials on people like me.
Jake reached over and gave her hand a squeeze. No one's going to be like that, Sam. We've got aliens to deal with, and if we don't stick together, we don't stand a chance.
Sam rolled her eyes. See, that's a smart, reasonable approach to things. And people aren't smart or reasonable on a good day. We're not in good days anymore, Jake. People are going to get a whole lot of extra super-duper stupid in the coming days. Watch.
Jake smiled and pulled her hand up for a quick kiss. Such an optimist. Don't worry, sis, I'll make sure to take care of you, whether it's from crazy aliens or people.
I know.
Sam's shoulders slumped as she leaned against the headrest. She seemed almost resigned to her fate of being babysat by her big brother for the rest of her days. If Jake had his way, there'd be a lot of them. Jake knew she didn't appreciate him babysitting her, especially at her age, but he wasn't about to let anyone take her out. Not the Cedars and not any crazies who took issue with his little sister. So, how about we do some of that meditation stuff you told me about?
I thought you said it was dumb.
I mean, it sounds pretty dumb, but it works. Jake shrugged. Figure we could hit up the library and get some books on engineering, solar power, and pick up some bits and bobs at the hardware store.
Sounds like a plan, nerd. Sam gave a toothy grin and lightly punched his arm.
Late in the afternoon, Jake pulled up in front of the library. The building was a little worse for wear, with several smashed-out windows, but it was otherwise intact. Piles of cars and junk were clustered in front of the stairs in what looked like hastily erected barricades. There were human and cedar bodies littering the stairs, fresh ones the monsters hadn't had time to clean up yet. Jake pulled out his Winchester. The gun had to have 3, maybe 5 shots left in the tube. I don't think we're alone here.
In that case, we better remember Rule 3.
Jake snorted. I hate public bathrooms at the best of times. I don't plan on getting caught with my pants down today.
Sam raided her crossbow. Let's try to keep quiet and avoid a fight then.
Jake agreed, making sure to check his 1911. The magazine was still full. Hopefully he wouldn't have to fire a single shot. The city had fallen almost completely silent, and the last thing Jake wanted to do was invite any unwanted visitors. They entered the dark library, illuminated only by the remaining daylight streaming in through the windows. Shattered glass crunched underfoot as Jake and Sam moved inside. He remembered back when the place was alive, with people reading, studying, and talking amongst themselves. It was a warm, wonderful place in a past life. Not that Jake was one to give the library more than a passing glance, but he had spent his fair share of time there chasing after a girl's affection in the past. Jake strained his eyes to read library signs in the dark. He made out fiction and horror, but most everything else blended into the shadows. Don't suppose you got a flashlight on you, sis?
I'm ready for anything, Jake, but that's just asking for trouble.
Jake sighed. Well, we can use it when we find the books then. He froze. A rattle and a scrape? Was he hearing things?
Hear something?
Sam asked. Jake tightened his grip on his axe. Yeah, let's hurry. Rather than letting Jake lead, Sam went on ahead. Apparently her eyesight was better in the dark, and he wondered if his eyes were going bad or if Sam just had better low-light vision. Maybe it was even another perk of the nano pill his sister wanted him to take. It wasn't a good time to ask, though. Jake's hairs stood on the back of his neck, like someone or something was watching him.
"Engineering and science,"
Sam whispered and headed in. She pulled a small flashlight from one of her hoodie pockets and raked the beam of light across the books. If it had to do with generators and solar power, Sam stuffed it in her pack.
"Should have brought my own backpack,"
Jake grumbled at his own lack of forward thinking. Sam shrugged.
"Books will still be here later. We can always come back."
She crammed the last book in her pack.
"But that's it for now."
Jake nodded and moved to get out as quickly as possible. They'd just made it to the center when an ear-piercing shriek shook Jake to his bones. Standing atop a bookshelf was the biggest damned cedar he'd ever seen. The thing was 7, maybe 8 feet tall, with bigger, sharper claws than the smaller beasts. And the thing was absolutely ripped. The tightly corded muscles beneath its flesh looked like they could put the average bodybuilder to shame.
"Nope."
Jake turned and went for the doors, dragging Sam along with him. A pair of cedars slammed the door shut and barred them.
"Damn things are getting smarter,"
Jake thought as he watched them cut off their escape route. Sam immediately drew and fired her crossbow, but only hit the door as the cedars darted into the darkness. The big one was hissing and barking, and if Jake didn't know better, he'd swear the thing was ordering the smaller cedars around.
"Is that thing an alpha?"
There wasn't much time to ask questions as another cedar jumped Jake from the side. He narrowly smashed the creature in the face with the haft of his axe, but not before it scratched his shirt open and raked the soft flesh beneath. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the blood streaming from his chest, and split the staggered cedar down the middle with a furious swing of his axe. Jake's eyes widened as his axe came to a stop more than halfway through the cedar. Was this the effect of Sam's cultivation techniques? Or did he get a lucky hit in? Sam's crossbow fired, cocking over and over again as cedars rushed after her. One cedar died midair and almost knocked her over on the way down. The second reached her. She got one shot off into the cedar's leg as she deftly maneuvered around the monster's back, shooting another cedar in the arm before it clawed off her face. Then she vanished into the shadows without a word. Jake doubted she was abandoning him, but he'd be lying if he said the thought didn't cross his mind. Jake went for the first of the wounded cedars and took off its head, then kicked aside the other. The alpha was on the move, rushing right for him. Its heavy steps trundled through the library, tearing apart the wooden floor with its sharp talons as it did. Before Jake knew it, the monster slammed its shoulder into Jake and threw him across the library. He slammed into a shelf, and the books rained over him, nearly burying him alive. A pained whimper left him as he struggled to stand. Another pair of cedars flanked him from either side. A crossbow bolt impaled the head of one to the shelf, while Jake shot to his feet. With a desperate swing, he managed to disorient the second cedar. The alpha was on its way again, and Jake threw the smaller monster in its path. The alpha trampled over its companion without hesitation and shot its clawed hand out. Jake barely rolled out of the way. The shelf was torn to pieces in his wake. He drew his 1911, lined it up with the alpha's head, and fired. The alpha tore its hand free and pulled its head out of the way in the same motion. A bolt struck the side of the beast's head, and it let out a furious roar in Sam's direction before a second one struck near where the heart must have been. To Jake's shock, the alpha seemed more pissed off than wounded.
"The hell are you made out of?"
Jake snapped as the alpha ran for him once more. He knew he couldn't outrun the cedar. He had to fight. Jake let out a roar of his own and ran right at the alpha. It swung for his head, and he slid under its arm, digging his axe into the monster's side. It should have been a debilitating blow, but the alpha whipped back around and threw Jake a powerful backhand that sent him tumbling across the floor. His world was spinning, and his axe was still firmly lodged in the monster's side. As it took the time to tear the axe out, Jake swung his Winchester from its sling and fired wildly at the cedar. 3 shots spread through the torso, and the monster's growl seemed to have lost some of its bite. It was slowing, but it was still coming. The alpha trundled toward Jake and drew him up into the air by his throat. Jake hung there, wondering why the monster didn't just kill him. Then it screamed in his face. Jake coughed and sputtered.
I'm sorry. Did I hurt your feelings, ugly?
It flung Jake into another bookshelf, which broke when he crumpled into it. His vision blurred, and the world grew quiet around him. The cedar was coming for him again, and he could barely sit up straight.
All this for a couple of books,
he thought. It wasn't the way he'd imagined going out. The Alpha stopped dead in its tracks, and Jake swore he heard muffled thumping and kicking in the distance. Then there was a metallic clatter.
Was that the doors?
The Alpha snarled as a storm of gunfire erupted and patches of alien blood splattered off the creature's body. It tried to flee into cover, but tripped and fell as it did. From the shadows, Jake swore he saw the glint of metal from above. Sam dropped from the darkness, plunging her twin daggers into the back of the Alpha's head. With a twist and a tear, she kicked off the now motionless beast, the ether flowing off it into her. Some flew to Jake, then over to the crowd of people that made their way in.
You all right, son?
A man with a thick graying beard asked as he held his hand out to Jake. Jake took the hand up and swayed on his feet.
Going to feel that in the morning, but I'll live somehow.
Jake steadied himself and shut his eyes to fight down the pain. That was too damn close.
Name's Jake Hicks.
Ted and Veronica's son? The man gasped.
Know anything about what happened to them, or your sister?
Jake shook his head.
Sam's here, somewhere.
He had to hold his head to stop the world from spinning.
My parents went to a friend's house, and we don't know more than that. Shame, they were nice folks, even with their peculiarities.
The man placed a hand on Jake's shoulder.
Name's Colton Evans, son. I live a few houses down from Ted and Veronica.
Pleasure's all mine. Jake managed to finally regain his balance, even if everything hurt like hell. And your friends? He pointed at the crowd gathered behind Colton. There had to be at least 9 other people with him. Colton beamed with pride.
Guess you can say they're the neighborhood watch, people from our little slice of paradise that have banded together to deal with the alien menace. Lucky for you, one of our crew spotted cedars going into the back of the library, and we came to deal with them.
Jake held his side as Sam ran over with his axe and his 1911 he had apparently dropped somewhere in the fight. He took them and gave her a hug. He wasn't sure how much he could trust Colton and his people, but so far they seemed like good people.
That sounds great. We actually came back from the countryside hoping we could help more people out.
Colton smiled.
Well, seeing as you damn near killed that Alpha on your own, I was hoping you'd tag along and join us. Strength in numbers and all that. We got some ammo we can share and some medical supplies to help get you fixed up. So, what do you say?
Sounds like a good deal to me. Sam pinched at his back, and Jake nearly cried out in pain. She was not a fan of this plan, that much was clear. Colton held up a finger.
Just gotta ask one question before we let you tag along.
Shoot.
You ain't one of them pill poppers, right?
Jake knew exactly what he was talking about, and immediately worried about his sister. But after dealing with that Alpha, he couldn't just pass up the opportunity to work with other people. They needed to work with others if they were going to survive.
No, I heard about it from some of my neighbors. I never even got one. Sam didn't either, right, Sam?
Sam shook her head. No, my friend said they got one, though. What's wrong with the pills? Colton shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other.
Nothing yet, but them pills ain't made by humans. I mean, they are, but they ain't. Turns out there's some alien AI called Lucy that made those things. So I don't rightly know if we can trust them or the people that take them. Alls I know is I don't want any trouble with them, so I prefer to steer clear.
Jake pursed his lips and thought about it. He couldn't exactly fault Colton's logic. His wasn't entirely different, though Jake was starting to come around.
I know it might seem a tad bit unreasonable, seeing as they're still human and all, but we just can't trust them.
Jake sighed. Numbers, weapons, supplies. Sam might not like it, but it was what they had to do to survive.
Don't worry, Colton, I get it. I'm a little worried about them too. Good to see another kindred spirit out here.
Colton beamed and squeezed Jake's shoulder. Jake sucked a breath through his teeth, and Colton's hand recoiled. "Sorry about that, son. Come on, let's get you back to base and patched up."
"Hold on. I still have to get a few books," Sam said.
Colton shook his head. "Damn apocalypse and the kid wants books? Well, we're here. Might as well get what you came for." Jake nodded and spent a few minutes looking for books. He also picked up a few survivalist magazines. When Sam came back, he gave her a look. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Sam held up a canvas bag full of books.
"Yep."
Jake noticed that none of Colton's people bothered to grab any books. Jake took one last look at the Alpha's body as they left. He shuddered. He'd gotten a lot of ether from the alien, but he'd been lucky. If Colton hadn't shown up when he did, he and Sam would be dead. He needed to get stronger, and fast. 15. Sam. Sam didn't understand why her brother had decided to tag along with this band of crazies. They were doing just fine on their own, and they could afford to be selective about who they let around them. Maybe Jake got scared after the Alpha roughed him up. She took a deep breath, picturing the fight in her mind, the way the beast threw her brother around like he was nothing. She was terrified she would lose Jake then. But even so, she had to play smart to get a killing blow on the Alpha and make sure both of them got out alive. Maybe she should have mentioned that to Jake instead of leaving him guessing about what she was doing, but coordinating would have given her position away to the Alpha. It was something to work on later. They rode in Jake's truck to the neighborhood watch, most of them piled in the truck bed. But with the windows open, Sam could hear everyone. They were saying exactly the sorts of things she was afraid of from those who didn't or refused to take the pill.
"Heard them pill poppers are actually collaborators with the aliens,"
one woman said, her messy blonde hair tucked away beneath an olive beanie. Sue was her name. She was sitting in the truck bed with the bulk of the group.
"See, they take the pill, and then the aliens can see and hear everything through them. It lets the aliens track them right to the heart of groups of survivors like ours. Then we get torn up. Worst part is the poor bastards don't even know it."
"Not really collaborating if they don't know they're collaborating," Olivia sighed.
"Really? What was your brother thinking, tagging along with these people?"
"No idea," Sam frowned.
"Think he got scared? Because that's what I think."
"It would make sense. He does seem the type to do anything to keep you safe. I'm afraid this was not well thought out."
"Well, I heard they used them pill poppers to make more of the alien cedar things," Lewis said. He was a short, stocky man, lounging with a shotgun across his lap, pressing into another's thigh. If Sam was lucky, he'd left the safety off. "Like them big alpha ones we've been seeing pop up."
"You know, I don't remember the Alphas from Apocalypse Online. I only ever saw cedars," Sam said. "Almost no one made it far enough in the game to see them." Olivia's voice carried a hint of fear in it. "They get bigger." Sam gulped. If one Alpha was that hard to bring down, she didn't want to face multiples of them, or their bigger, angrier brothers.
"Well, all y'all are idiots. The aliens ain't aliens," Bryce said.
He had a scraggly black beard and looked like he'd skipped one too many nights of sleep.
"The government took them into underground facilities to make them, and once they got enough of them, they released them on the world to cull the human population."
Lewis blinked at Bryce.
"And what's all this got to do with pill poppers?" "Pill poppers is supposed to be the controllers. They tell them cedars what to attack and what nots to, so they could stop all this mess, but they doesn't."
Sam stood in awe of the stupidity she was hearing. It was moments like this when she truly understood how far the education system had fallen in the last few generations. Bryce's theory was met with ridicule and disagreement, a brief relief from the rest of the conversation, until they went right back to discussing other ridiculous theories without so much as considering asking someone who had taken a pill for answers. Sam pushed her head into the headrest. She wanted to scream at and about the people she was surrounded by. That would have been a very bad idea. She was fast and deadly, but she wasn't that fast, especially with so many guns around.
"So, Colton,"
Sam began, trying to distract herself from the rest of this so-called neighborhood watch.
"what were you guys doing around the library?"
"Hunting down supplies,"
he answered, his eyes never leaving their surroundings. Crazy as Colton and his people were, she appreciated that he took things more seriously than the rest of his crew.
"That's when we heard that alpha shrieking. What about you? Picking up some light reading?"
Sam laughed anxiously.
"Jake thought he could figure out how to set up some generators or solar power, if he just knew how. Thought some books on the subject might help out."
Colton nodded.
"Good idea. Maybe your brother could help us out with those."
"Let's not get too excited," Jake said. "Reading just one of those books is going to take me a while. Finding anything useful is a whole other problem." Jake pulled off into their neighborhood once more, but rather than going to their parents' house, he followed Colton's instructions to another house far from their home on the opposite end of the street. It was fortified all right, barbed wire, sandbags, and boarded-up windows with slots just big enough to stick a gun through and line up a shot on a target decorated the house they stopped in front of. But it wasn't the only one. A couple more houses down the road shared the same decor, or at least an attempt at it. Colton stepped out of the truck and spread his arms.
"Welcome to our humble little compound. It's 4 houses right now, but it'll grow as we get more people."
He waved for them to follow him inside.
"Let me show you around."
Inside, the first house was hardly different from her parents'. A nice little 2-story house for an average-sized family. If she could ignore the barricaded front and the smell of gun oil in the air, it was almost normal. But that's where normal ended. The garage was stockpiled with sandbags waiting to be filled and barbed wire to be rolled out. One of the downstairs bedrooms had been converted into an armory that held everything from guns and ammo to bats, axes, and hammers. What should have been a kitchen was turned into a workshop of sorts, with a man and woman cleaning a rifle. The couple gave them a nod and left them to go about their tour with Colton. They stepped outside. The fencing between the 4 houses had been knocked out, and the beginning of a small garden was taking root. Rows of tilled earth stretched from one side to another, and small planters had been stripped of colorful flowers to make way for medicinal herbs. Jake gave an approving nod.
"You guys really have thought of everything, haven't you?" "Pays to be prepared for the apocalypse, son."
Colton gave a wide grin.
"Neighbors may have called me crazy before, but now, well, if they ain't here, they're gone."
His shoulders slumped, and he scratched at his beard.
"Sorry. That sounded better in my head, son."
Jake clasped the man's shoulder.
"It's all right. I know exactly what you mean. I thought Mr. Callahan was crazy, having me build him a bunker for all this, but he's sitting pretty down there while we're fighting for our lives."
Colton nodded.
"Good thing he could afford that kind of work. Anyway, if you two want to stay, we've got some open rooms in the last house."
He pointed to a blue home at the end.
"Still getting her bunkered up, but it should be plenty safe."
"What do you think, Sam?" Jake looked to her, hope in his eyes. She wasn't going to win this argument with her brother, and she didn't want to make a scene in front of these people, but she couldn't help herself. "Why can't we just stay in our house? We can run over if there's any issues." Colton chuckled.
"I get being attached to your home, little lady, but we won't be able to come help quickly if something goes wrong. Best if we all stay tightly knit together."
That made a surprising amount of sense, given the company Colton kept. "See, Sam, we can rest easy here and start rebuilding," Jake said, urging her to agree. "All right," Sam gave in, hiding her grudging acceptance. "I'll go pick us out a room. You just get yourself patched up, all right?" Colton smiled.
"Don't worry, we'll get your big brother taken care of."
He gestured for Jake to follow him to a white house, the second home in the compound. That was probably their hospital. Sam went ahead and searched every room in the 4th house, looking for one she could easily sneak out of. Most were sheer drops to the ground level, with no easy way to hop across to the neighboring house's roof. Then there was the master bedroom. To her surprise, no one had claimed it. Other than a made bed and a bit of furniture, the room was barren of any signs of life. Even the drawers were all empty. When she reached the window, she saw why. The room overlooked the front of the house, where the sloping roof acted as a ramp for anything that could jump or climb up to it. Cedars could do that with ease, and so could Sam. Since Jake was likely looking for a good night's rest, Sam was sure he'd approve of the room, regardless of the security risk. The bed was nice and soft, and the room was fairly spacious for the two of them. After about an hour, Jake finally found her. He had a new plaid shirt draped over his shoulders, while his muscled torso was wrapped in fresh bandages. Jake shut the doors behind him and sat beside her on the edge of the bed.
"Nice place we got here, huh?"
Sam shot him a glare. Jake sighed and lowered his voice to a near whisper.
"Yeah, I know, Sam, but I'm just looking out for you. You know that, right? After running into that alpha, I don't think we can survive this mess on our own."
"You didn't have to move us right into the lion's den," Sam muttered. "If these people find out about me or Olivia, we're going to be in a lot of trouble."
"Come on, Sammy, they're good people."
Sam rubbed at her brow.
"Were you even listening to them in the back? They have all these crazy theories about what happens to people who take nanopills. This is a powder keg waiting to go off right on top of us, Jake."
Jake crossed his arms and stared up at the ceiling for a moment.
"Then we just have to keep your muse thing a secret for now."
Sam huffed out a sharp breath.
"Obviously, but it's only a matter of time before they find out."
Jake gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze.
"How would they? You look perfectly normal."
Sam shook out her head, resting her elbows on her thighs.
"Jake, I'll just keep getting stronger as I level up with a lot less effort than it'll take to keep these people from turning thanks to ether poisoning. You and the rest of them, you'll have to work out hard, meditate, all that stuff, where I won't. Someone will notice. Not to mention, I have a pet squirrel that is smarter than half of these people."
At his mention, Rocky popped his head out of his hiding place in her hoodie. He looked around and then disappeared once more. Jake shrugged.
"So we tell them you've had Rocky forever, and you do the meditation and workouts with me. If working out helps me, I'm sure it will help you too. Getting stronger would be a benefit to both of us. It'll be fine."
"They'll ask questions about how I know what I know. Even if they buy it, they'll think up a reason to suspect me," Sam countered. "They might not even need that, though. Something could go wrong, and who better to blame than the new people who moved into the community?"
Jake pulled his lips into a tight frown.
"Look, Sam, things could go bad, yeah, but we need to band with others to survive. I know we have to get stronger, but we can't do this alone."
Sam nodded.
"But we have to be more selective about who we join up with, Jake. This isn't like the old world where you could call the cops for help. We don't have anyone but each other."
Jake hugged his younger sister.
"And I won't let anyone hurt you, Sam, whether it's Colton and his people or the Cedars."
Sam gave him a warm smile, but she didn't think Jake could protect her from Colton's people if they decided to turn on them. The only way to make sure they could survive was to keep getting stronger. She needed to get out there and level up. Jake lay down in bed for a nap, and Sam decided to take the chance to rest up a bit. She needed to wait for nightfall if she was going to sneak out. When she woke up, Jake was snoring softly, hugging a pillow to his chest like a stuffed animal.
"Aw, that's adorable,"
Sam chuckled softly to herself.
"Yeah, he's a big softy, ain't he?"
Olivia commented with what sounded like a grin to Sam's ear. Sam shook her head with a faint smile and focused on her objective. She quietly went to the window and opened it with only a faint rasp, then closed it as she stepped out onto the roof. It was a dark, starless night. Squinting her eyes at the night sky, she saw the vague outlines of clouds rolling overhead, parting now and then to give a glimmer of the moon and stars beyond before they were gone again. Perfect weather for sneaking around. Quiet as a mouse, she peeked over the edge. No guards. Sam dropped down to the street level and darted into the night. Rocky peeked his head out of her hoodie and looked around before letting out a little chitter that sounded like a question to her ear, though she couldn't understand it.
"We're going hunting, Rocky. Just you and me. The stronger we get, the more easily we can protect Jake from the Cedars and his questionable life choices."
Rocky let out what Sam guessed was a laugh before returning to her pocket. Sam ran 2 neighborhoods over before she found her prey. Cedars, a pack of 20 roaming the streets and breaking off to check the houses they passed. They didn't have an alpha to lead them, but they were organized enough. It made her wonder how the creatures actually thought and communicated with one another. Knowing that would make it much easier to exploit their weaknesses. A cedar wandered off on its own to search a house. Sam kept to a low crouch, peeking past a car for any signs of support. None of the other cedars were tagging along to help. Sam took the chance and went in after the creature with a knife in hand. Quiet as a mouse, she caught the cedar, searching one of the first-floor bedrooms, and covered its mouth as she slit the alien beast's throat. It tried to let out a cry, but couldn't as its body slackened in her grip. Sam stabbed at its chest and let the lifeless body collapse.
"You have gained 10 ether."
She pushed the notification aside and returned to the hunt outside. None of the cedars seemed any wiser to the fact they were down a monster. Maybe the smaller ones were smart enough to band together and use pack tactics, but not smart enough to care about casualties. It worked out for her. Sam hid around the corner of a house. She found a loose rock on her way and threw it at a car across the street. A couple of the cedars perked up and looked back. While they paused, the pack marched forward. The 2 that had stopped walked over to the car, claws out and ready for a kill. The pair fanned out to search around the car, their claws raking over the vehicle as they searched high and low, while their pack paid them no mind. If she could just sneak in for the kill, that was 20 more ether for her to spend. Problem was, their erratic searching made it difficult not to cross into their line of sight. Rocky hopped out of Sam's pocket and chittered at her, his little hands pointing at the cedars, then away from the pack. Sam's eyes narrowed as she tried to decipher his message.
"You want to lead them away?"
Rocky gave an excited nod. Sam worried about her adorable little companion, but if they were going to work together, they may as well start practicing now. She took one last look at the pack. They were 4 houses away now, while the pair was just starting to give up their search of the car. Sam gave Rocky the go-ahead. The squirrel rushed over to a nearby tree and ran up to a branch before it glided on top of a cedar's head. The pair of aliens seemed more confused than anything by the squirrel's appearance, until Rocky bit down on a cedar's ear and tore a chunk free. The cedar hissed and swatted at Rocky, while its friend swiped at him with its claws. Rocky dove off in time to leave the other alien cedar with a painful gash across its face from its friend, then took off away from the pack. Sam looked back at the pack. They gave the pair a few glances, but seeing them chasing a squirrel got them promptly ignored. Now was her chance. Sam quietly ran after the cedars on Rocky's tail with a knife in one hand as she readied the crossbow. The bolt sailed through the air past one cedar's head, punching through the back of the lead monster's skull. The second cedar didn't have time to turn around before Sam had dropped the crossbow, letting its sling carry the weapon, while she drove her knife through the monster's back and destroyed its heart. The cedar fell over with a weak hiss. Sam wiped her blade clean on the body and dove for cover before she was spotted by the other cedars.
"You have gained 20 ether." "You're pretty good at getting their attention, aren't you, Rocky?"
She smiled at her fuzzy little companion. Rocky gave an excited little hop and dance, evidently wanting to go for more kills. Sam couldn't agree more. The pair got right back to work, picking off cedars one after another. Sam worked on her stealth, blade, and backstab skills while coordinating with Rocky. Sometimes she'd take a page from the squirrel's playbook and climb up a tree or house, waiting for the right time to plunge down on a cedar and take it out. Sam was pushing 150 ether when she decided it was time to ask her muse more questions.
"Olivia, any light you can shed on these upgrades I'm saving up for?" I believe I explained them fairly clearly. Gather up ether and you can level up the moment you have enough. The progression for class levels gets fairly steep after the first rank, so it will be some time before you can get your second level of rogue, Olivia answered. First level is 100 ether, second is 1,000, and the third is 10,000.
Sam nodded, stalking another group of cedars through a house.
So multiply 100 by 10 for level 2, then add an extra 0 for every level after that? Precisely. You're such a smart girl, Sam.
Olivia's motherly praise sent a shudder down Sam's spine. It felt so odd getting the sort of attention she should have gotten from her parents from an alien AI.
You can also invest ether in skills if you choose. They vary in price by skill and rank, but I'd advise against it in most cases.
Sam's brow knitted together.
Why? Class levels will also upgrade some skills, and skills level up with use regardless, so why waste the ether on skills when you can get gear or levels?
Olivia offered.
Makes sense, but I'll pick up skills if I see the need for them,
Sam replied. She might even have to hold back a reserve of ether for moments when she needed to purchase an emergency skill. Lockpicking came to mind. She'd never done that before, and there was no telling when that skill would come in useful. Sam watched a cedar head upstairs while the other two meandered about the first floor. Rocky went ahead and separated the two cedars, leading one out to the backyard, while the other searched the bathroom. Sam was quick to dispatch them with surgical precision. Then she waited for the third to come back downstairs. When it did, Sam put a bolt through its temple that left the creature stuck to the wall. She recovered her bolt and headed back out.
You have gained 30 ether. There are still other upgrades from gene therapy and 3D printers, of course,
Olivia continued, not at all bothered by the way Sam was stalking and killing her prey.
But for those you will need to reach an upgrade station. They have the necessary facilities to give you a further edge in surviving this new world, Sammy, if you have the ether for it.
Sam frowned at the prospect of leading Colton's men to an upgrade station. At best, they would probably lock the place down and keep her from using it. At worst, they would destroy it and hamper their chances of getting aid humanity desperately needed if they were going to have a chance against the collective. If she could sneak off with Jake, though, it might help him see the benefits of taking a nano pill and working with Lucy.
Next time we sneak out, we'll hit an upgrade station. I promise.
16. Brad. Brad and his new crew hurried their way back across the ruined city to the mall as the hotel burned behind them. Notifications of ether received flashed across his vision as the cedars trapped in the flames were cooked alive one after another, and wisps of ether flew through the air into all of them as they reaped the rewards of their destructive actions. The group moved from cover to cover, following Rachel's advice, gained from playing countless shooters, on how to move tactically. Brad figured the point was to move quietly, but between Chet crashing his entire body weight into cars, Aaron's heavy muffled breaths, and Gary knocking his sword into just about everything he could, they were doing a terrible job of it.
Being stealthy in games is a whole lot easier than doing it for real,
Brad thought as the group moved forward. Luckily, they arrived at the mall without incident. Brad guessed the monsters were more attracted to the burning hotel so many of their kind had crowded around. If so, they would get a lot more ether to spend. Unfortunately, the notifications for ether stopped not long after they were halfway through the parking lot. Where Brad had expected anything from 100 to 200 ether from killing the horde, they only received 50.
Damn monsters were smart enough to get out, weren't they?
Aaron's muffled voice reached Brad's ears from the side. Chet scratched at his chin with the back of his wrist. The absolute madman was still lugging the hotel pillows under one arm.
Guess so. Didn't think those things to be the smart type, though. Not for anything but killing, anyway.
Nah, they're just dumb beasts, Gary said. Probably decided to try going a different way to get at us and lucked their way out of the fire.
Rachel let out a soft laugh under her breath.
Cedars are a lot smarter than you give them credit for, Gary. That's why you're going to die first.
Oh, come on. Are you seriously telling me they care about anything other than killing? Gary shot back.
Brad let his thoughts drift away from their argument. His mind raced through every single encounter he'd had with the Cedars, whether in Apocalypse Online or their new reality. The monsters rarely, if ever, showed signs of self-preservation. The kill always came first, no matter the cost to themselves or their pack. Then he remembered how Frank, his muse, had mentioned alphas, larger, more powerful beasts, who were actually supposed to have brains, unlike their smaller brothers and sisters.
Do cedars even have genders? He asked Frank.
Why, you getting feelings for one of these things? The muse shot back, and Brad could almost feel the AI grinning.
No, gross. What the hell's wrong with you?
Brad replied while Frank laughed at him.
But I was wondering if we have to worry about these things making more cedars while they're down here.
Oh, don't worry, they will. Doubt they're that far along yet, though. Besides, there are far worse things than cedars coming, Frank informed him. But that's a problem for the future, Brad. Present Brad still needs to secure them all. Brad didn't find any of the muse's information comforting. The idea of monsters worse than cedars was downright chilling if one took the time to think about it, which Brad had no intention of doing. Frank was right. That was a future Brad problem, but he could do something about the mall now.
If you know there are aliens around the mall, why don't you tell us where?
Frank pulled up a map of the mall in Brad's vision, nearly causing him to stumble over the hood of a parked car. The parking lot was clear of hostiles, but there were 13 red dots scattered through the mall's interior. You missed most of these in your initial sweep. Brad was about to ask how, but decided it was best not to waste his time.
You guys get the map too?
Chet gave an exaggerated nod.
Yup, your quest auto-shared with us just now. Want to split off and pick 'em off one by one?
Rachel shot him a glance as she reached the mall's main entrance.
Okay, Fred, this isn't Scooby-Doo. In the real world, that gets people killed.
This sure as hell doesn't feel like the real world,
Gary commented as Rachel pulled the door open for him. He hesitated for a moment, like he was taking her warning about dying seriously, then stepped inside with a shake of his head.
Rachel's right. How about we pull them to us?
Aaron suggested, following Gary through the door into the large atrium at the heart of the mall. Moonlight shone through, giving it an eerie glow while the rest of the building was shrouded in darkness.
Not exactly packing a lot of ammo after our last stand, big guy, Rachel warned. Got about 3 in the gun and another 10 spare.
That's why we're going to bunker down in that store over there.
Aaron pointed his shovel through the gloom. Brad had to squint to make out what Aaron saw. The vague white outline of Furniture Republic peeked through the dark. Aaron's plan clicked in Brad's mind.
So you want us to corner ourselves behind a nice solid barricade of overpriced furniture and ring the dinner bell?
Damn right.
Aaron didn't wait for any agreement, marching straight for the store.
There's 2 big solid walls in the middle. If we build our barricade around them, we can make a decent funnel.
How do you even know this? Rachel asked.
Aaron slowed near the store, weapon at the ready.
Used to work here back in high school.
His voice came out low. The shop's glass front had been shattered, its furniture thrown about, but in the thick darkness it was impossible to spot any signs of blood or bodies. Aaron gestured for Gary to take the left while he went right, leaving Brad and the others to go down the center. Brad wondered when Aaron had become the de facto leader of their group, but decided this wasn't the time to argue. Tanks often led parties in games, so it was probably a reflex for the big man to assume the role. As his eyes adjusted to the dark, Brad saw the 2 large walls around the central room with what looked like a set of living room furniture propped up against each one. Real fancy leather stuff. Around the rest of the store, he spotted torn up and knocked over furniture, a few broken pieces here and there, but most were left standing where they had been when the world ended. His team reached the back of the store, where a few cash registers sat behind a large counter. If not for the tight space behind it, they could have barricaded themselves there. Brad may have wanted to argue over leadership, but Aaron's plan was spot on. Gary and Aaron joined them at the center.
"All clear on my end," Gary said.
"Same," Aaron agreed, then looked at Brad and the others. Brad took one last look around, then checked his map.
"Nothing's here but us. Let's get to barricading."
Aaron nodded and put down his weapons. Chet did the same with his gun and pillows. Brad tried to sling his shotgun, but found none attached, so he set it down on the counter.
"I'll take guard duty while you big burly men do the heavy lifting,"
Rachel said with a playful smile, moving toward the front of the store, keeping her rifle at a low, ready position.
"Don't mind me."
Gary opened his mouth to shout something when Aaron's hand clamped shut around it. Gary let out a huff and set down his weapon as well, getting with the program. They moved the furniture as quickly and quietly as they could around the store, setting up a nice strong barricade between the large central walls. They set up another pair of barricades around their perimeter, smaller ones the monsters were likely to tear through with ease, but it would slow them enough to give them warning. Brad and Aaron moved the last heavy couch into place, lowering it with the quietest tap before flipping it on its back.
"We all good?"
Brad asked. Aaron pulled down his gas mask and took a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his brow.
"All good, man. Ready to fight these things when you are."
Brad couldn't help but stare at the 3 deep marks across Aaron's eye. They looked like they were missing bandages. The big man caught him staring and pulled his mask back on, hiding his face. A muffled sigh followed.
"What happened?"
"Cedars happened."
Aaron's voice came out like a frozen lake.
"Their ships crashed into my family's apartment, and they attacked. Couldn't save my baby brother. Almost lost my eye trying to save him. My dad died in the rubble, and my mom, they took her right after she patched my ugly mug up."
"Is that why you're really wearing that mask?" Brad asked, his heart filled with grief for their party's tank. He couldn't help but let his thoughts drift to his own family and their ultimate fate. Wherever they were, he hoped they were safe.
"It's a gruesome reminder of my failures. I don't like looking at it, and I don't like people staring."
There was a low, contained growl in Aaron's voice. Brad thought for a moment, then raised a hand at Aaron. "I could try casting a heal on you, see if it goes away." Aaron was silent for a moment, then went to get his weapons.
"Don't."
Brad dropped his hand and sighed. He couldn't imagine what it would be like, watching his own family die before his eyes. Poor Aaron was holding in a lot more hurt than he let on, and there was going to be a lot more coming for them in their grim new world.
"You guys ready back there?"
Rachel called back. Chet grabbed his pistol and racked around.
"Ready."
Brad and Gary grabbed their own weapons. Aaron hopped over the barricade.
"I'll go ring the dinner bell."
Rachel ran back behind cover, taking the center along with Chet. Brad and Gary flanked them, making sure nothing would catch their 2 ranged players off guard. Aaron stepped into the atrium and let out a loud, primal cry, slamming his shovel against his shield.
"Come on out here and face me, Cedars. I've got a shovel with your name on it," he bellowed.
To Brad's surprise, Aaron's voice carried quite far, even through the mask. Aaron stomped around, slapping his shield harder, making more noise, until an alien shriek echoed through the mall. Several more answered. Aaron stayed out in the open, still making noise.
"Dude, what are you doing? Get back here!"
Brad shouted. Aaron didn't respond, and kept making noise as the scraping and skittering of the alien's claws on the mall's floor reached their ears.
"Seriously, you're in our line of fire," Rachel added.
"The Cedars need to know where we are,"
Aaron shot back. Movement drew closer. Everyone went dead quiet, searching for any sign of the Cedars. In a flash, red eyes appeared from the darkness beside Aaron. He raised his shield in time to catch the pouncing monster and shoved it back. As he drew his shovel back, a second and third appeared from the opposite side. Aaron swiped at them, cutting one's throat open, but the swing left him open. The third cedar raked Aaron's chest open, and he staggered back from the blow.
Aaron, health, 35 of 75.
Brad looked to see Chet and Rachel frozen, neither one taking the shot.
"Help him, damn it! Shoot!"
he demanded.
"I'm gonna hit him!"
Chet snapped back. Rachel didn't say anything, but her answer was likely the same. Brad was about to jump over the barricade when Aaron lunged back at the cedar who'd struck him, catching it right in the eye socket with the edge of his round shield. A sickening crack and pop followed as the monster rolled across the floor, grasping for its eye. More sets of glowing eyes appeared from the shadows, all running for Aaron.
"Party's here,"
Aaron called out and sprinted back into the store, glass crunching underfoot. The first cedar was right on his heels. As Aaron hopped over the barricade, the cedar jumped after him, just in time to catch the stock of Brad's shotgun right in its jagged teeth, throwing it back where it had come from. Chet popped a bullet in its skull, and Rachel opened up on the charging horde.
"Do you have a death wish or something?"
Brad snapped at Aaron, shooting him a quick heal, restoring 10 of his health. His mana bar pulsed blue, letting Brad know he was running low.
Mana, 20 of 65.
Aaron didn't answer Brad, turning his attention on the rushing pack as they crashed against their barricade. He hacked, slashed, stabbed, and crushed the monsters trying to snap at them. As they tried jumping over the barricade, Aaron caught them on his shield and threw them back. Brad kept using his shotgun as a club. It was nowhere near as effective at crushing skulls as his softball bat had been, but the bat didn't have a ranged option either. His only question was how many shots he had. Gary whipped around as a pair of cedars crashed through the barricade. They tumbled into a roll as Gary left the main barricade to run after them. He stabbed one through the skull, but the second swiped at Gary's legs, cutting through his calf muscle as Gary flew to his back. The wounded man let out a shrill cry as the cedar climbed on top of him. Gary hacked at it with his cheap katana, weakening the beast even as it tore into him. Brad lined up his shotgun and squeezed the trigger. The cedar flew off Gary's body, but he was left lying in a pool of his own blood, silent and motionless.
Gary, health, 0 of 75.
Brad tore his gaze away, heart pounding in his chest.
"They got Gary." "Not Gary!"
Chet shouted as he popped a pair of rounds through another cedar's head.
"Reloading! Cover me!"
Rachel pulled back from the barricade, loading new rounds into her bolt-action rifle. Aaron hacked down another pair of cedars who tried going over the main barricade, then whipped around as 3 came from Gary's side. Brad heard another series of cracks. The barricade on his side was down. He swung his shotgun around and blasted a cedar full of buckshot. The monster flew back in a cloud of blood. He pumped the shotgun and turned on a second cedar. It was too close, its arm pulling back to swipe at him. Caught between the barricade, Chet, and the cedar, Brad only had one option. He slammed his shoulder into the cedar. Its arm swung around and bit into his back, ripping through his hockey armor and flesh as he threw the monster on its back. Brad pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. As the cedar hissed on the ground, it scrambled to stand, but Brad rushed in with a wild crack of his shotgun stock, smashing its head over and over until it was nothing but a pulpy mass beneath him. One last shot rang out and everything around them fell silent. Brad pulled away from the dead cedar, heart racing in his chest. Was it over? He looked around. The rest of his party was still on their feet. The cedars were dead around their barricade. They were alive somehow. He slumped against a wall, wincing at the pain from his fresh wounds, and he couldn't help but let himself slide down to sit as adrenaline left him, and exhaustion gripped him.
Health, 44 of 10.
Another 10 health down.
You have received 30 ether.
"Everyone doing okay?" Brad asked, not wanting to think about Gary's lifeless body. Gary and Brad were never really all that close. Not now and not in high school, but he still considered him a friend. Like the rest of his party members, they had all spent countless hours in virtual worlds playing games together, being heroes, saving each other's lives. Back then they could always respawn when they messed up. But this was the real world now, and there wasn't any room for error. Rachel brushed her hair back with a hand.
Got one shot left in the chamber, but I'm spent.
I'll be fine, Aaron said, rubbing at his chest. The wound was healed, but the pain was not. Chet didn't say anything. He knelt next to Gary's lifeless body in silence. Brad forced himself to stand and went to his friend, placing a hand on Chet's shoulder. He didn't know what to say to his friend, so he kept quiet.
Damn it, Gary. Why'd you have to go and be an idiot again?
Chet said under his breath. His voice cracked, tears dripping from his eyes.
We were supposed to get out of this mess together, man. Don't do this to me.
He shook Gary's lifeless body.
What am I going to say to your family at the school?
A school? Brad thought. If there were more survivors there, they had to go help them, maybe even bring them back to the mall where they could use the upgrade station. He squeezed his friend's shoulder. Come on, Chet. We can't do anything for Gary, but we can still help his family at the school. Chet sat in silence for a moment, then gave a defeated nod as he reached up and shut Gary's eyes. What do we do about the body? Rachel asked. We can't bury him anywhere nearby. If we burn him, it might attract more monsters. Chet rose to his feet, sucking down a shuddering breath as he left his dead friend's side.
I'll take care of him in the morning. Let's just get to the upgrade station and get our rewards.
Without another word, Chet started off toward the olive grove. Brad and the others followed. So, were all of you guys heading to the school? Brad asked. Aaron nodded.
It was Gary's idea. He heard about it from his brother before the power went out. Supposedly there's a bunch of pill poppers like us there watching over a bunch of normals.
You thinking what I'm thinking, Brad? Frank asked as a new quest notification flashed across his vision. Quest received. Help the survivors at Oakleaf High. Brad wanted to ask how the AI knew, but if there were other people there who had taken the nano pill, it was possible Frank knew their locations. Brad left it at that. Gary's death was bothering Brad more than he wanted to admit. It wasn't the fact that Brad had spent a great deal of mana to get Gary back on his feet, only to get himself killed. In a game, sure, that would infuriate him as it would any other healer, but this was real. Gary was the first person he'd ever seen die in person. Brad doubted he would be the last. The moment they stepped into the upgrade station, a new notification flashed across his vision. The others around him stopped, gazes fixed on the distance as they looked at their own notifications. Secure the blockbuster. Completed. What now, Frank? Brad asked. Not seeing a notification from my quest reward here? It's almost like we have 3D printers for this sort of situation, the muse replied, sounding bored. Okay, smartass. I appreciate you too. Brad rolled his eyes and headed to one of the 3D printers. The others did the same. The screen on the machine flashed to life with 3 buttons. Buy, sell, rewards. The rewards button pulsed with a golden aura, so Brad hit that one. He was given a selection between 3 weapons and a spell. Brad thought about picking up the hammer, since his shotgun was lacking in the smash department, but he could pick up weapons anywhere in the world. Spells? Where in the world was he going to find one of those just laying around? He clicked on the Ether Siphon spell, and a description popped up. Ether Siphon. Extracts ether from the target, adding it to caster's stores. 10 ether is extracted for every point of mana used. At Siphon Level 1, this grants the caster 1 ether. Excess ether is lost. Cost: 1 mana. Requirements: Healer class, siphon skill, level 1. Brad didn't know what this siphon skill was, but getting borderline free ether sounded incredibly useful, even if the exchange ratio was awful to begin with. The more you use it, the better it gets, though, he thought as he selected the spell as his reward. The printer hummed to life, as did the others around him, the chamber filling with purple light as the outline of a scroll hovered inside. Little by little, the light poured into it as the scroll shimmered into existence. Or you could just pump more ether into the skill, Frank reminded him. On that note, Brad opened up his menus and went down to the skills section. There were far too many skills for him to be bothered scrolling through. Everything from origami to rocket science was listed there. He figured the system had a search function, and he focused on the siphon skill. Sure enough, the skill appeared in front of him. The ability to extract ether from targets. It cost 30 ether for the first level, but he could get that back. Without hesitation, he purchased the skill. You have gained skill, siphon, level 1. Brad had hoped for a little more fanfare, some fireworks or strange glowing, anything to distract from the grim mood Gary's death had cast on the day, but no such luck. Instead, he focused on trying to figure out what he could do with the spell, imagining he could siphon ether off cedars and other people. He wasn't exactly sure what good that would do him in a combat situation, though. It's not for combat, Brainiac, Frank informed him with all the gentleness of a hand grenade. It's for dealing with normals who've absorbed far too much ether. Not every one of them can handle the meditation required to process the ether inside them. So you, being a healer and all, can save them from ether poisoning. You know, before they turn into monsters worse than the cedars out there. He thought back to the school. If they had normals, they were bound to have people who would suffer from ether poisoning sooner or later. Good thing I'm a healer then, huh? Brad tore the scroll open and looked at the indecipherable alien text. He was about to ask Frank how he was supposed to learn anything from this, when the text glowed and streamed off the page into his mind. A blue-violet glow enveloped him as an electric surge spread from his mind across the rest of his body. Just as suddenly as it came on, the light and electricity vanished, the scroll disintegrating in his grasp. You have learned the spell, Ether Siphon. Okay then, he mumbled, rubbing his eyes back into focus as he backed away from the 3D printer.
You okay?
Aaron asked, holding a new round shield. This one was made of metal, or at least it looked metal. The weight didn't seem to bother Aaron, but Brad had a feeling any new cedars who ran into it were going to feel the difference. Brad nodded. Just learned a new spell. It's freakier than when it comes along with your class level. It was my quest reward, and it lets me siphon ether. Aaron shrugged with a nod.
Just don't go taking mine.
Rachel nodded with a new black rifle resting on her shoulders, her hands lazily draped over it. The weapon still looked wooden, though it was far darker than her original weapon. The barrel was boxier than the original, too. Well, I got my hands on a suppressed sniper rifle for my reward. Still bolt action, same caliber, but this one has a gimmick where if I still have one bullet left in the gun, it'll refill the mag over time. Okay, that's pretty damn cool, Brad said. Chet nodded and held up a larger, longer pistol than the one he had before, with a longer mag sticking out of the grip.
30-round pistol with full auto. I'll need to find 45 ammo, or buy it from the printer, though.
Huh. Rachel's the only one who got anything ridiculous from that quest, then.
Aaron chuckled.
All my shield does is smash things good and take abuse.
Brad smiled. What you're saying is the shield was made for a tank like you. Aaron shrugged.
Guess so. Anyway, what exactly is our game plan now?
He looked to Chet. Chet didn't say anything. Rachel raised her hands as if saying, "Don't look at me." Well, why not go to the school? Brad offered. There's people there we can help.
We were only going there for Gary.
Chet said with defeat in his voice. "No reason to go there now." "Okay, but there are pill poppers and normals over there, right? You know you can't get upgrades or quest rewards without upgrade stations, and normals can't handle an excess of ether. So why not bring them here?"
Aaron looked down at Brad. "You got another quest, didn't you?"
Brad held up a finger. "Yes, but I genuinely want to help people." Rachel shot him a toothy grin and leaned over to him. "Bet he just wants to test out his new spell and score some free ether." "It wouldn't hurt." Brad gave a nervous smile. "Besides, the spell isn't really free. It costs me mana I could be using to keep you all alive." Rachel pulled back. "Just teasing you, Brad. The plan sounds good. This place looks a bit too important to let the Cedars set up a hive, or whatever the hell they do, in here."
"I'm down."
Aaron made his way to a couch to lay down.
"But in the morning, when I'm not exhausted."
Chet shrugged.
"Guess we can see if Gary's family's still alive at the school. He'd want me to check in on them at least."
"He would, I'm sure of it," Brad said. If Gary wanted them to go to the school to begin with, there was no question in Brad's mind his family was the biggest concern. Numbers didn't hurt their chances for survival, though. "Let's rest up. Tomorrow morning we bury Gary and get to the school." The next morning, Chet was gone. Brad rolled off his couch and onto his feet, shaking Rachel, then Aaron out of their slumber. "Guys, get up. Chet's gone," he whispered in case something had managed to sneak into the upgrade station and kidnapped him.
"Probably off burying Gary or something,"
Aaron mumbled behind his gas mask as he slowly rose, blinking the sleep from his eyes. Rachel took in a deep breath and stretched with an adorable squeak. "Come on then, let's find him." The group formed up and looked for him back at the store where Gary died. The body was gone, just as they imagined. Then they went outside. On their map, Chet's green dot stood alone in the parking lot. When they followed it outside, he was standing beside a burning wreck of a car with what had to be Gary's body placed inside. Brad rushed up, the intense flames making him sweat bullets. "Chet, what the hell? You were supposed to wait for us."
"Couldn't let him sit there and rot, Brad. I had to do this."
Chet anticipated the next question and continued.
"Don't worry, no Cedars saw me or the fire. It's too bright out for them to notice."
"They could notice the smoke," Rachel snapped in a hushed whisper. Chet looked up at the black column lifting into the sky, then turned to the others in the distance.
"Maybe, but I doubt it, so—"
He pushed right past the subject.
"Ready to go? School's a bit of the walk out of the way, but we can get there before lunchtime if we hurry."
Rachel let out an exasperated groan and shook her head, starting off toward the school. Aaron sighed, pulling Chet into a hug.
"You're gonna be all right, man. Let's go."
He pulled the chubby man along with him for a bit. Brad just shook his head and moved to the head of the pack. He hoped Chet would pull himself together soon, before it cost him. The school itself was only a few blocks farther from the mall than the hotel, in a different direction. While Brad had hoped to score a few quick cedar kills along the way, things didn't work out that way. Where before the packs of monsters roaming the streets varied from 5s to 10s, now they formed up in groups no smaller than 30. Even with a tight and proper funnel like they'd had back at the hotel, 15 of the monsters had nearly killed them. Even if sleep, drink, and food had restored their health and mana to full, Brad wasn't going to take a chance if they didn't need to, especially if it meant putting the school at risk. When they arrived at the old 2-story brick structure, Brad was surprised to see no one. Did they have no one on guard duty, or had the Cedars hit them? Cedars might be more likely. Shattered glass windows adorned the front of the school. He hoped he was wrong. "Let's get in nice and quiet," Brad said, taking the lead when Aaron held his shield out in front of him.
"You get behind me, Squishy. Don't want our only healer getting killed trying to play point man."
Brad let out a huff. I'm not that much squishier than you. But fine, you and your shield can go ahead. Aaron laughed and looked to his shield.
Hear that? He thinks you're people. Gonna have to give you a name and everything now.
He advanced with the shield up. Not the time to joke around, Chet whispered.
Sorry,
Aaron mumbled before stepping through the school's front door. There were signs of a barricade up against the door, but that was broken down, along with scattered 2x4s used to board up the windows. Chet grimaced.
This doesn't look good.
Brad peeked around Aaron and his shield. There was a trail of blood leading up the stairs. He signaled for Aaron to follow it, and up they crept, their footsteps echoing off the abandoned school walls. The trail led them to a pair of double doors with a sign reading, Library.
I'm gonna knock,
Aaron said. Rachel shook her head. If there's cedars in there, it'll give them a heads up we're coming in.
If there's people in there, they might shoot us if we don't,
Chet warned. Brad pursed his lips. Between the blood and broken barricades, his gut said the school was lost.
Chet, Rachel, get ready to open the doors. Aaron, I'll be right behind you with heels. Sound good?
Aaron nodded and positioned himself in front of the doors. Chet shook his head but moved to one side and Rachel the other, ready to fling it open. Brad listened for any sounds. Nothing. He could drop a pin and probably hear it from the other end of the hall. He tapped Aaron's shoulder. Aaron gestured at the others, and the doors flung open. Guns racked from every direction, and 5 suicidal morons charged Aaron, crossing the firing lines. The suicidal morons slid to a stop in confusion. Aaron didn't drop his shield.
You guys aren't cedars,
the lead moron said, taller and bigger than the others, with a short brown crew cut. Brad peeked around Aaron. And you're not dead, he shot back.
Not yet, anyway.
The man let out a breath he'd likely been holding for too long. The rest of the room lowered their weapons in relief, and the man stuck out his hand.
Name's Isaac, and you are...
Brad stepped around Aaron and took Isaac's hand. Brad, this is Aaron, Rachel, and Chet. He pointed at each one, and they waved in response. We heard you had a bunch of people here and needed help. Rachel cleared her throat. More like we came to join up with you before we ran into Brad and went to the mall, but, same difference.
The mall? Isaac asked. My muse said there's an upgrade station there, but we've been stuck here fending off waves of monsters.
Well, it's your lucky day, friend, Brad began, because we're here to help you move over there. I figure the more of us stick together, the better our chances are of surviving the mess outside. Isaac looked back to the crowd, then at Brad and his people.
I'd love to, man, really. But a lot of these people are sick. Ether poisoning, you know? Besides, how are we going to move the 20 of us without attracting attention?
Very carefully, Rachel answered. Don't worry, I'm a healer, Brad said. Just point me to the sick and I can get started fixing them up. Isaac nodded and moved deeper into the library, behind the flipped-over desks where they had formed a gun line.
Our people here are split up between pill poppers and normals. 5 of us are fighters, the other 3 are rangers. Our idea was to make a sort of fighters guild, but, we didn't think things would be so bad we'd actually need a healer.
And everyone else are normals? Brad asked. Isaac nodded, taking him to the back of the library where they had set up a makeshift infirmary with a few couches. 6 men and women, all afflicted with ether poisoning.
These 6 were our best frontline fighters among the normals. Before we grouped up, they'd been killing plenty. Part of the reason we set up here in the school was because of the library and gym equipment. We managed to help the others, but it was too late for these ones.
Brad nodded and held out his hand. Got it. Let's see how much this takes out of me. He cast ether siphon on the first of the patients, a woman covered in sweat, writhing with heavy breaths and muttering to herself. Whatever she said he couldn't understand, but it sounded angry. Just like every time he killed a cedar, Ether lifted out of the woman's body and into the air. Most of it drifted up before dissipating, while the rest was siphoned up into his hand and his body. Little by little, the woman relaxed on the couch until she finally lay limp. Her sweating stopped and her breathing returned to normal.
You have received 10 ether.
Isaac knelt by the woman and tried to wake her.
Hey, Dora, you feeling okay now?
Dora stared at him through lidded eyes, rubbing at her head through curly brown locks.
Better. Tired, though.
Isaac turned to Brad with a smile.
Thank you, Brad. I was worried she was going to turn any day now.
No problem. Brad moved on to the next patient and began the process. Took 10 mana out of me to do that, but I can siphon everyone here and have enough left over for 1 heal. He turned his head to Isaac. Try not to get hurt when we leave this place. I won't be any good to anyone as a healer. Isaac nodded.
I'll get Dora and the others ready to go to the mall. We'll do whatever you need us to do so we get there safely.
Brad gave a nod and continued his work. As he'd predicted, he was down to 5 mana by the time he finished, but he'd scored himself a total of 60 ether from his work. Another surprising effect of his low mana, his mind was in a bit of a fog, like thinking was harder than it needed to be. He blinked his eyes a few times and failed to fight back a yawn, and turned to see Isaac had already gotten Dora on her feet and was slowly working on the others. Chet came over and rubbed at the back of his head, anxiously shifting on his feet.
Is, now a good time to ask about some people?
He asked Isaac.
Sure, what's up? I had a friend, Gary. He was coming down here looking for his family, but he didn't make it.
Chet took a breath, as if steeling himself for an answer he didn't want to hear.
No one's seen Jacob or Emma Higgins, but I was wondering if you had, seeing as you're the boss here and all.
Isaac looked down and shook his head.
Look, man, I'm sorry about your friend, but I'm not going to lie to you like the others, okay?
Chet grimaced, eyes shut tight as he nodded, a tear rolling down his cheek.
They died in the raid last night. Cedars broke in through the back windows and just, well, you know what they do.
Chet's shoulders hung limp and he drifted away from them. Brad sighed and shook his head. Chet was taking this hard, too hard for his own good. Brad couldn't blame him, but at this rate, he feared Chet was a bigger danger to himself than the Cedars. Unfortunately, there wasn't time to console him. They had to move these people back to the mall before it got dark out, or the Cedars would have the drop on them. 17. Brad. Brad peeked out the school's front door and flashed a thumbs up. Rachel and Chet returned the gesture from the windows to his left and right. When he gestured to Aaron, the gas-masked man stepped into the afternoon sun with his shield up and shovel ready. Aaron pointed the shovel forward, the signal for all clear. Brad returned to the foot of the stairs and gestured for Isaac to bring his people down. The 20 souls who were trapped in the school came down the steps, making far more noise than Brad would like, but they were tired, hungry, and some were still recovering from their ether poisoning. It couldn't be helped. They streamed out onto the city street and followed behind Aaron as he led the way back to the mall. According to Brad's plan, he and Aaron would keep to the front of the formation with Chet for ranged support. Rachel, being the sneakiest of their 2 rangers with her suppressed rifle, went off ahead to scout for any packs of cedars or strays roaming around. Isaac and his people were spread around the flanks and rear. Their 5 warriors were armed with baseball bats and hockey sticks, and Isaac had a machete on him. Their 3 rangers were equipped with bows, which were great for stealth and saving ammo, but didn't have the same stopping power or rate of fire of a gun. Thankfully, there were at least 5 normals in the group with different guns. The rest of them had an assortment of melee weapons. If the Cedars came for them, they wouldn't go down without a fight. "How are you holding up, Chet?" Brad asked softly as they crossed an intersection, his eyes scanning every building and car around them for the slightest hint of danger. Chet didn't answer, arms swinging limply at his side. He didn't even seem to be paying much attention to the world around him. "Hey, man, you know I'm here for you if you need anything, right?"
"Same,"
Aaron added. Chet gave a weary nod.
"It's just, we were friends since we were babies, you know? Never had any brothers or sisters, but Gary was the closest thing to that I ever came."
He shook his head.
"Couldn't save him or his family. I'm worthless."
Brad moved to his friend's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Don't talk like that, Chet. You're not worthless." Aaron agreed.
"Yeah, man. It's only 'cause of you we even got as far as we did. You and those dead-eye skills of yours. Helped get Rachel some guns, too. Gary would tell you the same thing."
"Doesn't feel like it,"
Chet muttered. Brad sighed. "Chet, it was a bad situation, all right? It wasn't just Gary who almost died there. If it wasn't him, it would have been me or Aaron." Chet looked away.
"I should have saved him. I could have saved him, but I didn't. I thought he was going to kick the damn cedar like the last time he got pinned. I messed up bad."
"Really? If you want to blame anyone for fucking up, it should be me," Aaron admitted. "That was my dumbass plan to begin with, just to save some time. We should have taken our sweet time hunting those monsters down."
"No, we all agreed to it. It's no one's fault but mine,"
Chet countered. Brad wrapped an arm around Chet in a light embrace. "It's not, man. You gotta keep your chin up. Not just for our sakes, but Gary's. He wouldn't want you to die, right?" Chet didn't answer. Brad hoped he was taking the question seriously rather than blowing him off, but Chet had locked himself tight. At least his gaze started moving around the city ruins. He hoped that meant Chet wasn't planning on taking the fast track out of the fresh hell they were living in. As Brad's attention turned to one of the distant rooftops, he swore he saw a figure standing there. Human or cedar? He narrowed his eyes, trying to make out the dark shape with the sun at its back. Then it was gone. He definitely hoped it was a human. If it was a cedar, it would have seen them for sure. Rachel gestured for the party to keep moving through the streets. A group of cedars hissed and howled on the opposite end of the street. Distant gunshots rang out, and the monsters rushed after some poor souls out of sight. Brad wanted to help, but he had to protect his people first. He couldn't afford to put their lives at risk for a few others. Beneath the sunlight, Brad spotted the streaks of thick green staining the city streets and spilling out the windows of buildings, mixed in with the red of human blood. Fertilizer. That's what humans were to these monsters. Bags of fertilizer to grow new life forms in their world. Back in Apocalypse Online, it sounded like a try-hard, edgy kid concept for the sake of giving the game world its own unique brand of the apocalypse. Now they were living it. They cleared another block, and the mall was in sight. Brad swore he saw another figure, or maybe it was the same. He couldn't tell. It was on a different rooftop, so he wasn't sure it could be the same one, unless the buildings had a bridge between them. This time, the figure sat in place for a few minutes. Watching the city, or watching us? Brad wondered before the figure vanished again. As they stepped into the parking lot, Brad checked the horizon for any signs of cedars heading their way. Everything was dead quiet. Somehow he found the silence more unsettling than the shrieks of monsters or the distant pops of gunshots. He hoped they weren't the last humans in the city. Rachel reached the mall doors first and darted inside. She came back out a few moments later and flashed a thumbs up. All clear. The group poured inside the mall, gathering beneath the atrium's skylight. Brad let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Man, I seriously thought we were going to get caught up in a horde or two.
Right?
Isaac agreed.
But it was kind of weird. All the packs I saw totally ignored us. You'd think at least some of the monsters would have heard us.
Aaron pointed back out the door with his shovel.
I'm sure they're still looking for a free meal, if you'll oblige them.
The large man laughed, and Isaac joined in with a few of his people. Brad moved to the front of the crowd and smiled. All right, people. Welcome to your lovely new home. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this mall and all the stores here, right? Many of the crowd nodded, shrugged, or talked among themselves before agreeing. Well, I'd like to set this place up to be a base of operations for survivors like us. But the mall is a big place, and we're going to need your help to do that. What do you want us to do? Dora asked. I'll do whatever it takes to thank you for saving me from becoming a monster. Brad smiled. I appreciate that. Right now, what we need more than anything are supplies. Currently, we're holed up in the Olive Grove. There's an upgrade station in the basement of that restaurant where people who have taken the nano pill can upgrade their bodies with gene therapies or purchase gear they need from the 3D printers. Also, any normies who want the nanotech can get it through the upgrade station. Plus, the booths in the restaurant are actually pretty comfortable to sleep in.
Think it'll hold all of us?
A man in a reverse baseball cap asked. 20 people should fit comfortably, but if we want to grow this place, we're going to need to expand and fortify. For now, that means gathering whatever clothes and gear we can find and bringing them into the Olive Grove. Brad turned to Aaron. And if you wouldn't mind, big man, I'd like you to go around with Chet and lock this place down. Barricades, walls, whatever you think will keep us safe. You tell us, and we'll build it. Aaron looked at Chet.
You up for that, Chet?
Chet fished around in his pocket and pulled out a keyring.
It'll be like going back to my old job again. I can appreciate a little bit of normalcy.
Chet didn't sound like he cared either way, but it was better than the silent treatment they were getting from him earlier. If you guys have any questions, Brad said, let me know what you need, and I'll try to help as best as I can.
Yeah, I got a question. Who died and made you king?
A man with messy, oily black hair down past his shoulders said.
Shut up, Timothy, Isaac said. We're all just trying to survive. You don't need to be a shit disturber right now. Didn't vote for you to be king of the school, neither.
Brad rubbed at his temples. In every group, there always had to be at least one guy who had to be an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. Look, Timothy.
It's Tim,
he snapped back. Tim, Brad continued, trying his damnedest not to snap at the man. I'm not here to be king of anyone. I just want to keep as many of us alive as we can. If anyone thinks I'm making a bad call, you're free to let me know. And if you don't like it here, well, Brad gestured at the door. You can try your luck with the Cedars.
No, I don't think I will,
Tim said argumentatively. Brad straightened his shoulders and tensed. Well, we don't have time for your petty drama, so pack in your bullshit. Tim flipped him the bird. Brad decided to ignore him. Anyone with real questions? No one offered up any. All right then, let's get started. See you back here in a few hours. The gathering of people split off, several of them heading down to the Olive Grove just to find out where it was. Brad was off on his own, making his way up to the second floor, where he remembered there was one of those outdoorsy-type stores. He might not find much in the way of weapons, but clothes, packs, and some long-lasting food were nothing to scoff at. To his surprise, the store was relatively intact. There were a few knocked-over goods here and there, but it was like someone had hit the store for very specific items, then ran off. Of course, it was the food that got hit. There were 3 bags of beef jerky left, and a couple of assorted nuts, nothing more. He moved on to look for the important item of the day, backpacks. If they were going to use the mall as their base, they were going to need bags to carry loot back. Otherwise, they were going to leave a lot of goodies laying around. As he looked through the different types and sizes of bags, his attention drifted to his ether. Ether, 240. He'd gathered a great deal of the alien resource, and he needed to figure out what to spend it on. The obvious choice was to level healer, but that was still a long ways away. The other option was gene therapy. But gene therapy had so many options available to it, he didn't know which one to go for. An animal companion sounded nice, but he didn't know if he wanted a cat, dog, or something else entirely. Some of the survivors they had rescued had pets with them, mostly big dogs, but they were too big to be normal. That's because they've been absorbing ether and changing, Frank cut in on his thoughts. But all this running and fighting for their lives has obviously been keeping the cute critters in shape, since none of them have mutated yet. Brad nodded. It was good the normals knew how to take care of themselves. As much as he loved the siphon spell, it was expensive for how little ether it gave him. The less he had to use it, the more he would be able to focus on keeping the others alive. He picked out a few regular-sized backpacks and a few of the much larger ones, day packs and backpacking packs. He wasn't sure what the difference was between them, but the day packs looked much more practical for carrying around all day, where the backpacking bags would go great with anyone who was going to be the party's designated pack mule. He carried 6 packs back down to the olive grove and set them down on one of the tables. He paused, wondering if he should go down to the 3D printer and spend some ether on a new weapon. He had ammo to spare from the printer, but a new weapon would be nice. Then he remembered the quest to help the people from the school. The quest was still active. That doesn't make any sense, though. We got them back fine. We should have completed it by now, he thought. Then his mind raced back to the figure he'd seen on the rooftops. Surely that couldn't have anything to do with the quest. Just to be safe, he checked to make sure his shotgun was loaded. Then he stepped out of the restaurant. Scrambling footsteps caught his attention, heading right for him. It was Chet and Aaron. Chet flailed his hands around in the air, babbling incoherently. Big, he finally got out. Brad looked to Aaron. Big what? Big fucking cedar, and a whole lot of the little ones coming our way, Aaron said, his eyes wide. We sealed up the loading docks, blocked off the rear and side entrances, but the front's got too much ground to cover, man. Brad put both hands to his mouth and shouted into the air. Isaac! Isaac popped up over the second-floor railing. Sup? Alpha Cedar incoming with a lot of little ones. They have alphas? He shouted back. Apparently. I need you to round up your people and... Chet cut him off. I got radios, 5 of them in my pockets. We can use them to coordinate things. Brad turned back to Isaac. Get everyone to the olive grove, set them up in teams, and pick up a radio. Chet handed one to Brad, then dropped the rest off in the restaurant before returning. What's the plan here? Aaron scratched the side of his helmet with his shovel. We can barricade the front with some of the cars out there, but it'll be slow. Rachel ran at them from the front of the mall. Guys, there's a horde of those things out there. Shit, they're around the front already? Chet asked. Come on, Brad said as he took off running for the main entrance. Sure enough, Rachel was right. They were coming around the left side of the mall and right for the front door. She didn't waste a second in firing into the crowd of monsters heading their way. There must have been 50 of them coming from that side. Too late to build up defenses now, Aaron said. Got my people radioed up, Brad. Where do you need us? Isaac asked. Gunners on the second floor over the main entrance. Melee fighters on the ground level of the atrium, Brad said. Chet raised his pistol and fired off a burst. Second horde on the right. A monstrous howl came from above them. The biggest damned cedar Brad had ever seen stood over them, and it locked eyes with him. We should go, Brad said. Like right now. He started heading back into the mall as the Alpha leapt off the roof and plunged right for them. They sprinted back into the mall, heading right back to the central atrium in a panic. The Alpha crashed into the sidewalk outside, superhero landing style. Concrete shattered beneath the force and weight of the huge monster. As it slowly rose, the horde of smaller cedars streamed in through the glass entryway of the mall. Brad heard other windows shattering as the monsters forced their way in through different stores. They were screwed. "Chet, where's a good place to hold up?" Brad asked as gunshots rang out from above them. Bullets snapped past them, lancing into the racing horde of monsters gaining on them from behind. "It's a mall, not a fortress," Chet replied, snapping his pistol back and holding down the trigger. A swift hail of bullets spewed out, dropping droves of the cedars. Many of them died as rounds hit their mark, but many more died from being crushed to death beneath the masses of their allies. "There's nowhere but here for our fighters to be put to good use. Everywhere else is too open." The Alpha stalked behind the droves of cedars, eyes still fixed on Brad. It was like the damned thing knew he was a healer and wanted him dead first. Aaron looked back as they arrived in the center atrium with the rest of their fighters.
"Can't say I want to get caught fighting that thing in a tight space."
Rachel slid around one of the support columns and braced herself against it to steady her aim, firing into the thinning horde of cedars.
Just kill them then.
"On me!"
Aaron shouted to the melee fighters around him, who formed on either side of him. He was the only one among them with a real shield. Isaac had taken the old wooden shield. It was a sturdy, reliable piece of equipment, but it wasn't likely to hold up against the Alpha. A few of the others, normals mostly, had trash can lids they were using as shields. Brad hoped it would be enough to keep them alive. Chet took to the right flank again, using his pistol to pick off rushing cedars from the right with short, controlled bursts. Rachel's focus shifted to the left as more monsters poured in from the left flank. Worse still, with the streams of aliens coming from every direction, their support on the second floor shifted its fire to anywhere the monsters were at. The main horde at the front was thinned, but there were still at least 30 of the monsters charging, along with the Alpha, at the line of 10 fighters. Brad rushed around the front line, hoping he could drag the Alpha's attention away from them. Sure enough, the Alpha turned right for him. Brad squeezed off a couple of shotgun blasts at the charging monster, but smaller cedars got in the way, taking the bulk of the damage for the huge beast. He watched in horror as the wave of monsters crashed into the line of fighters and normals, backing them up, while the Alpha leapt over the horde of cedars, right at him. His breath caught in his throat as the monster flew at him. Its maw, full of jagged teeth and covered in thick strands of saliva, was wide open, ready to eat him or rip his throat out, he wasn't sure which. Brad shot out of the way at the last possible second as sharp claws raked the back of his shirt open, slicing through his flesh. "You have taken 10 damage. Brad fired a shell of buckshot at the Alpha's head, but it was quick to throw up an arm and catch the pellets before they could do any serious damage. Still, Brad was in shock. Buckshot tore holes through people between the number of pellets and the force of them. This thing just blocked them, like someone was assaulting it with a spray gun. Brad fired again, the Alpha backing up some from the force of the blast. He then turned tail and ran away from the fight. Aaron and the other fighters were busy taking out the main horde, so it was his job to keep the boss from murdering them. "Where the hell are you going?" Chet demanded as Brad ran right past his firing line. Chet picked off a few cedars, charging after Brad, then took a few pot shots at the Alpha. "I'm leading this thing away!" Brad shouted back, rushing deeper into the mall. He knew there was a stairwell with a single door nearby somewhere. The Alpha wouldn't be able to fit through. Just then, a cold chill ran up his spine. He heard the sharp, raking claws of the beast crunch and tear through the tiles beneath its feet, and it leaped into the air. Brad dropped prone as it swiped at him. He felt around his head to make sure it was still there and let out a breath of relief. It didn't do anything for the heart kicking like a mule in his chest. The Alpha hit the ground, tearing through tiles to pull itself to a stop and turn around. Brad squeezed off another shot while the beast was busy slowing itself down. This time, the pellets slammed the Alpha in the face. The cedar monstrosity let out an ear-piercing scream, shaking Brad to his very soul. He almost dropped his gun to cover his ears, but as he stumbled back from the scream, his eyes landed on a hall to his side. There it is. He dashed for the hall, pumping the shotgun as the monster charged after him. Back when he was just a lowly janitor, this hall was his little slice of heaven. Not only did it have a convenient bathroom most of the customers ignored, and a supply closet, but it had a stairwell with few cameras for him to catch a quick nap or play some games when no one was looking. Now his favorite hiding spot would save him from the nightmare chasing him. Brad threw himself through the door and rolled onto his back the second he hit the floor. The Alpha snarled as its sharp claws ripped through the door, but its hand snagged on the frame. It really was too damn big to fit through. Brad fired his shotgun again and again into the monster. It snarled and hissed, but it didn't stop. It slammed its shoulder into the door frame, and concrete dust shot toward Brad as the door frame bent inward. "Oh, come on! How is that even fair?" Brad said and went to fire again. His shotgun was empty. "Damn it!" He shot to his feet and ran up the stairs just as the Alpha crashed through the wall. Chunks of concrete slammed into his shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance, while the Alpha hit the wall on the opposite end of the stairwell. Brad ran up the stairs as the Alpha jumped up after him. Its claws nearly grazed his throat, but they tore through his shoulder. "You have taken 20 damage. You are bleeding." Brad rolled through the second-floor door, teeth clenched tight. He looked to his shoulder. The claws dug deep, and thick red blood was spilling down his arm. Ticks of 5 damage popped up every few seconds in his vision. The Alpha slammed into the wall behind him. Brad didn't have time to reload and fight. He stopped for a moment and channeled his last remaining mana into a heal. He'd recovered enough for 10 health points, leaving him at 45. Brad watched in awe as his shoulder wound pulled itself together, enough to stop the bleeding, but it was still a gut-wrenching sight to see his shoulder ripped open that way. Another slam from the monster snapped his attention back to the wall. It was already coming down. He sprinted away, loading fresh shells from his pocket into the gun. He managed to fully load his gun before the Alpha crashed through, sliding right behind him. Brad snapped off another shot at its head. The Alpha snapped back, like this one had actually hurt. The beast let out a shrill cry in return, running after its prey. It was slower than before. His strategy was working, but he didn't know where else he was going to go to slow the thing down. All he could do was run back to the floor above the atrium and hope the gunners would help him. Running for dear life, faster than he ever thought possible with a monster right behind him, he reached the second floor of the atrium. The gunners were still pouring fire into the floor below, and the chaotic sounds of battle filled the air. He saw Aaron in the thick of combat with his new shield warding off attacks and equally serving as a weapon, just as his shovel did. Isaac was pushed back to back with him, as many of the other fighters and normals had fallen. Tim was caught in the middle of it all, clubbing away at cedars with a badly dented bat. "Help!" Brad cried. The gunners on the second floor turned to him and called out the new big target. They opened up in a staccato of gunshots, ripping into the Alpha. The beast lumbered, losing its balance, but its loping steps trundled on toward Brad. The Alpha slammed into him, throwing them both off the second floor. As they spun through the air, Brad thought he was done for. Either he was crushed to death in the landing, or the Alpha was going to rip him apart. The Alpha crashed on its side, losing its grip on Brad. He slid across the floor, slamming back first into a column. "You have taken 10 damage. Brad felt like he took a lot more than 10 damage, but he wasn't going to complain. He was at half health, which was better than dead, but his aching body wasn't having any of it. He struggled to stand as the Alpha rose and moved toward him. The gunners above had stopped firing. From the desperate exchange he saw between them, Brad knew they were out of ammo. Brad looked to their melee fighters. Piles of dead cedars lay around Aaron and his fighters, but they were still fighting off more. Too many for them to help. Rachel was keeping the flank secured, throwing out round after round. He was going to have to save himself. Rolling onto his back, Brad aimed his shotgun and fired. The sharp kick of the Mossberg against his shoulder hit him much harder now, not only throwing him back onto the floor, but spreading a stabbing pain through his shoulder. The Alpha closed the gap with him, slowly, the beast barely clinging to life itself as Brad squeezed off another shot. The Alpha slapped the shotgun out of his hands and shoved Brad into the floor below with its crushing palm. The monster raised its other arm in the air, ready to swipe the head clean off his shoulders. A figure caught the corner of Brad's vision. Next thing he knew, the Alpha looked back over its shoulder, and there was Chet, pressing his gun to the monster's skull.
"You're not taking him too, you son of a bitch!"
Chet held down the trigger as a storm of devastation erupted from the gun. The entire magazine emptied into the monster's head, leaving a bloody mess. The Alpha crashed to its side, lifeless. Chet climbed over the freshly killed boss and crawled to Brad's side.
"You all right, man?"
he asked, palming a fresh mag into his pistol. Brad groaned through his teeth with a sharp nod.
"Going to feel it in the morning."
He was feeling it now as he crawled for his shotgun. The weapon was still in working order. Brad used it to push himself to his feet. Chet helped him up.
"Come on, then. We still have to mop up these sons of bitches."
Isaac smashed away a cedar with the shield and hacked down another with his machete. A third dove under his arms with its claws outstretched. Brad watched it all in slow motion as he leveled his shotgun. He fired, but it was already too late. The cedar ripped into Isaac's guts as its hip exploded from Brad's shotgun blast. Isaac crashed against Aaron. The huge man staggered forward, allowing a cedar claw to tear into his back. Aaron impaled the monster on his shovel, then shoved it off with his shield. Another went for him, but Tim smashed the monster's skull in, bending the top of his bat at a 90-degree angle. With that, the mall fell silent of cedar cries and gunshots. Only heavy breathing and the pained cries of the wounded and dying remained. Brad limped over to Isaac as fast as he could. The man was bleeding badly from his mouth and guts, trying to speak, but the words came out as sharp, wet coughs and gags.
"Come on, healer boy. Fucking do something about him,"
Tim demanded. Aaron looked to Brad and shook his head as he looked down to Isaac.
"I can't,"
Brad's voice quivered.
"Fuck you mean you can't? You healed the normies that were poisoned. Why not him? Use some of that voodoo of yours or whatever you did,"
Tim snapped. Brad dropped to his knees, watching the life fade from Isaac's eyes. All he could do was hold the man's hand, his lips pulled into a tight line. Tim stormed over to his side and violently shook Brad.
"Do something, you useless pill popper. He's going to die. You said you were a healer, so heal him."
As much of an asshole as Tim had been earlier, he was surprisingly caring about a man he hadn't seemed interested in following. Brad turned to meet Tim's gaze. He fought back tears of pain brought on by Tim's shaking, and from having to watch a man die in far more detail than he had with Gary. Far more detail than he cared for. Brad said the only thing he could think of to explain to Tim why he was a useless healer.
"No mana."
18. Jake. Dawn's first rays of light streamed through the blinds and into Jake's eyes. With a sharp breath, he rose from the bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Sam slept peacefully on the other side like the world as they knew hadn't ended a few days ago. He slid out of bed, stretching before heading downstairs. Maybe Colton and his crew had some work they could use his help with. The last thing Jake wanted to be was a freeloader. Jake didn't have to travel far. Colton was about to knock on the door. Colton pulled back with a toothy smile behind his graying beard.
Morning, Jake. Feeling better after your tussle with that big sumbitch?
I'll live, Jake smiled, ignoring his body's aches and pains, especially those along his spine and ribs. He leaned against the doorframe. So you got any work for me, Colton? Colton studied him for a moment, stroking his beard.
Well, if you're not just putting on a tough guy act, yeah, actually.
Jake stepped out of the room, quietly shutting the door behind him. Let's hear it then.
Me and some of the boys are going out hunting. Since the city's been dead and deer and other critters have been popping back into the city, I for one would appreciate having something besides MREs to eat.
Jake had heard mixed reviews about meals ready to eat. Some people swore by them, claiming they were just as good or better than the real thing. Other people said they were the worst things to eat and the fastest way to get a nasty clog in your piping.
Hunting sounds good. We should probably take my truck, though. Bambi and friends will probably be long gone if they hear the engines on those other cars.
Good thinking. That truck of yours is damn near silent. Never thought I'd like anything but diesel, but I've got to admit them fancy electric trucks are quiet,
Colton said with a laugh, leading him downstairs.
We're going to be bow hunting for our food here, Jake. Not for sport or any nonsense like that, but to save ammo, I'm sure you understand.
I'm just going to wake Sam and let her know that I'm going with you guys. Colton nodded.
Sure, just don't take too long.
Jake headed back into the room and gently woke Sam. Hey, did I sleep in too late? No, I'm just letting you know I'm going hunting with Colton. Sam frowned. Are you sure that's a good idea? Jake sighed. He knew how little Sam trusted these people.
It'll be fine. We could use some fresh meat, and this will be a good chance for me to build some rapport with Colton.
Sam shook her head. You men and your bonding rituals. Why don't you do it over a manicure like Ronnie and her friends? It would be safer. Jake laughed.
Not sure Colton is a mani-pedi kind of guy.
All right, go kill some shit then. Just remember Rule 17. Jake nodded.
Don't be a hero, I got it.
Sam pulled the blanket over her head. Now go get me some fresh bacon for breakfast. Smiling, Jake grabbed his axe and headed out of the house. A pair of men were waiting around the cars, rifles resting on their shoulders, a bow in each of their free hands. Colton looked over his shoulder.
Ever been bow hunting?
As they approached the men, one held out a bow toward Jake. Accepting the bow, Jake followed the man to his truck, and they dropped the bows and arrows in the truck bed.
Heard a good bit from a friend. We have to get in close, right?
Closer than a gun, yeah. Then we run down our prey. It'll be a short one if we hit the right spots.
Colton climbed inside the truck. The other two men climbed in the back. It took Jake a moment to remember their names. Lewis was the stocky one with a red cap, and Bryce was the one with the scraggly black beard who was hurting for sleep when they first met. The rings around his eyes were much lighter, but still there. Jake hopped in the driver's seat and started driving, following Colton's directions through town.
So we're aiming for the heart or chest around the front, right?
Could try the head too, but good luck with that.
Colton chuckled. The other two men sat quietly in the back, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings for any sign of cedars. There were a few cedars here and there, but the electric truck slipped by without earning so much as a glance from the distant monsters. Jake wondered where Colton was taking them for the hunt, into the city proper or out into the woods, when they pulled up to the edge of a suburb on the city outskirts. To the right of the truck were two-story homes, the kind a guy dreamed of raising his family in. The houses were stained with the green, industrial-looking fertilizer the cedars made out of humans. Broken doors and windows decorated the front of most buildings. One house had a thick, messy line of dried blood leading out to the street. The uneven swipes past the line told of a struggle before the blood spread out in a pool. He tore his gaze from the grim sight and looked to the left, at rolling fields of grass with distant pine trees. If he stared long enough into the wilderness, he could almost believe everything in the world was fine and normal. Such a wonderful, comforting lie.
"Let's get us some breakfast,"
Colton said as he stepped out of the car, going back for the bow.
"Going to be dinner too, boss,"
Lewis added as he followed Colton to the back and tossed Jake a bow and quiver. Jake hung the quiver from his belt and reached in for his axe. Bryce beat him to it.
"Don't worry about that, man. We're on guard duty. You and the boss just focus on hunting. Can't have you dropping your axe to shoot and scaring the deer, now can we?"
Jake wasn't a particularly experienced hunter, but he'd been out a few times. Deer were very skittish creatures. It made sense to pack as light as possible.
"All right, Bryce, you carry that for me. But if things get messy, you give it back."
Bryce gave a nod, and the group followed Colton out into the woods.
"How are you liking our little slice of heaven so far, Jake?"
Colton asked. Jake pursed his lips and thought.
"Can't really say yet. So far it's pretty good, and your medic did a great job patching me up, so I can't complain. Bed's comfy, too."
Colton grinned.
"That's fair. It takes a few days to get used to a new place and your new neighbors, especially having to live so close like we do."
"What about you? How do you like it?"
Colton shrugged.
"It's interesting. Most of these people called me crazy for being a prepper back in the day, but now some of them sound crazier than me with the things they come up with."
He let out a quick laugh. Lewis raised his arms in offense at Colton.
"Oh, come on, boss, don't be like that. I said I was sorry."
"Same,"
Bryce said with a huff.
"Not like I was in a great spot to prep before the world went to hell."
Colton grinned.
"Just giving you guys crap."
Jake smiled. Colton didn't strike him as a bad guy. Maybe a little crazy before the world went to hell, but even then it didn't hurt to be prepared for a rainy day. The man just took it further than Jake, or anyone else, would have. It helped to put him at ease around them, especially since Sam was so afraid of them.
"She's just blowing things out of proportion is all,"
he thought to himself.
"Once she spends more time around them, she'll realize they're not so bad."
By the time they arrived at the forest, the sun was still climbing past the horizon. Colton squatted and poked around the ground.
"Should be some tracks here from yesterday. Here we go."
He pointed at a set of deer tracks.
"Looks like a big one, too. Way bigger than normal."
Jake's mind went to Sam's warning about animals soaking up ether faster than humans. He wondered if the tracks belonged to a mutated deer or a very strong one. They'd find out soon enough.
"Come along this way,"
Colton said in a hushed tone. Jake couldn't hear anything worth being quiet about. Wind flowed between the trees, leaves rustled and grass crunched underfoot, but there were no cries of animals, only the occasional song of birds.
"So, Jake," Bryce began, "you see any pill poppers out there?"
Jake forced himself not to tense at the question. He shook his head.
"No? But how would you even know them when you saw them?" "Oh, you know. They carry themselves different, like they own the place, like they aren't afraid of the aliens or nothing."
Jake looked over his shoulder with a raised brow.
"Confidence is the giveaway?"
He held in a laugh.
"Well, damn it, man. I have tons of the stuff fighting these ugly bastards. Guess I must be one of them."
Bryce tensed up, eyes locked with Jake's. His rifle slowly started to shift when Lewis smacked Bryce upside the head.
"He's fucking with you, idiot. Don't go killing a friend over a joke."
Bryce grumbled but relaxed.
"It's a bad joke."
"What's wrong with pill poppers anyway?" Jake asked.
"Been running around in this mess since it started, and I haven't seen or heard anything about humans turning on humans."
Then again, he hadn't heard much of any news. With the power out, he doubted anyone would hear any news, outside of their small groups.
"Come on now, Jake. Alien tech in human bodies," Lewis began. "This sort of thing goes wrong in all the movies. Like that one show, I think it was called V?
Sorta rings a bell, Jake mumbled, but the more he thought about it, the faster he realized he was thinking about a movie that didn't have any aliens. Lewis continued without skipping a beat.
Well, in the show, these aliens come on down to Earth nice and friendly like. They offer to help humanity in exchange for help with some of their own problems. Everything seems on the up and up. Then, it turns out the aliens are actually stealing our water and kidnapping people to serve as food on their world.
That does sound pretty bad, Jake said. But these aliens don't strike me as the we come in peace flavor, on account of that whole invasion they dropped on our heads. Bryce nodded.
Right, but what if they're doing this whole two-pronged approach thing? Hit us hard with the invasion, and then clobber a bunch of idiots who can't put two and two together with some helpful pills. But instead they get mind-controlled, brainwashed, and tracked.
Colton didn't respond to any of this speculation, which Jake found a bit concerning, but the man did say the others believed crazier things than him. Colton had already made it clear he wasn't exactly eager to trust people who'd taken the nanopill, which was fair to Jake. He didn't entirely trust the alien tech either, though it had proven more than beneficial thus far. But the other two men seemed on edge at the mere mention of the topic. Jake wasn't sure how to handle the topic, but for the sake of his sister, he decided to play along as the naive new guy.
Sure, could be possible. Anything really is, now that we know aliens are real. So let's say we do run into one of these pill poppers. What do we do about them? Ask them firmly but politely to leave us alone, Colton answered. Things are bad enough out here with the aliens. We don't need to be turning on one another without hard evidence they're compromised.
See, boss, that's where I disagree with you, Lewis said. If they're working with the aliens, even if they don't know it, they're a threat, and we need to deal with them just like we would any cedar.
Bryce nodded firmly. And just how are you going to find out if they took a pill? Colton asked.
We just ask them, Bryce replied. If they're stupid enough to take a pill full of alien tech, they ought to be stupid enough to tell us they took it.
Colton laughed. Well, shit. They could just lie to your face and you'd be none the wiser. Bryce huffed.
We'd figure them out eventually.
Jake didn't like any of this. Colton may have been all right, but these two definitely weren't. For all he knew, these two weren't an isolated case. At any moment, Colton's people could go into a full-blown Salem witch trials scenario, just like his sister feared. Jake didn't think it would be limited to outsiders or newcomers in the long run either.
You guys are morons, Colton laughed. Thinking like that's going to get you killed faster than any swarm of cedars.
Lewis sighed.
Probably. Look, boss, I get this kind of thing makes you uncomfortable, but we're just on edge is all with the aliens and then them alphas popping up and those demon dog things.
Bryce turned to Lewis.
Pretty sure those were mutated dogs.
Whatever. Lewis waved him off. Point is, we're just paranoid with everything going on.
Colton nodded.
I know you are. You guys were living in a nice, warm, comfy blanket of lies. That the world couldn't go to hell in a handbasket and that there was no need to prep for it. Now reality's come and smashed you across the face, so you're jumping at shadows.
Bryce leaned his head back and let out a long breath.
Guess so, boss. Probably better to do what you say and tell them to keep their distance. Maybe they ain't even bad.
Colton nodded.
Doubt they're bad. But you know, trust is earned, not given, and all that jazz. No need to be starting fires, neither.
Jake wanted to let out a breath, but didn't want to start any fires of his own. These men were clearly just paranoid. With the world as they knew it falling apart all around them, it was natural for people to have trust issues. But Colton's people had taken him and his sister in without asking for anything. Jake had always imagined most people would abandon them, or even try to rob them if things got bad. But Colton's crew had so far proven the cynical part of his mind wrong. He was worrying too much. After a few weeks with Colton's people, Jake was certain they would become attached to him and Sam. When that happened, if things were going well, they could tell them Sam had taken the pill. They would see all their paranoid delusions were just that, delusions. "Everything's going to work out fine, Jake. Don't you worry." Colton turned and held a finger to his lips, then gestured for everyone to get down. Jake didn't see or hear anything, but he crouched down like everyone else. Colton pointed through some bushes. Jake narrowed his eyes, trying to make out what was on the other side. Movement. He tried to find a sight line between the leaves and branches of the bush. Jake found just enough to make out a deer, a big one from what he could see, far too big to be normal. Gesturing for Jake to follow, Colton led the way closer to the deer. They were careful to avoid stepping on any leaves or branches, shifting their weight to avoid making even the slightest noise. They moved to the deer's left flank, past some trees. It was a buck, a damn big one, too, nearly twice the size of a normal one. It didn't look mutated, but Jake had no idea what that would look like. Extra eyes and weird growths, probably. Once they were in range, Colton tapped Jake's arm and pointed out where to aim. Just around and behind the forelegs on the torso. With a nod, Jake nocked an arrow. The buck froze and snapped its head up from grazing. Colton and Jake drew their bows back in unison. The buck's head snapped to them, but it was too late. 2 arrows flew across the air, punching deep into its torso. The deer let out a loud cry and took off, running into the woods. "Nice shot, Jake," Colton whispered as he quietly moved forward. Jake followed the bloodstains on the grass. "What did we hit?" he asked, trying to make sense of the blood. Some of it was dark red, the other a pinkish color. Colton pointed at the dark red, then the pinkish blood. "Looks like the heart and at least 1 lung. It's bleeding pretty bad, too. We might not have a long run ahead of us." He waved for Bryce and Lewis to follow as he tracked their prey. "Hopefully, nothing gets any funny ideas about taking our breakfast." Jake felt like they were following the trail of blood for a half hour, maybe longer, before the trail began to thin. "Think it healed somehow?" Colton stopped and shot Jake a look like he was high on something. "Deer don't just heal from getting shot through the heart and lungs, son." Lewis waved a hand through the air. "Maybe it's some sort of super Bambi. Thing was big enough to be something special." "Reckon you're right, Lewis," Bryce said. Jake nodded. "It might be possible. When we dropped off a family at their brother's farm, the guy said mutated deer attacked his property with cedars, so this may be one of them." Bryce shook his head. "No, it was too pretty to be one of those mutated things. The dogs were way uglier." "Maybe they're alien dogs," Lewis offered. "Maybe." Colton stared at the trio, took in a long breath, then exhaled. "Shut your traps and follow me. Won't be long now." Sure enough, another 10 or 15 minutes passed, and they found their prey. The buck lay lifeless against a tree deep in the woods, the last of its blood staining the grass beneath it. Their 2 arrows were wedged in the creature's side, one far deeper than the other. "Question," Jake began. "How are we getting this thing back to the truck?" Colton rubbed the back of his head. "Don't got a sled, so I guess I'm carrying it." He moved to the buck and pulled the arrows free, tossing one back to Jake. "You sure? It's pretty big," Jake warned. Colton moved to pull the deer onto his back instead of answering. He got the huge buck halfway off the ground before he had to drop it. With a sharp exhale, he shook his head. "God damn, that's heavy. Guess we gotta drag it. You up for it, Jake?" Without any hesitation, Jake moved to take one of the buck's legs. "Whenever you're ready." Colton took the other, and the long trip back to the truck began. It took almost 2 hours to get the deer back to the truck, but it seemed they were the only souls out in the woods. No cedars, no trace of any other humans, nothing. The city was nice with all of its loot and buildings to shelter in, but nature was a desolate paradise compared to the horrors he'd seen back in town. Between the four men, they hefted the deer onto the truck bed and got ready to mount up. Jake stopped, ears perking at distant pops. There were a lot of them, as if someone had lit a ton of firecrackers. Nature may have been serene, but somewhere in the city people were fighting for their lives.
That sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, it does, Lewis said, hanging out of the back passenger door. Jake looked to Colton.
Should we go help them?
The older man listened, stroking at his chin, then shook his head as the pops died down.
They're too far from us. Besides, either they solved the problem or the problem solved them. Let's get this buck back to base before something comes looking for a free meal.
Whatever mess had gone on deeper in the city must have pulled a lot of cedars toward it. There were even fewer creatures on the road than on their way out. Jake didn't like the thought of someone else dying for his sake, but he wasn't going to complain about an uneventful trip. With Bryce and the others, Jake helped carry the deer to the house, acting as their kitchen. He was covered in blood, sweat, and grime by the time they dropped the huge deer on a table in the garage.
Whew, that's one heavy buck.
Jake wiped the sweat from his brow. Colton stretched.
Yeah, it is. But you don't gotta worry about this guy anymore, Jake. We'll take care of skinning it and prepping it.
You sure? I'm not the greatest at this, but I can still help. Colton placed a hand on his shoulder.
You're already pushing yourself after the beating you took yesterday. Go get cleaned up and take the day off.
Jake didn't feel like he was pushing himself too badly. Honestly, he expected to feel worse after the alpha threw him around. Maybe surviving a brush with death helped process ether into extra toughness. Either way, he wasn't going to turn down the offer for downtime. He needed to check up on Sam anyway.
Thanks. Let me know when we can eat.
Colton nodded, and Jake headed up. He took what passed for a shower in their wonderful new world, wiping himself down with baby wipes, then changed into fresh clothes. Apparently, they were saving all the water they had for drinking while planning on collecting rainwater for baths. Jake was glad to have any means of cleaning himself up. Sam didn't particularly appreciate it when he was gross, as she liked to say. After he was cleaned up, he headed to their room where he found Sam in bed, her face buried in a book with a pile stacked up next to her. They didn't look like any of the books they'd snagged from the library, or anything educational for that matter. Jake approached as quietly as he could, reaching for one of the books when Sam spoke. "You're not sneaky." She didn't even look up from her book. Jake smiled.
Didn't want to bother you is all.
He picked up one of the books. It was fiction, fantasy, if he had to guess by the cover, which featured a guy in a fur loincloth fighting what looked like green pigmen. The one below was similar, this time with pointy-eared people. On and on they went.
New hobby?
Sam pushed herself into a sitting position, tilting her head in thought. Sort of. She gestured to the door. Jake closed it, then rolled his hands for her to elaborate. So, remember how I explained the whole meditation, cultivation thing? Well, cultivation comes from a genre of fiction here in our world. Jake raised a brow, crossing his arms. Farming fiction? Sam let out a quiet laugh. More like developing one's mind and body. It seems like the Chinese books were pretty spot on about how the whole meditation thing works, so I've been trying to piece it all together. Jake moved to sit on the edge of the bed.
Okay, find anything useful so far?
Concerning, maybe, Sam began. Apparently, a lot of our fantasy is based off of alien knowledge. Orcs, elves, goblins, all that stuff is real, according to Lucy. Well, according to Olivia, who gets her info from Lucy. But she's not 100% sure on that. The mention of orcs and elves got Jake's mind jogging.
Like Lord of the Rings? You saying that Tolkien guy was hanging out with aliens?
Sam shrugged. Maybe he knew about them or heard about them from someone.
We don't know for sure, but this cultivation stuff is pretty interesting. Olivia says it lines up with the meditation I've been having you do.
Huh.
Before Jake could ask any more questions, the stairs groaned outside. Someone came up to the door and knocked.
Jake, it's Bryce.
Sam exchanged a worried glance with Jake. He gestured for her to calm down and went to the door.
What's going on, Bryce?
Colton wanted to let you know we're getting a team together to hit up the power station. Boss says you two are in charge of the place while we're out.
Bryce caught a glimpse of Sam behind Jake and shot her a friendly wave.
That sister of yours loves reading, huh?
Sam forced a smile and buried her face back in her books.
Yeah, well, she needs a hobby now that she can't play video games anymore.
Jake chuckled. Bryce nodded.
Anyway, we're out of here. Deer's going to take a while to get ready, so help yourselves to some MREs or the other food we got stacked up.
You guys sure you can trust us newbies to man the fort?
Jake asked. After their conversation in the woods, he thought this was a huge leap of faith for Bryce and Lewis. Bryce waved a hand.
You guys are fine. I saw how banged up you were after fighting that alpha, and it was just you and your sister. No way you two are trouble.
Jake smiled.
Well, I appreciate the trust. We'll keep the fort locked down for you guys. Don't worry about a thing.
Bryce gave the pair a wave, which Sam returned, and before long, they were alone in the compound of houses once more. Sam shot to her feet and went to the window. They're gone now. Come on, let's get you to the gym. She snatched up a notebook full of scribbles on her way out of the room. Jake didn't have time to form a question before she grabbed his arm and dragged him to the garage gym in one of the houses. She took him to the bench press and started flipping through her notes. Okay, so something that'll help you with your meditation is picturing the ether. Sam paced back and forth, flipping through more pages until she found what she was looking for. Think of it like a mist that your body absorbs. Once it's inside, you've got to circulate it through your entire body. Otherwise, it just sits there in a ball. That's when you get sick. Jake nodded, loading up 200 pounds on the bar, then sat down.
I can do the picturing, but the circulating I'm not sure about.
Part of circulating it is the training, Sam answered. Push yourself and imagine that mist flowing through you, all of you, like blood. Jake gave a shrug to suggest she was the expert in all this. He lay back and pushed the weights up. He'd struggled some with this weight back at their home, but now it felt lighter. A lot lighter. Getting off the bench, he loaded up another 50 pounds. There was the light resistance he was looking for, but he was amazed he could increase the weight so quickly. As he pumped the bar up and down from his chest, he imagined the mist of ether within him. He brought the bar to his chest and pulled in a breath, imagining the mist spreading through his body, then pushed up, blowing out his breath. He hoped he was using the ether during his rep rather than blowing it out, but he had no idea.
Am I doing this right?
You're doing great, Sam assured him as she went back to flipping through her notes. There's these meridian things you have to work on too, but I'm still trying to figure out what they are and how they work. Jake chuckled.
Baby steps, sis. All this alien stuff is new to us. No need to figure it all out in one day.
But if we did, you'd be set for life in this hot mess we call a world now. And maybe we can help the crazies we're living with become less crazy, Sam countered.
They're not all bad, Sam. Just a little wound up tight.
Sam shot him a look that could only translate to, Really?
Okay, I'll let you worry.
Jake blew out another breath and finished his set. Moving right along from that nonsense, Sam said. Olivia says you can process ether by taking damage as well. Very much a what doesn't kill you makes you stronger thing, especially if you're circulating the stuff properly. Kinda like the Saiyans in Dragon Ball constantly getting stronger when someone doesn't have the good sense to kill them. I love that stupid awesome show. Jake stared at her like she was speaking an alien tongue. It's a show where really human-looking aliens learn martial arts and beat the hell out of each other with superpowers. It's great. You'd like it.
I'll take your word for it, sis, he said with an awkward smile.
Sam flipped through some more of her notes. Speaking of martial arts, if you learn some sweet new moves, you can process the ether in you, too. Jake moved on to a squat rack, loaded up the weights, and started a set.
Well, I haven't boxed since middle school, and I always wanted to learn kung fu. Think you can scrounge up some books on the stuff for me?
Gimme a bit. Sam left Jake training in the garage for what felt like a half hour, which was fine by him. The quiet allowed him to focus on trying to circulate the ether, keeping his form proper, and making sure his rep count didn't magically jump a few numbers ahead. To Jake's surprise, the garage lights flickered on. The air conditioning unit fired up next to him with a low, constant hum as the machinery circulated cool air through the house. Seemed Colton and the others had gotten the power back up and running. "I'm so glad the power's back," Sam said as she walked through the door again. "If you want to read these in here, you better read fast. I have no idea how long the power's going to stay up." Jake nodded and looked over the books Sam held up. One was on boxing and the other on kickboxing. "Didn't find a lot of material on martial arts in these houses," Sam frowned. "If you want, I could try the neighbor's house. That's where I got most of my pile upstairs, but that'll take even longer." Jake walked up and gave her a kiss on the top of her head.
"No need to rush, baby sis. It's a good start."
He pulled away with the boxing book in hand. Sam huffed. "Don't call me a baby. I'm almost 18.
"You're adorable and I love you," he shot back with a cheeky grin before turning to the book.
He flipped through the pages, going over proper stance, footwork, the basics of throwing a punch. Most of it was familiar to him, but seeing it broken down step by step made it click in his mind. Thanks to the book being more pictures than words, he was able to move through it quickly, finding more advanced punches and combination strikes. "So, how is it?"
"Better if I had a training partner."
Jake set the book down on a bench and gestured for her to join him in the middle of the room. Sam tilted her head. "Jake, I'm a rogue, not a fighter. I stab things to death, not punch them."
"And one day you might not have your knives or bow handy, then what? Going to slap the cedars to death? Maybe cut them deep with your teenage angst?"
Jake shook his head, trying not to laugh too hard. Sam flung her arms into the air, then let them slap against her thighs when they dropped. "You're awful, and I hate you," she said with all the angst she could muster, clearly teasing him before she moved to his side, putting her fists up in front of her. "Let's get this over with."
"Love you too," Jake chuckled. "Now, let's start by fixing this train wreck you call a stance."
With Jake's help, Sam was able to properly put her fists up in front of her face while keeping her arms and elbows low enough to shield her body. If she needed to block lower or farther to the side, all it would take was a slight movement of the arms to block a blow, provided she wasn't trying to block a blade or claws, anyway. As for her feet, he made sure her dominant leg was back while the weaker led. "Why do I lead with the weaker arm again?" Sam questioned with some annoyance. "Shouldn't I put my strongest arm up front?" Jake shook his head.
"It's simple physics."
He formed up in the same boxing stance, his much more natural than hers.
"My weaker arm can't put as much force behind it as my dominant arm can, but I can use it to harass and range my target."
Jake moved around the garage, always maintaining his stance. He threw a few quick jabs accompanied by a sharp breath, his arm rotating out from the shoulder, sending the spiraling fist through the air like a round out of a rifle.
"With me so far?"
"I guess. It'd be better if we had a punching bag to show me." That gave him an idea, but he shelved it for the moment. He turned to make sure she had a good view of his right arm.
"Now, with the dominant side, you'd think you can't reach very far because it's to the back. But watch my footwork here."
As he threw his fist out, Jake pivoted his right leg, pushing his hip forward and making up for the perceived reach issue. Sam's eyes widened, her lips puffing out in an "oh" as realization dawned on her. And then you have the extra force from covering that gap.
Jake clapped his hands. That's my girl. You got it.
I mean,
she folded her arms and looked away.
It's not like it was rocket science or anything.
Jake pulled her into a quick hug. Good, because this next part is probably going to suck. Sam's features hardened.
What are you planning?
Jake stepped back from her and assumed the stance again. I want you to use me as a punching bag. Sam stared at him, dumbfounded for a solid second.
Why?
Come on, Sam, you just explain this to me. I take damage, I get tougher. So every little bit helps to toughen it so the next time we run into an alpha, they have a harder time with me, Jake insisted. Plus, you'll learn to fight better when you're actually hitting something. Sam assumed the fighting stance with concern written all over her face.
Okay, Jake.
She threw a quick jab into his arms, but it was weak, not even a love tap. Come on, Sam. I've seen you cut down cedars. Don't hold anything back. Sam threw another punch, much harder this time, but her arm didn't spiral out. Roll that arm out, Sam. Maximize that force of impact. Sam repeated the strike again and again. Little by little, between her efforts and his coaching, she was correcting the flaws in her technique. As she struck out at him, his arms turned red from the hits, and some bruises even started to form. She was doing well picking up the power punch. After she got the hang of the jab, things went much faster. Sam's timing on the pivot was off, but her form on the punch itself was solid. If the world ever gets back to normal, maybe I could do the personal trainer thing as a side gig, Jake thought to himself. Okay, let's take a break. Jake shook out his arms. Sam shot him a cheeky grin from ear to ear.
Worried I'm going to leave you too beat up to go out on runs?
Oh yeah, terrified. Jake laughed. He sat down on the bench and picked up the kickboxing book, flipping through a few pages. I just wanted some time to figure out how to throw kicks.
Sure, that might be useful, she shrugged. They got anything in there about kicking someone in the chest and flipping off them?
Jake shot her an amused look. This here's real fighting, Sam, not the fancy stuff you see in movies. Sam waved him off.
Obviously, we need to find better books on fighting.
Jake chuckled, getting the basics of the jab and hook kick in mind, then went back to the center of the garage. Jab kicks were simple enough. From his boxing stance, he could lunge out his dominant foot in a straight kick. Sam mimicked the move, wobbling a bit as she finished the kick. Careful, sis. You want to beat your opponent back, not throw yourself on the ground, Jake teased. Keep your core tight. It'll help keep balance. Sam huffed and threw the kick a few more times, losing the wobble in the process. Since the jab wasn't terribly complicated, Jake moved right on to the hook kick. He referenced the book a few dozen times, shifting his footing and slowly going through the process of throwing his weight around step by step. Then he executed. Throwing the kick, Jake swung himself around too hard too fast and lost his footing. He flopped over into a roll to Sam's roaring laughter.
Gotta keep your balance, Jake. Don't want to throw yourself on the ground,
she mocked in a playful tone, even as she rushed over to help him up. Jake took her hand up. Yeah, your turn, Sam. Sam grinned.
Watch me get this first try.
She pulled back and took up the stance. Mimicking Jake's movements, she threw the hook kick as he did. Rather than throwing herself to the ground, she spun around in a circle, stumbling away from where she stood, just barely catching herself.
See? First try, she panted.
Jake shook his head with a warm smile. It was going to be a long day. 19. Sam. It was about noon when Sam and Jake finished their training. After a quick bite, Jake went for a shower, leaving Sam alone to head up to the bedroom. A notification flashed across her vision.
Quest received. Visit Blockbuster Upgrade Station. You know, I was planning on going there eventually, Sam thought at Olivia.
The muse really needed to ease up on her.
With my brother, ideally.
Of course you were, Sammy, Olivia began in her ever-cheerful voice. There was an urgency to it this time, which was out of character for the Muse whenever they weren't in a fight. But your brother seems a little attached to this place and those delightful people. I doubt he'll go without telling them. Sam let out a breath. Olivia was probably right about that. She'd told Jake all about her worries and fears around Colton and his men, but he just downplayed everything, each time assuring her they would warm up to them so much the nanopill wouldn't matter. Okay, but why the rush? You seem worried. Olivia hesitated a moment. Sam could almost feel the gears turning in the AI's artificial mind. There was an attack on the mall recently. 100 Cedars, at least, along with an Alpha. The survivors held back the attack, but it cost them, Sam. You're worried they might not survive another, Sam inferred as she moved to the window, checking for any sign of Colton's crew. They were in the clear. Would the Cedars even know to destroy the upgrade station? She wondered at Olivia. I don't know if they would, but the Cedars haven't found it yet, the AI answered. Still, if the Cedars take the mall, you can bet they'll hear the 3D printers working or catch you in the middle of gene therapy. Better safe than sorry, Sammy. Sam wasn't a big fan of either option, and if the mall was secure, there wasn't a better time than now to go. All right, let's go. She scribbled down a quick note on her pad to let Jake know she was heading out, and left it on the bed for him to find, then went out the window. Rocky was with her, of course, the flying squirrel peeking its head out of her hoodie's pocket as it scanned their surroundings. Sam was quick to leave the neighborhood, hopping over fences, running through yards, anything to make the trip to the mall faster. Rocky let out soft little squeaks, tugging at her hoodie and pointing whenever he spotted Cedars lurking on the streets. But Sam wasn't looking for any fight she didn't need. She wanted to be in and out of the mall before anyone back at Colton's little compound started asking uncomfortable questions. Maybe she'd bring back some snacks as a cover story. Sam came up to a large intersection crowded with ruined cars and froze. A pack of Cedars at least 50 strong shuffled their way through. 50 more followed behind as they meandered through the city. She didn't know what had compelled the creatures, whether instinct or an alpha, to move in such large numbers, or what they were planning. It didn't matter. They were in her way, but there was no way for her to fight through them. She looked for a way around them. She could try sneaking through one of the buildings, but there was no telling what lurked inside them. Even if she did, she couldn't spot a way across the street among the rooftops. Sam thought about waiting them out, but their lazy amble was almost glacial, and she had no patience for it. She reached into her pocket and pulled Rocky up. Hey, little guy, think you can make some noise down the street? Sam pointed down the part of the street without Cedars. Rocky clapped his little paws together and nodded. All right, Rocky. We'll meet up on the other side, down a block. Be careful, all right? Rocky gave her a little wave, then hopped out of her hand, gliding to the asphalt. He was gone in seconds, leaving Sam to watch the Cedars move. As she looked, she saw where windows had been shattered from wrecks in people's panicked attempts to flee the city. Their glass covered the street and the hoods of vehicles. The bodies were missing, though, likely from the Cedars taking them. Other cars had their interiors covered in glass from Cedars forcing their way inside. The sharp crash of a door slamming against its frame caught Sam's attention, and all of the Cedars as well. The monsters looked down the street where Rocky had gone, watching, listening. Another door groaned before it slammed against something, followed by the sound of cans tumbling down the street. Whatever it was, the Cedars hissed and snarled one after another, building into a roaring tide of monsters stampeding through the street after her fuzzy little friend. The monsters made plenty of noise of their own as cars crunched and groaned under the weight of their bodies clambering over vehicles. Sam advanced through the pileup of vehicles. She moved from car to car, low to the ground, hugging every vehicle she stopped at, making sure none of the creatures had eyes on her. She peeked through the shattered windshield of a minivan, looking for the crowd in the back. She winced at the shredded and bloodied seats inside. One in the back definitely had to be the remains of a car seat, but she decided not to linger on it. There was nothing she could do for the dead. She had to focus on the living. Past the pileup of vehicles, the second horde was already speeding toward the intersection, chasing after the first group. Sam clenched her teeth.
"Rocky, you did too good of a job,"
she hissed under her breath, and swept around to the front of another car. Cedars rushed past her, their clawed feet scraping and dragging against the floor. They hadn't seen her even as they ran past, not even smelled her. Maybe their sense of smell wasn't great to begin with, which made the Cedars terrible hunters in her book, but she would take every advantage she could. Peeking around the corner, she caught a gap in the rushing horde. There was a truck across from her, just high enough for her to slide under. She rushed across and dove beneath the truck. Her hoodie took most of the impact for her, but she still had to grit her teeth when her hands scraped against the asphalt.
"Don't make a sound, Sam," she thought to herself.
5 of the Cedars slowed, then stopped around the truck. Sam held her breath as their feet slowly clawed around the vehicle.
"Did they hear me?"
The truck groaned beneath the weight of a cedar jumping on top. The monster hissed and barked out gravelly noises at the others. They tore the doors off the truck and dove inside. Springs whined as the truck shifted erratically from the alien's search. Sam listened as the monsters tore through the car's seats, followed by snapping and popping and a seat flying off the car. It tumbled down the street. One cedar shrieked at the others, while another hissed and snapped back. Sam swore she'd just heard one slap the other.
"Gonna be okay, Sam. You didn't mess up. They don't know you're here," she thought,
still holding her breath, but her chest was growing tight. She had to breathe soon.
"You're going to be okay, Sammy. Don't you worry. You can take 5 cedars easily."
Olivia tried to cheer her up.
"You've taken out more just fine in the past."
"Shut up, you're not helping," Sam snapped back. She didn't need a cheerleader rambling in her head right now. What Sam needed was focus, a lot more space than she had to fight in, and a small miracle couldn't hurt. Cedar feet hit the road and started off toward Rocky's noise when one stopped. Its hand grabbed the bottom of the truck. Sam gripped the handle of her knife. This was it. She was going to get herself killed because she was too damned impatient to wait for the hordes to clear. The second one cedar laid eyes on her, it would alert the others who would alert the horde who'd rush past already. Angry barks came from the distance, and the cedar's claws raked over the asphalt as it rose to its feet. It shot back its own frustrated cries to whatever bigger, angrier cedar had called to it in a fearsome roar. She swore the cedar let out a frightened alien whimper before it took off.
"You have gained skill, stealth, level 2. "Congratulations, dear,"
Olivia praised with her annoyingly positive voice. It took every shred of Sam's willpower not to snap at her muse again. She needed a less cheery motherly voice in her head, maybe a brooding one like Batman. But she didn't want to get on her AI's bad side, so she tried to keep those thoughts to herself. It seemed to work. Sam held in her breath until she could hear nothing but the gentle breeze rolling through the street. She exhaled and slowly, quietly drew in a long breath. No more cedars outside of the horde rushing farther and farther from her. Sam crawled out from under the truck, confirmed she was in the clear with a quick look, then took off running for the mall. Rocky glided down from one of the rooftops, making a perfect landing on her shoulder. Sam almost jumped, but his familiar squeaks assured her it was her pet squirrel.
"Good job, Rocky."
She reached up and petted Rocky's head. He pushed into her hand, then crawled down into her hoodie's pocket again. It was a short sprint to the mall now. Soon she found herself in the parking lot. There were dead cedars scattered around, but no real signs of a huge attack. The stores at the front had their windows all busted up, but that was standard decor for the city now. Still, she headed to the front door of the mall, where the attack became far more obvious. A mound of cedar bodies taller than her had been stacked in front of the mall's entrance, a thick trail of the alien's blood leading out from the interior. There were so many she couldn't even begin to count them all. While Sam stood there, a man walked out of the mall dragging another cedar behind him. He stopped and looked at her. "Hey, you all right there?" His voice sounded familiar. More importantly, the dark-haired, muscular man looked familiar. Sam nodded. Yeah, just what happened here?" She was stalling for time while she tried to remember where she knew him from. He flung the cedar's body to the pile. "A whole horde of cedars came after us after we brought back a group of 20 from the school. There's 10 of them left now, on top of my party." He placed his hand on the back of his head, taking in a deep breath. "An alpha was with the pack, calling the shots. A bigger, angrier, smarter version of the regular cedars." Sam nodded. "I know what alphas are. And I think I know who you are. You're Brad, right?" she asked, remembering him from the last few days of Apocalypse Online. "That's right." Brad stared blankly at her, then leaned a bit closer, eyeing her up and down. "Hold on, are you Sam? The rogue I met on the tutorial for this absolute mess we're in now?" She gave him a warm smile. "That's me, still playing a rogue, sneaking up on cedars and all that. I'm guessing you're still a healer?" Brad sighed and nodded. "Not much of a healer without mana, but yeah." Before Sam could ask her question, Brad continued like he'd read it on her face. "We lost a lot of people. The original leader of the school group, he got gutted." His face fell. "I'm not honestly sure my healing spell could have done anything for him, but I couldn't even try. I spent all my mana pulling excess ether from the normals in his group and keeping myself alive through the fight with the alpha." Sam placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, don't beat yourself up about it, okay? I'm sure you did everything you could." "I know. Doesn't make it suck any less, though." Brad forced a smile, though it was easy enough to spot the sorrow in his eyes. "So, what brings you out here to our lovely mall? Did your muse tell you to join us, or was it just pointing you to the upgrade station?" Sam was surprised Brad was so openly talking to others about muses, but maybe he just hadn't run into people like Colton's crew. "Olivia was a bit pushy to get me here. I was going to bring my brother along, but he's kind of playing nice with a bunch of anti-pill crazies who aren't too fond of our kind." Brad tilted his head. "Wait, you mean normals who don't like people who took the nanopill? But that doesn't make any sense. Without us, they wouldn't know how to channel their ether or have people to siphon it out of them. What do they even think is wrong with us?" Sam pointed at the pile of dead aliens. "They think we're working with them, whether we know it or not. Alien tech and all." Brad shook his head. "That's stupid. With everything going on, the last thing we need is for people to turn on one another. We should all be united against the Cedars and the rest of the collective, whenever they decide to show up." Sam hadn't thought about the collective themselves showing up. She figured the aliens would let the Cedars do all the heavy lifting for them until the planet was ready for them to stake their claim without a shred of opposition. "They don't see it that way, but they can't exactly tell us apart from, what did you call them, normals?" "Yeah." "Right, so it shouldn't be too hard to play along if they get jumpy." Brad scratched at the back of his head. "Not big on lying, Sam. I'd rather just not deal with them if we can avoid it. Anyway," he turned and headed inside. "Let me show you to the upgrade station before something decides to come eat us out here." Sam followed him inside. The main entrance to the mall was slick with alien blood, so much of it dragged to the pile outside. Most of the floor leading to the atrium was stained or had pools of viscera from the aliens, and still there were plenty of bodies left inside. From what she saw of the floor beneath the gore, it was covered in bullet holes. If she had to guess, they'd rained fire from the second floor into the horde as it rushed in. A strange man in a gas mask dragged 4 bodies behind him. He gave a light nod of his head as he passed outside. Another man with a pistol on his hip and a woman with a rifle on her back joined the gas-masked man with another 2 bodies. There were others scattered around the atrium, but it looked like they were posted up as guards or tending to their wounded. Off to the corner of the atrium, a huge cedar body lay crumpled on the ground. It was an alpha, but it was a lot bigger than the one she and Jake had fought in the library. The monstrosity was riddled with bullet holes throughout its back and what was left of its hollowed-out head. The mere sight of the beast sent a shudder up her spine. Cedars can get bigger and smarter, so why not the alphas too? What else are those monsters going to throw at us? Sorry about the mess. Brad turned down one of the huge halls full of shops. Trying to clean up and make it homey again, but there's a lot of bodies and a lot fewer of us to clean up with. Some of my people are working on barricading windows so they have fewer entry points, but it's going to take a few days of work. Don't worry about it, Sam smiled. I'll take this mess over what I've got at home right now. Glass shattered behind them, and Sam snapped around, drawing her attention to the glass ceiling atop the atrium. A group of 10 cedars dropped in from above, shrieking and snarling as they fell through the air. The scattered people screamed and scrambled for safety as the monsters landed hard, then leapt after their prey. Sam pulled up her crossbow, spearing one right through the mouth before it could let out a shriek. Another 2 cedars rushed for a woman and a wounded man, but Brad was at them in a flash. He blew out the lead cedar's legs with a blast of his shotgun. As it slammed into the ground, its buddy tripped over it. Sam put down the dismembered cedar as Brad ended the other. Shouts and gunshots rang outside. Sam risked a glance. The gas-masked man held another group of 10 cedars at bay with his shield, and, is this lunatic swinging a shovel? Sure enough, he was hacking into the group with a fancy shovel of some kind, while the man and woman backing him up were firing into the distance. More cedars were coming, maybe even the horde she'd given the slip earlier. In her brief distraction, another group of 5 cedars rushed her way. Brad blasted one away. Watch out! Sam snapped off a bolt at another, catching it in the chest, but only enough to slow it down. The other 3 were on top of her too quickly for her to load another bolt. Instead, she dropped her bow and pulled out her daggers. She weaved out of the way of one cedar's claws as it grazed her cheek. The second she caught in the chest with a knife and kicked him off toward the third. While those 2 aliens fell over one another, she rushed the fourth, who pulled the bolt from its chest with a sickening squelch. She easily dodged beneath its weary swipes and buried her knives in the cedar's back, twisted her blades, and tore free. A thundering blast from a shotgun followed, then the powerful crunching of Brad's foot on one of the monster's skulls until there was nothing left to recognize as a head. You're pretty good, Brad said, trying to catch his breath. You have received 50 ether. It seemed ether was split among everyone involved in a kill, even if they weren't in a party. You too. Sam turned her attention to the group outside. The big guy with the shield and shovel had a pile of bodies stacked in front of him in a makeshift wall, while the 2 gunners opened up on another crowd of cedars. Sam was thinking about helping them when everything fell quiet. The trio maintained their guard, but there were no more shrieks and growls of aliens. Everything was silent once again. Brad pointed at the group outside with a smile. That's Chet, Rachel, and the weirdo with the shovel is Aaron. They're my party. Interesting group, Sam said in as neutral of a voice as she could muster. Chet and Rachel she could understand, but Aaron was an anomaly. It was easy enough to guess the guy played a tank, but everything from the getup to the makeshift barricade were simply bizarre. Brad caught her staring and laughed. Yeah, Aaron's a bit of an oddball. The guy actually suggested we use the mountain of cedars to help barricade them all, but I shot him down. Good call, Sam replied. Those things already stink when they're dead. Can't imagine they smell any better when they rot. That's why we're burning them, Brad gestured for her to follow. Come on, let's get you to the upgrade station before we get any more visitors. Sam hurried along with Brad down to the Olive Grove restaurant, heading down to the basement where they had a grand hall full of 3D printers. Down at the end of the hall was a room leading to the gene therapy room.
This is nice. And they just hid this thing under an olive grove this whole time? Sam asked, taking in the sights. Used to be a Blockbuster, but they never touched the basement when they swapped out the store. Brad smiled. Quest completed. Visit Blockbuster upgrade station. No reward, though, huh? Sam thought at Olivia. Olivia laughed, oh so cheerful and bubbly. Making new friends is its own reward, dear. Besides, you have access to upgrades in gene therapy now. You can have whatever you want, starting with a new crossbow. Brad moved over to one of the 3D printers as if he'd heard her muse, though she was certain he hadn't. Otherwise, she would have heard his at some point. Here, Sam. With these printers, you can make new weapons, ammo, potions, even upgrades for them. Oh, and if you have a quest with rewards, you need to visit one of these printers to collect. Sure wish the quest I just completed by coming here gave me one. Sam chuckled and headed to the printer. She hit the buy option on the screen and was amazed by the huge list of options, from weapons to armor to consumables. There was even a shop for vehicles and base building, but those selections were locked. Whenever she tried to click them, the buttons flashed red with an angry buzz, accompanied by a message stating this printer was too small. Sam gave up on those and went down to weapons. Toggling on a few filters, she narrowed her search to ranged weapons, specifically crossbows. Wow, these are expensive, she grumbled. There were all sorts of crossbows, from fully automated to ones that generated their own ammunition. Big ones, small ones, ones with exotic requirements for their ammunition, likely from alien worlds. All of them were out of her budget. She filtered by price and found a few options for under 200 ether. Olivia, how much is gene therapy? First level is 100 ether, dear, Olivia replied cheerfully. Sam did some quick math. If she wanted gene therapy, she needed to go into the bargain bin. Scrolling to the lowest prices, she found 3 options. One was a crossbow, no better than the one she currently had, for around 50 ether. The next was a similar design, but it was semi-auto. Not needing to cock the bow makes it a pretty handy choice. Then there was the final option, a wrist-mounted crossbow. Sam swore she had seen something similar in the past, some game about assassins who inexplicably wore white and stood out like sore thumbs in crowds, yet nobody noticed them. This was the most expensive option at 120, but if the description was anything to go by, it was a beauty worth every penny. This particular crossbow would go around her wrist like a bracer, and she could conceal it until she deployed it with a flick of the wrist. The bow was semi-automatic and had a hand grip for a trigger. With a capacity of 12 bolts and doing just as much damage as her current bow, there was no reason not to take it. Sam pressed buy and watched the bow print before her eyes, the purple energy pooling into the shape of a bracer in front of her. Once it was done, she snatched it and pulled it onto her wrist. This is neat. Brad looked at it with a raised brow. Is it a shield or something? Sam flicked out her arm into a closed fist, and the crossbow deployed over her arm, the grip trigger filling her hand. Sam shot Brad a grin. Sneaky crossbow. It even came loaded. She moved to Brad's side, showing him the holographic ammo counter showing 12. On closer inspection, it seemed loading the crossbow was as simple as sliding fresh bolts into a slot on the right of the bracer. Then the device would loop the bolts around her wrist to the firing chamber. If I had more ether sitting around, I would buy another one. Brad chuckled. Probably a good thing you don't. Now you can shoot cedars while you stab them. Maybe there's a better version of these that comes with knives built in, Sam said almost dreamily, trying to imagine what the weapon would look like. Calm down there, Sam, Brad grinned. If you still have some ether left, you can buy supplies, or head on to the gene therapy room down there and get an upgrade. Sam was snapped out of her thoughts. Right, gene therapy. I wanted one of those.
She followed Brad to the room with large glass tubes. Olivia informed her these were the gene therapy pods. Sam stepped up to one of them and the glass slid out of the way. "Ever use one of these?" Sam asked. Brad shook his head. "I've got plenty of ether, but I don't know what I want just yet. Need to figure out what animal I want to be my companion and all that." Sam smiled. "I've got one in mind already." Rocky popped out of her pocket and gave Brad a little wave. Brad blinked at Rocky. "That's a big squirrel. Kinda smart, too, isn't he?" "Ether does that to animals who survive," Sam said as she climbed into the pod. It sealed around her, and before she knew it, she was hovering in the air. Her arms flailed around for a bit to balance herself, but there was no need. The pod held her steady. "Okay, that's new." "Frank says it's safe, so you shouldn't worry," Brad said. "That's my muse's name." Sam didn't think anyone's muse had different motivations or knowledge, so she trusted Brad's word. A menu appeared in her vision with a list of different gene therapies. Every sort of animal she could imagine was available, from wolves to sharks to birds, but she already had her choice in mind. She scrolled down to the flying squirrel therapy. Flying squirrel, level 1. Improves strength, dexterity, and agility by 2 points. Grants the user stronger fingers and toes to aid in climbing. Unlocks flying attack skill. It sounded like nothing but good news to Sam, and she paid the machine the 100 ether it wanted to begin the therapy. The same purple energy that flowed from the printer filled the pod around her, along with a gas of some kind. Sam's eyes darted around, expecting to see needles coming for her, but instead her body relaxed. Her eyes became heavy, and sleep took her in seconds. 20. Brad. Brad watched Sam drift off in the gene therapy pod, putting his hands on his hips. "She's going to be in there a while, isn't she?" "A few hours at most," Frank assured him. "When Sam wakes up, she'll feel like she had a nice nap, along with all the benefits of her chosen therapy." Brad rested his shotgun over his shoulder, taking in his surroundings. If Sam was out cold for a few hours, they needed to hold this position to keep her safe. As far as defensible positions, the gene therapy room was solid, a nice long hall with a single entry point to worry about. The only issue would be ammo shortages, which the 3D printers could easily fix if they weren't down the hall he expected to defend, which would no doubt be full of enemies. Right now, his people were low or out of ammo, which was a huge problem, regardless whether his gunners were normals or pill poppers. Scavenging for ammo would take time, but printing new ammunition was quick, painless. A thought sprang to mind. "Hey, Frank," Brad thought to his muse. "Those 3D printers work by pulling ether from the user to craft things, right?" Frank let out an exasperated sigh. Brad. I thought we already covered the basics. You need me to teach you how to tie your shoes, too?" The AI mercilessly jabbed at him. "That sounds like a very long-winded yes," Brad shot back. "Obvious.